Hello, hello everyone. Welcome back. I am Freedom Pulse 97 here with some Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne. You might recognize me from the run yesterday of SMT5 or from Raito Commentary, but I'm back again for another exciting delve into the realm of Shin Megami Tensei. And with me today, you know him, you love him. We have our boy John Perry. You want to introduce yourself?
Hello, I'm Junperi or John for short. I'm also helping Freedom on today's commentary for Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne. You might remember me from such classics as the run for Shin Megami Tensei 5 yesterday. And yeah, should be a good one.
And he has a really exciting run coming up tomorrow as well that you definitely won't want to miss, but of Shin Megami Tensei 4. But yeah, this is SMT Nocturne. Came out in 2003 in Japan, 2004 in the West. And it's the series' first delve into 3D, and also kind of the first game that gained any sort of like notoriety in the West. So people who are familiar with this game will probably know the Hard True Demon ending category. That's one of the more like prestigious SMT runs. We're not running that today. We will be running the normal any percent category, which is a good bit shorter and a decent bit more stable. But yeah, we will get started with the run here in 3, 2, 1, go.
So usually when people think about Nocturne, they think about all the quote-unquote unfair things the game can do to you, and usually about the True Demon ending. Instead, we'll aim to beat the game as fast as possible in the any percent category, so we won't be doing any of the optional kalpas.
Timer broke, heck. Well, it's okay. That means this run can be as bad as we want and it won't go over estimate no matter what happens. Unless you want me to stop, I can stop, but... Feel free to keep going. Got it. Okay, cool. So, this game starts like most SMT games do, except for like, kind of, I think we talked about this, maybe SMT2 and sort of Strange Journey. With a dream sequence.
Well, Strange Journey does have a dream sequence, but it's a bit delayed. But regardless of that, yeah, we'll get into the game. We are on our way to meet our teacher who has been hospitalized at the Shinjuku Medical Center. We just got off the train. And before we leave the train station, the attendant tells us that there has been an incident at the nearby Yoyogi Park. So that's weird.
Yeah, which is where we were supposed to meet with our friends beforehand. We were going to meet with them and then go to the park together. Hey, I got the thing. Nice. There it's like frames faster to hit the second dialogue option, but it's not worth actually stopping text mashing to aim for, so I was just like mashing down to try to get it.
Yeah, there's a couple of faster dialogue options throughout the game, but most of them are not worth the time to menu for, but if you do get them quickly, then it's helpful.
Yeah, mashing...
So at the Yoyogi Park... Oh, sorry.
Oh, just explaining, mashing text in this game, if you hold triangle, the game kind of auto-advances text, and then if you mash X and circle along with that, it makes text go by quickly. Thankfully, this game allows for turbo, so I just have turbo set to the X button for a little bit, so I don't have to give myself carpal tunnel starting this video game.
Yeah. At the park, we meet this weird guy called Hichiri, and he explains that there has been some cult incident here, and the place has been sealed off by the police. And then he gives us a weird magazine, because apparently we might like it, about cultist occurrences and the supernatural.
Yeah.
That was a weird interaction.
He's like a reporter for an occult magazine, and he finds out we're going to the medical center. He's like, hey, there's some sketchy stuff going on there. Check out my magazine that I wrote to learn all about it. So I think we're just maybe potentially getting hustled, but I don't know. But we arrive at the medical center, and we find that it's strangely empty despite being a rather major hospital. But our friend Chiaki is here, and she steals our cult magazine from us. and decides to pick it up as a little bit of light reading. Shoutouts to Nova from Shin Megami Tensei If on the back of the magazine, by the way. But apparently our friend Isamu is also at the medical center currently. He was kind of looking around for a teacher, so we're gonna try to find him and our teacher at the same time. While we're moving around in here, I'm gonna stop by this vending machine here, because we want some Jack Frost coffee. And we're gonna get a strange, mysterious beverage that we've never seen before. Later on in the game, that beverage will become a very important item that we'll be selling for a bunch of money.
Yeah, we see Isamu across the medical center, and we'll go and say hi to him.
So here we're actually going to surprise Isamu, and he's going to touch his hat 4 separate times during this dialogue.
Also, his t-shirt will clip through his vest a little bit there. That always bothers me. But yeah, the medical center is awfully eerie. There's no one around, even though it's the middle of the day.
So we report back to Chiaki, we haven't found anything, and she's like, hey, I've been reading in this sketchy cult magazine that apparently the occult has been using this place for, like, inhumane experiments and stuff. And we're like, oh, that doesn't help with the fact that this place is already really creepy. But Isamu reports that he hasn't found the teacher, but he has found a employee ID card that leads to the basement. And he's like, well, we haven't looked we've looked everywhere else, so maybe our teacher's there. And because he's a bit of a scaredy cat, he drafts us to go down to the basement to investigate.
Yeah, what could go wrong exploring the abandoned medical center with cult or occult things going on? Going into the basement, what could ever go wrong here?
Right. Beep.
Okay, looks like Primary's back.
Yeah. Darn, I actually have to play well now.
So, as expected, we go into the basement and, well, there's indeed weird things going on. We meet with Hikawa, who is the man behind the cult incident at Yoyogi Park, and he's just spending time with his favorite cylinder here in the basement.
He gets very upset with us because he believes that a man should enjoy privacy with his cylinder, and we have disturbed his privacy. So now he's going to send a demon to kill us, as one does.
Yeah, luckily for us, before that can happen, though, our teacher suddenly comes in and basically saves our life. And turns out our teacher has been in cahoots with the deranged cult leader the entire time.
Yeah, he's like, well, fine, I'll let him leave. Just leave me alone. And so our teacher requests that we meet her on the roof of the medical center while she'll kind of explain what's going on. Sort of.
Kinda, yeah. It's a bit of a more show don't tell kind of situation.
Yeah. Also, random old lady and young child seem to be watching us before vanishing from existence. I'm sure there's nothing ominous about this. And when we get to the roof, our teacher's like, hey, so, the world's about to end, by the way, and when it does, find me and I'll explain what's going on. Have fun. We're like, huh, that's a very oddly specific thing to tell me. What do you mean by that? And then, suddenly we get a, FMV here once her dialogue finishes. All right, and you all know what time it is, who are familiar with this run. All rise for the Conception anthem. Apologies to the tech, the game volume's about to get a good bit louder. Yeah, so the world turns in on itself, and everything very literally goes to hell. We're
so now the world kind of turns into this kind of sphere, and we get a short bit of dialogue by this mysterious voice, which is Kakutsuchi. Basically, he's the kind of the moon thing in the middle of the new spherical world.
Yeah.
And right after that, we get another cutscene.
Mild sensitive content warning. If you're opposed to getting fed sentient worms, I would look away for like the next 30 seconds. So the little boy shows up again and instructs his the old lady to hold us down. And he holds up this little magical sentient gummy worm and is like, "All right, open wide. This'll make you a demon." And so we wake up from our strange demon worm-induced coma to find that now we're covered in magical, shiny, neon-colored tattoos, and also lost our shirt at some point. But now we are an entity known as the Demi-Fiend. We are half man, half demon, 100% ready to go punch some stuff in the face.
Yeah, so this is where the game really begins. That was just about 12 minutes of introduction before the actual game gets going. We wake up back in the basement of the medical center, and well, we don't have any specific goals, so we just kind of need to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, but we find in the room that Hikawa, the creepy dude, his cylinder has now gotten its own special room, and Hijiri's here. He claims he managed to get to the medical center right before everything blew up, and there's apparently now demons running around everywhere, which is rather suspicious. But he's like, "Hey, if you can get out of the medical center, maybe we can sort of figure out what's going on right now. Good luck, have fun." And we are going to absolutely be saving here.
Yeah, the next thing we have to do is get through the tutorial that was introduced in the Maniacs release of the game. It didn't exist in the original vanilla version of the game. This tutorial is quite infamous for its difficulty on hard mode, where it's pretty likely that you will end up dying at least a few times. However, on normal difficulty, it's much more forgiving. You can still absolutely get crit here and die, but it's less likely.
I think I've seen it once.
Yeah, so in Nocturne is more of the... It's the first game that introduced the press turn combat system, so I can explain a little bit about it once the fight here gets going. On the top right corner, you can see the amount of icons. They indicate how many press turns the enemies have. If there's 2 press turns in the top right corner, it means the enemy can act twice. If you strike a weakness or land a critical hit, you will get a blinking press turn, which means that you can basically act twice on it. So instead of the maximum amount of press turns you can have in the game is 4, but with passing or critting or striking a weakness, you can act 8 times maximum in a turn. In addition to being able to get more press turns, you can also lose them in case you hit a enemy null. That will cost you 2 press turns. If you hit into enemy train or repel, you will lose all of your press turns.
Or if you miss like that.
Yeah, or if you miss, that also costs you 2 press turns. So this tutorial Preda is infamous for being able to just crit you on hard difficulty and killing you from full HP.
If I was on hard mode, I would be dead there, because I missed and then got hit. So I would probably be dead if I was on hard mode. I guess we might make comparisons to hard mode occasionally. I guess we can talk a little bit about the differences between the difficulties really quick.
The main differences between the difficulties is the shop prices being threefold on hard difficulty, and the damage you take is
double.
Is it doubled?
Yeah,
okay,
it's doubled.
Doubled.
Yeah, you take double damage. Your shop prices are tripled. Nice crit. And you also are incapable of fleeing from encounters in hard mode, which is something that will come up a decent bit in this route because we are going to be fleeing from fights as a decent amount in this run. So we successfully made it out of the tutorial. No SMT-isms have occurred thus far. Here the man in the wheelchair is like, "Ah, yes, you are very incredible. I watched you punch the heck out of that wind spirit. Good for you, man. Have fun." And so we're sent back to the medical center, and we will never see that area ever again. Well, mostly. That was the Labyrinth of Amala. It plays a very, very important role in the True Demon ending. We are not going to be invested in that at all here. Yes, under very specific circumstances on hard mode you can flee, specifically if all of the enemies in a fight are, like, shocked or binded or asleep.
Yeah, basically if they're incapacitated. Not all ailments work for that, but some do.
But your run rate is set to 0% by default, so...
Yes. So we met Pixie on the outside area, and now she joined us. In this game, you can recruit demons by talking to them and also then fuse them on the new ones. The Pixie you get for free in the beginning of the game, and then afterwards you have to recruit the demons by yourself. In this game, there's no real player output when it comes to recruiting. All the demon recruitments are completely random.
Yeah, there's certain ways that you can influence. Ooh, am I gonna get a full encounter? No, I'm just gonna barely miss it, I think. Yeah, I just barely missed it. Okay, it's a cutoff anyway. So during this portion, we have to recruit a bunch of the stuff that's here in the medical center. One of the demons specifically. Oh, I don't have my life stone yet. That's unfortunate. One of the demons we need to recruit is a demon called Will-O-Wisp. It was that, like, purple cloud thing we were fighting in the tutorial. Will-O-Wisp is a haunt family demon. Specific demon families are not able to be recruited normally because we don't speak their jive. That's the game's term, not mine. So, like, haunt, foul, I think wilder, beast, maybe some others. You cannot recruit normally. However, if you talk to those demons on full, then you can actually recruit them normally. So we were hoping to get a Will-O-Wisp there on full to force the recruit. There's a couple ways that we can try to force a recruit from a Will-O-Wisp, and we'll need to do that before we get to the boss of this dungeon.
Yeah, before we defeat the boss of the dungeon, all the recruitment flags are set to always work, except for the special demons that you need to converse with on full moon. As long as you give them what they ask for, so all the recruits with, like, Kodama and Shikigami that we need to do in the early game are guaranteed to work.
Yeah, and later on in the run, not as much in this run as in some other, as in, like, the True Demon ending run, we will have access to a talk skill that will greatly boost our chance of getting a recruit whenever we need to do that, in the form of Beseech. We will only be doing, like, one Beseech recruit this run, but there's other abilities, like Seduce, that can guarantee recruits at a high rate.
Yeah, on level up you can put your points into one of 5 major skill categories. We will be putting points into magic here in the early game. Contrary to popular belief, in Nocturne, magic is actually a very good stat to put points into. There's a lot of talk about how magic is not a good stat category because you need strength in order to fight the final boss of the true demon ending. But if you don't go through demon ending, you get a lot of value from the magic stat. And even if you're going through demon ending, putting some points into magic early is still very beneficial. Unfortunately, it looks like we're not getting a free Will-O-Wisp, so we need to recruit one on full moon. The way you go about doing that is that you want to save here at this terminal at around beginning of 6.8 or late 5.8. And you can see on the right bottom corner there is the indicator.
Oh. Looks like some crunchy audio. Might need to back in and out of the call really quick.
Yeah.
While he's doing that, I'll just kind of finish this tangent. Basically, this game's encounter indicator in the corner. The encounter indicator has 3 phases. It blinks this like yellowish green color that you can see now. Once you get closer to an encounter, it will change to that orange color, and then once you are about to get an encounter, it will change red. This encounter radar is actually too low. It will change into red, and then after it blinks in red for a while, you will then get the encounter. The distance from yellow to orange and from orange to red and then red to encounter is the same. Those distances are all the same, and unfortunately I got the... Oh, wait, that's like... Right, I'm level 4, so lunge hits for 10. Are all the same, so what we try to do here is because we can recruit Will-O-Wisp at full, we try to set up our cycle. Unfortunately, there I missed it by like 2 steps. So that we force an encounter at full. So basically, we just kind of have to continuously reload until the game decides to give us a proper encounter rate. This rate is much too high, or much too low, rather. This one also... Okay, this might work. Something random that's worth noting is that when you load a save, the encounter aggro rate remains the same as it was when you loaded the save. So there I figured that a number of steps that was going to take me to get an encounter were close enough that I could get this encounter on full, and so I loaded my save, and here we are. Thankfully, this encounter did have a Will-O-Wisp in it. Nothing hurts quite like finally forcing the encounter and then there not being a Will-O-Wisp. It's no use! So unfortunately, well, you can recruit things on full, these demons on full. It's still not guaranteed, and it's somewhat random, so we have to just keep talking to him repeatedly until he decides to actually talk to us.
There's also a chance that they either attack you or run away, which is very unfortunate if that happens, so hopefully we can get the recruit here.
Come on. Ah! And there we go. Will-O-Wisp joined the party without our consent.
Nice. Alright, there's still 2 more recruits that we want to do in the medical center. One of them is level 5. So we do need to get that level up before the boss.
Yeah.
And then ideally find the recruits as well.
We also need to put some experience onto Will-O-Wisp. Will-O-Wisp, the reason why we want him recruited is because he has access to a couple really good skills that otherwise, aside from him, you'd have to wait for a really long time. The primary one that we want in this run is he has access to Makakaja, which is a magic attack buff. Nice misses. Which is going to be very important since we're building around magic that we have the ability to buff our magic attack. He also learns the ability Ribarama, which temporarily raises the encounter rate. This is useful for grinding as well as for forcing encounters for recruits and such. The unfortunate thing about Will-O-Wisp is that he is weak to all elemental magic, so he's a little bit of a liability to have in our party. So if we can get a bunch of encounters here before we start encountering the scarier enemies a little bit later into the dungeon, that would be nice. We all in all need to get about 100 EXP on him, in addition to we're going to be feeding him the experience points from 2 bosses. And that will be enough to teach him all of his skills. This is Shikigami. This is one of the other demons we need. We are level 4 so that we can recruit him. Papery Boy will be swapping in over Will-O-Wisp once we get Willy his experience. I will know that I've given Will-O-Wisp enough EXP if he hits level 3 before I fight Fornius. Alternatively, it's not too hard to get a feel for it. I'm not, like, rigidly counting his EXP or anything. We're going to this garden area to pick up a couple of items that will be useful later. And once I get into the next room, we can start encountering Huapo, who is the last demon that we need to recruit here. She is level 5, so I cannot recruit her quite yet. I need a little bit more experience before I can do that. She is also a little bit scary. She utilizes fire magic, which everything in the medical center, except for the pixie that joined us for free, is weak to fire. So if I get an encounter with a bunch of Huapos, it can be a little bit spooky. There's 2 of them here, which is a little bit better. Also, fortunately, they did not go first. AI scripting in this game is a little bit interesting, where demons will, like, some demons are fixed to behave a certain way, depending on certain criteria in the battle. For example, if Huapo goes first, she is scripted to... No, don't kill him, please! You can shoot him, that's fine. If Huapo goes first in an encounter, she is scripted to use Rakukaja, which is a defensive buff. And that makes her really, really hard to kill. So, thankfully there we went first, and this should be the last bit of EXP that we need to get MC to level 5, so the next Huapo we see we can actually recruit. And of course I get a follow-up, which is really fun. In this game, whenever you kill an encounter, there is a random chance that you will just get a follow-up. Skills like Ribarama increase the odds of that happening, and there's Will-O-Wisp learning Ribarama. The fact that he learned Ribarama naturally means that he has enough EXP. So that I don't have to have him in random encounters anymore. So I can take him out of my party, so I have a little bit less of a weakness liability. Because, as fun as getting farmed for press turns is, it's not exactly my favorite hobby. We talked to this
spirit outside of the room here. Once you defeat the boss, he will give you a nice gift of 850 maka. You basically make a bet with him that you cannot defeat the boss of this dungeon, and afterwards, if you come back to talk to him, you get the money. Quite important to do. It helps out a lot in the early game.
Yeah, funny enough, it's actually a different amount of money in this version than it is in literally every other version of the game.
Yeah, it's 850 in this game, but other versions it's 750, and I have no idea why that is.
Yeah, including, like, Nocturne HD, and I think even, like, the Japanese version of Maniacs. It's, like, just specifically the English translation, or the, Western release of Nocturne, where I think it's like that.
Yeah, it's pretty weird. But yeah, we basically want to have our recruit done before fighting the boss, because after you defeat the boss, the flag for guaranteed recruit success goes away. So yeah. Just trying to find a Huapo here.
And demons can be, like, variable difficulty to recruit depending on, like, a set, like, personality type that different demons have. And Huapo is a specific personality type that's actually very difficult to recruit normally. So we really, really want to get her recruited when we have the guaranteed recruit flag. When I was running around I ran around in that heal room for a little bit because you can't get encounters in that room. And I'm not loving the encounters I'm getting here. You can't get encounters in the heal room, and you cannot normally recruit demons when you are on full. Well, we did, like, you can do, like, special recruits on full. Normal demons just kind of flip out when it's full. And they're like, wow, the light is so pretty, oh my gosh! And they just won't talk to you. Nice chakra drop. So, as soon as we get this Huapo recruited, we can go fight Forneus.
Chakra drop is an item that lets you recover a percentage of your MP back. MP recovery items are pretty hard to come by. On normal difficulty, you might be able to get away with buying them because the shop prices are not triple, but on hard difficulty, they are very, very valuable.
The game's brightness changed with the Kagutsuchi cycle. That would be really interesting, but also probably painful on full. Alright, game has decided that Huapo is on vacation. Love to see it. I do want to be careful, like, I do need some experience here from encounters, but I want to be careful about not getting too much EXP, because otherwise it might mess up my level route a little bit. You'll also see me talking away encounters. I'm gonna use Ribarama here. You'll see me talking away the last enemy in an encounter. When you talk away an encounter, it guarantees that you won't get a follow-up. And also you don't get EXP for things that you talk away. So in this case, where I'm like at the cusp of leveling and I don't want to level here and then level from the boss, I'm gonna just try to talk away as much as I can until I can finally
if you already have the demon that you're conversing with, they will just leave you alone, and sometimes they can give you a small gift of money or items while they're doing that.
Where are the Huapos?
Yeah, that Huapo is not a uncommon encounter or anything. She's just not showing up today.
There she is.
There she. Yeah, It's the classic where you see her while you're not level 5, and after you hit level 5, she goes AWOL.
And so there you saw a rather obnoxious game mechanic that is thankfully only present in this game and SMT2. And that's interruption. If you try to talk to a demon that you don't have in your party while other demons are around, sometimes they will just be like, no, don't talk to my friend, and end your turn. However, like I said, I didn't mean to dismiss you, whatever. Like I said, I don't really have all that much EXP to spare, so I didn't want to kill one of them. But there we go, we finally got Huapo. And we can actually progress the video game now.
Yeah, so this is Forneus. He's a bit of a tutorial boss still. It's not overly difficult. He uses ice magic, which only Huapo is weak to, but we're not using her for this fight. He's weak to electric, so ideally what we want to do is set up our party in a way where our electric attack users are on slots 2 and 4 to maximize our press turn usage. And then we just punch him and use electric attacks to gain more press turns and so on and so forth.
Yeah, electric attacks also have the ability to inflict the shock ailment. When a demon is shocked, then all physical attacks against them are critical hits. So if we can actually land it, then we'll just swap to auto battle and just punch him really hard. If I can land it.
After he gets to low health, he will use one scripted action of Icy Death, which is a AoE ice attack, a bit stronger than... Actually, I don't think it's even stronger. I think it's about the same strength as Mabufu. But
I think it's actually slightly weaker. It just looks... Yeah, it just has the Glacial Blast animation for some reason.
Yeah, slightly weaker. So before winning, we ideally want to summon in our Will-O-Wisp to level up. And now that he's shocked, it's easy to finish him off. In this game, you don't see the enemy health bars, so you kinda have to gauge the amount of HP the enemies have left. When they're low health, you can see their animation change a little bit, depending on the boss.
Oh goody, I got strength.
Strength up. Defeating 4 nukes lets us get another Magatama. Magatama are these squiggly bugs that you can ingest, and what they do is they change your character's resistances. So our default Magatama Marogare doesn't have any weaknesses, but it doesn't have any resistances either. Switching to Wadatsumi makes it so that we resist ice, we null ice, and we are weak to electric. Other thing Magatamas do is that when you level up while wearing a certain Magatama, you can learn the skill that is on the Magatama, which you can check on the menu. If we level up now on the Wadatsumi Magatama, if we are at level 6, we learn the skill Ice Breath, which is a nice magic skill that hits multiple times. It hits 1 to 4 times, I believe.
It's variable based on how many enemies there are.
Yes. If there's only 1 enemy on the field, you can only hit up to 2 times with Ice Breath, but if there's multiple enemies, you can hit up to 4 times.
Yeah, it might be even more than 4, I think, but...
I think Ice Breath is only 4 and Fire Breath is 5, I believe.
Maybe, I forget exactly how much it is. But, either way, for whatever reason, in giving Demi-Fiend magic skills, they didn't want Demi-Fiend to just, have your boring, basic, like, Bufu Agi or Mabufu Miragi, like the standard spells. They gave him all, like, the special ones, so, like, Ice Breath, Fire Breath, Shock, Shock, and such. However, there is one slight problem with that approach that the fun fact for this run alludes to a little bit, and that's that the Force Elemental ability is an ability called Wing Buffet. Pixie will learn it when she learns her last skill. Demi-Fiend doesn't have wings, so he can't learn the Light Force Elemental attack. And the way that Atlas decided to get around this problem while still giving Demi-Fiend a Force ability is definitely a game design choice of all time, and is part of the reason why magic is actually quite obscene in this game for Demi-Fiend, which we'll see a little bit later. But just a bit of a teaser for those who've never seen this run before.
Another reason why magic is so good is that the boost skills in this game can be learned very early, and they boost the damage by 1.5 times, contrary to a lot of other games where the boost is a lot much less strong.
Yeah, boost in this game is equivalent to amp in the other games.
Yeah, basically, and you learn it at very low level.
I wonder who that strange gentleman is, and if he's featured from any video game series. So, we finally make it out onto the world map. We find out that there was some humans that escaped the medical center who might be our friends who were also in the center with us. But because Pixie helped us out, we agree to get her home to Yoyogi Park. And everyone that's played this game is about to get really upset with me, but goodbye, Pixie.
Yeah, so once you get to Yoyogi Park, you can let Pixie leave. And what that means is you get the Magatama Ankh early. It has pretty good healing magic, and it also has Null Expel on it as a resistance, which is quite helpful in some parts of the game. You can also buy it from the store, but this way you just get it a bit easier and you don't have to pay for it.
Yeah, also the store we buy it from isn't for a little bit, and we want to start learning skills off of it pretty immediately.
Yeah. Healing magic in this game scales off of your magic stat, and since Demi-Fiend is going to be built primarily going magic for the most of the run, he becomes actually a really good healer to the point where using a first tier healing skill like Media can actually full heal your entire party, even in the mid to late game parts of the run.
So we did let the Pixie go, however, we still need a Pixie for fusion material and such, and as a party member, so we just recruited ourselves another one. Now we're going to be committing war crimes against the Pixie population, because Pixie has a pretty decent chance of dropping both Chakra Drops, which are MP healing items, as well as Revival Beads. You saw there I got 2 Revival Beads from that last Pixie. These items are quite rare in this game, MP Restoration and the ability to revive your dead demons. So being able to farm them off of these Pixies is super, super valuable for some marathon safety. Which also means that we're going to be bullying some Pixies for a little bit. I turned on Reborama while I'm running through here just to maximize the amount of encounters I'm getting. Because there's some items here that I want to be picking up.
Yeah, I think the drop rate for items here is 5% for Chakra Drops and Revival Beach, so it's not super likely to get them, but we kill so many Pixies that the expected amount you get is at least a couple of each. The benefit of keeping the Pixie instead of letting her go, since that is also an option, is you get to keep the EXP that's already on her, since she can transform into High Pixie, which is a very good early game demon in this game. Learns a lot of good utility skills, and also the Wing Buffet skill we mentioned earlier.
Yeah, she's also like level 14
is...
when she evolves, so that's like a pretty high level for this early in the game.
Yeah, the other benefit of keeping her in the party is that you can open a burial chamber in the optional Kalpas, where you can get Uber Pixie, which is a high-level demon with quite high base stats, and she learns some good, decent skills. She's not that great of a demon, but it's a nice bonus thing that you can do with that.
She is capable of opening all the stat doors,
around,
which is kind of nice.
Yeah. You don't have to keep the specific Pixie around. You can also fuse her into other demons and keep that demon around. Or you can sacrifice her and keep the demon around that she was used as a sacrifice material for. But yeah, for the speedrun, none of the speedrun routes gets her, unless you're doing Hundo maybe. Maybe Hundo keeps her, I don't know.
I don't think Hundo even gets her. It's been a while since...
Yeah,
I only did like
know.
one Hundo playthrough, and I don't think we got Uber Pixie.
Yeah, makes sense.
But we get here to Shibuya. This is the first town area of the game. And we meet up with Chiaki. Also, the speakers say hee-haw on them, so hee-haw, everyone.
Hee-haw.
So here, Chiaki lets us know that she saw the same vision that we did of the voice in the sky that said that we needed to find a reason, capital R. And it seems to be some sort of mantra or ideal to live by. And so she's not entirely sure what that means, but she feels like she's duty-bound to figure that out, whatever that means. Given that we are some of the only humans that actually survived the conception. Which was the giant world-ending event.
The medical center where the conception took place is basically like the center part of it, and everyone else outside of the medical center has perished along with the conception.
Well, at least MC gets some of his MP back here, I guess. Sleep is an interesting ailment. It locks you down and makes you take more damage from the next thing that hits you. But while you're slept, you actually restore a little bit of HP and MP every turn, which is kind of cute. While we're here in Shibuya, we're going to be taking fights. We want to hit level 8 on the main characters so that we can learn Dia, which is the healing spell. We also need to get the freshly recruited Pixie we need to get to level 4 so that she can learn Reikunda, which is a defensive debuff, which will be useful for the next boss fight.
Yeah, buffs in this game stack up to 4 times. Both debuffs and buffs.
Hee-ho!
If you max out your buffs and debuffs, you get a 50% boost. So you can get up to 50% boost for defense, for example, by using Rakugacha, and you can debuff the enemies up to 50% by using debuffs. So we'll make use of those in pretty much every single fight from here on out. Buffs are really good in this game and definitely worth using.
Yeah. So the mysterious drink that we picked up before the conception turned into an item called a Soma. Somas are a full HP and MP heal to one party member, which is pretty cool. More importantly, however, Somas also sell for 6k Maka, which is the currency in this game. So selling that Soma, we're able to afford to purchase Iomante and Shiranui, which are 2 more Magatama. Like John mentioned before, Magatama is basically your equipment in this game. It's how you learn skills, it's how you change your affinities. And we want both of those Magatama because there's a series of skills on both of those that we really, really want. Here we're dropping into the Cathedral of Shadows. This is Mido. This is where we will be partaking in Demon Fusion later on in the game. Right now we don't have any demons we need to fuse, but we do want to. You have to tag the Cathedral in order to progress with the game, just because the game wants you to know that it's there and that it exists. But now we will be venturing into the next dungeon. We go into the terminal room and we see that Hijiri is actually here, that he has discovered that using the magical Amala cylinders, or Amala drums, that you can actually transport between locations through something called the Amala network. And that we... he also heard that there is an organization of demons called the Assembly of Nihilo that is being led by a human, which seems to have some sort of great influence in the area and might in fact be Hikawa, who Hijiri here is kind of determined to stop because he seems to be evil or something. So he's like, hey, the Assembly of Nihilo is based out of the town of Ginza, and even though there's no way to reach there by foot, I can send you through the network to Ginza. And so he tries to send us through there, but then something goes horribly wrong, and we fall into the Amala network.
Yeah, Amala Network is a recurring dungeon that you have to go through 3 times in the game. This is the first instance of that, and also the longest. This place has some pretty scary encounters. Another gimmick of the Amala networks is that you cannot you cannot recruit demons here while you're here. You can still talk to demons, but you cannot recruit them. There are a couple nasty encounters here, namely arrows that resists all magic. If you encounter, they can spawn in formations of 3 or 4 even if you get unlucky enough, and fighting those can take up a lot of time. Ideally, while we are here, we can use, if we encounter Aroses or Ertus, we can use the Pester ability on Huapo, which basically asks for money or items from demons that you encounter. That way we can hopefully earn a little bit more money while we are here. We'll hopefully get an example of that once we actually find something that we can pester.
Yeah, ideally, in fact, with pestering Earthuses, we want one specific... We do want money because having more money is always nice. But we also want a very specific item in the form of a Megiddo rock. Megiddo is an almighty element attack. Almighty is basically a special element in this game that cannot be resisted, but also doesn't hit weakness. But almighty attacks tend to be fairly powerful, especially this early on. So if we can get a Megiddo rock from the Earthus, it will allow us to basically one-shot the next boss with some setup, which would speed up the next boss exponentially. But of course, it's random to get it from him, and it seems like it's one of the things that you're a little bit less likely to get. We also need to continue fighting things in here. Like I said, I need to hit level 8 on the main character as well as level 4 on Pixie. Which we are getting a couple encounters. We don't want to overfight in here, though, because the next boss does give quite a lot of experience. And I don't want to double level from the next boss, so ideally we level up, but then don't get too much EXP after that. Which is also where pestering away Earthuses and such is going to be beneficial. Here I just hit level 8, and Pixie hit level 4, so ideally I'm not going to be fighting anything else in here, really. There's a nice free heal right here that we can take to restore the MP, because I have been using quite a bit. I got a full heal from Ankh, but getting my demons MP back is nice. I am watching the cycle right now. One interesting quirk of trying to escape from encounters, because you can escape from encounters on normal mode. However, if you try to escape from an encounter while you are on full Kagetsuchi, your run rate is, like, severely reduced. I don't know if it's halved or what rate it is by, but it's way harder to run away from encounters on full. So there I was trying to hopefully not get an encounter on full, which we made it just past full, and we'll be getting an encounter on 7-8.
Another thing the moon cycle affects is the mystical chests, which are these things you can open that give you a item. However, there's two types of item storages in the game. There are cubes and chests. Chests can give you the item that is supposed to be in there, or a life stone, depending on the moon cycle. The higher the moon cycle, the higher your chances to get the good item from them. On full moon it's guaranteed, on new moon it's basically impossible. It's technically possible because of a weird rounding error that is in the game.
Yeah, it's a Gen 1 miss situation where it's like a 1 out of 100 or something to get the contents.
Yeah, so there's one mystical chest in this dungeon that we want to pick up later, so the moon cycle management for that is also important. We don't want to take any extra steps, otherwise our moon cycle will be thrown out of whack.
Yeah, we have a decent bit of leeway as long as we don't just, like, actively go the wrong way.
Hey, look, there's something to pester.
Yeah, alright. Okay, is he gonna interrupt me? But we're good. Alright, another Mizio rock. Not great.
Mizio rocks are not very useful. It's just a AoE weak electric skill that you get from them. Ideally, you can also sell them, but they don't sell for very much, so you can kind of break even if you sell all of them that you get. But
they're kind of useful in the next dungeon, but after that, not particularly.
So here Hichiri opens up the path to the boss of the dungeon that we can head towards, but first we need to go and pick up the item because we need some extra money.
Yeah, you can see the chest right there in that scene. That chest contains a bead chain, which heals all of the party's HP to full. More importantly, it sells for 5,000 Amaka, so we really want that. Yeah,
the downside of going there this early to pick it up is that the encounter table changes towards that part of the dungeon where the enemies there are a lot scarier than they are on this hallway. Namely, you can encounter a Cronzon with pretty high likelihood, who is a demon that resists physical and has a pretty high HP pool and can hit decently hard. On normal mode it's pretty manageable, but still not something that you want to encounter if you can avoid it. Speaking of he is force weak, but since we don't have the high pixie we mentioned earlier, we don't have actually anything good to hit force weaknesses with currently.
I actually meant to pester there, but I hit left instead of right.
It's fine.
Yeah, the good news is that if I get a Quad Arrows encounter, I can flee from encounters. This isn't hard mode where you get into that encounter and you just are stuck there forever. I am going to run around in circles up here, though. The chest is just down the staircase, but the I believe it's down the treasure room has a higher chance of giving, like, the quad arrows encounter, so I want to kill as many steps up here first before I head into the treasure room.
The cubes also have decent stuff. The one final cube there is trap. Some cubes in this game contain traps that can, for example, mute your entire party or do damage to your entire party or poison your entire party, so we don't wanna obviously open up those.
That's unfortunate, it's full. I don't want to deal this. I think I want to just debuff them and then try to run.
Yeah,
We got it, okay.
Some of these fights can be pretty tricky to...
That was one step away from 782. That's funny.
So we're coming up now to the part where we have to fight the final boss of this dungeon. He's fairly difficult boss for the part of the game where you actually have to fight him. He hits pretty hard with fire magic, which is something that everything is basically weak to at this point in the game. There isn't many demons that can actually withstand fire attacks except Huapo that we currently have that resists fire. In addition to that, he has a mechanic. The fight starts at there's 6 different enemies, and after 3 turns they combine into one big enemy. So ideally, the more of the single target enemies you defeat before they fuse together, the weaker the fusion will be. If we had a Megiddo Rock, we would kill him before he gets the chance to do the fusion. But we don't have a Megiddo Rock, so we have to try and hopefully kill one Spectre here on the first 3 turns, because that makes the resulting fusion a lot weaker than it otherwise would be.
I don't have Secunda. Oh well.
Yeah, so ideally if you had Secunda you would be able to debuff their accuracy as well.
And stop that
from
from
happening.
Start.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically there's a configuration of the next fight that has, if all 6 of them merge, there's one if 5 or 4 merge. There's one if 3 or 2 merge, and then you could just kill all but one of them and they can't merge. So we really, really do not want to see the all 6 merge one. So we will kill one of them because at least the 4-5 one is more manageable. Yeah, we got that one. That's good.
All right.
I do have the MP for this. Yeah.
In the second phase, he hits harder and he gets access to the skill Fall Havoc, which is basically an almighty attack that targets your entire party. The damage output on normal isn't that high. We should be able to withstand that, but ideally, before winning the fight as well, we ideally... I mean, I forget. Do you want Willy to get the EXP here as well?
We need Willy to get the EXP here.
Yeah.
Well, we'll use that Tarunda since I don't have Secunda. That will weaken his attacks a little bit. Interestingly enough, and this is just a super random detail, the physical and magic attack buffs in this game are separated. So Tarukaja is physical attack, Makakaja is magic attack. However, the debuff for attack is actually shared, so Tarunda covers both physical and magic attack. The other mildly unfortunate thing about this fight is that this Spectre here resists all magic. So even though we've been going super heavy into magic, we can't really do a whole lot to it in terms of magic attacks. Good thing about bringing Will-O-Wisp in here is that he actually resists physical attacks. So if he just gets basic attacked, then it doesn't do very much to him. And that's Spectre down.
Yeah, one interesting thing about the Spectre is that if you kill the Spectre before they fuse together, you don't get the Sapphire that it drops. gems in this game are items that can be exchanged at the Rags Jewelry, which lets you change them for items.
Ah, that was a gold split.
Some of the items are quite some of the items are quite good that you can get. Not getting the sapphire means that you wouldn't be able to get a chakra pot, which is a MP full heal item. But since we did get it, we can actually get chakra pot as well. It's not worth. If you have a Megiddo Rock, it's still worth using it for this fight and not get the sapphire. But it's a nice thing to know.
Yeah.
And before leaving, we can just grab another full heal here for free, since healing at a shrine or a healing fountain costs a little bit of money.
Yeah, it's not like too terribly expensive, but for the point of the game that we're in, it is relatively pricey, and so we'd rather save all the money we can get. So when we try to leave the Amala network, we're suddenly pulled even deeper into Amala. This is the Amala Labyrinth. This is the True Demon ending dungeon that you have to clear if you want that ending. However, for me, it's going to be an opportunity for me to run to the bathroom really quick, so enjoy the cutscene.
Yeah, for the True Demon ending, there are 5 Kalpas that are separated by the Kalpa tunnels, and you would have to clear them. Some of them are quite long, and there's a few boss fights that are a little bit tricky to get through if you were going for this ending. But since this is a any percent run, we'll be ignoring this for the rest of the run, basically. While you complete the Kalpa tunnels or the Kalpas, you get these tidbits of more lore and information about the conception, among other things, if you talk to the man in the wheelchair. But yeah, we'll be just ignoring most of it. Except for this part, which is a mandatory part of the game in the Maniacs version.
Woo! Great cutscene. Yeah, awesome. Applause. For some reason, in the HD version of this game, they added a applause sound effect to all of those Lucifer dialogue scenes. So sometimes it's fun to just start cheering whenever they start or end. Alright, we have made it to Ginza. If we were to run around this area, we would pretty quickly discover that we can't make any headway as far as the Assembly of Nihilo is concerned. But we do hear that they are at war with another group of demons called the Mantra, who are based out of Ikebukuro. So we decide to try to make our way to Ikebukuro via the underpass of Ginza to maybe see what's going on with them. I'm going to force an encounter right here to see if I can get a Jack Frost. Nope, Datsueba. Don't... Oh, of course. I was gonna say, actually, I shouldn't have done that so I could try to pester her, but then, of course, I get the shock. Datsueba is an old lady personality demon, and Huapo's pester ability has a pretty good chance of just auto-succeeding on demons with that personality type. So you could just talk to her, and there's a good chance that she'd be like, "Oh, it's such a cute child. Here, have this," and then she can give you like chakra pots and other good items.
Yeah, so in this part of the game, the map opens up a bit. You can go over this long bridge to get to the area that is protected by the members of Assembly of Nihilo, but we're not interested in that. Instead, we'll try to make our way through the underpass section. What Freedom is doing now is setting up the moon cycle, since we need to open a mystical chest at the end of this section. So setting up the moon cycle on the world map is a lot faster than spinning around inside. Every 16 steps basically makes the moon cycle advance by 1. And yeah, doing it on the world map is a lot faster, so we'll be doing that a few times during the run.
Because this is a marathon taking like every single safety save possible. This next stretch can be a little bit spooky.
This warehouse part has a couple nasty demons, this being one of them.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Shatterskull is a demon that is pretty high level at this point. I think he's like level 16. He hits pretty hard, and if he gets to low enough HP, he can use Last Resort, which is a almighty damage which makes himself die, but he also does a lot of damage to everyone else. But yeah, Health Rust also hits like a truck.
Friendly reminder, I am playing on normal difficulty. Oh, nice luck. Well, I have 5 revival beads, so items are there to be used.
Yeah, once you get down the ladder here, Shatterskull stops spawning. He only spawns in this very small section of the warehouse for now. Well, he also spawns in Ginza as well, and in some parts of Ginza, not every room, but yeah. Over here, there's a lot of enemies that are weak to fire. We don't have fire breath yet, right?
We do have fire breath.
Did
we got it from Spectre.
Yeah, we do. Yeah. So fire breath is very good for this part. Yeah, to deal with random encounters. And we see this weird hooded figure that gets surprised by seeing us, so we're gonna chase after him. Yeah, Sudama has a pretty high base agility, so it can be a pretty tricky target to hit. They're also weak to fire. They also have a decent amount of HP, and they also have a similar gimmick to Shatterskull, that they can also explode if you let them live at a very low HP.
Yeah, their ability is Kamikaze instead, which is single target instead of everyone. But still pretty nasty.
The base damage is also a bit higher, and it can also crit. So over here you can pick up a couple Maragi rocks, which are quite helpful since a lot of enemies are weak to fire.
Yeah, especially we're going to be doing some grinding in a little bit against fire weak enemies, so having that as a backup in case I run low on MP or whatever is pretty helpful. I didn't actually see what my chakra drop count was. I feel like I probably have a decent number though.
I think you have like 7 maybe.
Okay, cool.
Something like that.
Here I'm actually going to use Secunda. Secunda lowers the accuracy and agility of all of the enemies. Just one of them will guarantee that my Huapo here won't miss, so that'll help with clearing this.
Yeah, it's worth using. The evasion and accuracy does not change between difficulties with normal and hard, so even on normal difficulty it's...
I did not know that Slime had Last Resort.
Yeah, Slime also has it. A lot of enemies here have it.
I knew the Blob did, I didn't know that Slime did. Yeah. That's okay. Well, that's fun. I mean, it wasn't very strong because it's a slime, but still. The psychological damage is the real thing there.
So now we made it through the first part of the underpass, and we get to meet these twitchy fellows called the mannequins. They are basically people who live underground over here. They're just very peaceful fellows, and they were scared of us, but it's all good.
Yeah, they are basically human souls and Magatsuhi, which is sort of like a demonic energy source, or like negative human emotions made manifest. That have all sort of collected into the mud, and so they're basically mud people. They've been used by the mantra for essentially slave labor, and so they're a little wary of demons. Ah, that was interesting. This game's camera and controls I like to describe as basically trying to run a marathon while drunk. Or the experience of being a drunk toddler, one of the two. This game's movement's very weird and takes some getting used to, so you saw some interesting movement stuff there. A lot of the time when I move around, I'll be holding the circle button down because it locks your movement to 4 directions and prevents some of that weird swinginess with pathing. Random little movement tech. If you hold circle while you're running through water, you actually run faster. The water is supposed to be slowing your movement, but for some reason, holding circle just disables that. This area really, really hates Shikigami right now. Sure, have my rock.
Yeah, so these guys are Isoras. They hit pretty hard and they're level 14. In water areas, you have a higher encounter rate, so... And Isoras are the only thing that can spawn in the water areas, so we'll be seeing a lot of them. They're also very efficient DXP. In water, you also have higher chance of follow-up encounters, so we'll be fighting here in a little while after we do a couple errands over
this route does the
other
grinding
side
here.
of the... Oh, right. Yeah.
So in a little bit, yes, as in like right now.
Right. They also hit pretty hard with... Well, they have Venom Bite, and which can also inflict poison, and they also have Ice Breath, which Huapo is weak to, so ideally we can avoid that.
If the game hits Demi-Fiend with Ice Breath, ever. I am wearing Wadatsumi, so I do void Ice, but we're currently 0 for 2 on Ice Breath actually hitting MC. Yeah, if you ever want to, like, get motion sickness playing this video game, do literally anything with the right stick. And you will immediately start to feel, and you'll immediately discover motion sickness.
Another thing about the Isora's AI is that if you deal about 50 damage or more to them, they will use media to heal themselves instead of attacking you. So that way you kind of know what they do. Also, another neat thing about follow-ups in this area is that the follow-ups work in cycles. So if you defeat an encounter with 3 Isoras, the next follow-up has 2 Isoras. If you defeat 2 Isoras, the next follow-up has 1 Isora. If you defeat 1 Isora, the next follow-up has 3 Isoras. So we can kind of predict how the encounter chain is going to go if we get follow-ups. Then I'll get 3. Yeah. The reason why we do this grinding part is because of the very, very infamous boss that awaits us at the beginning of the second part of the underpass in a little while. And for that we want to be a bit higher level so we can use higher level demons, because in this game your main character's level determines what is the fusion cap that you can use demons. So if you're level 14, that is the cap of the fusion levels that you can demons you can fuse.
Slight MP optimization I'll do here is that for these single Asuras, I'll just auto battle them even if it's a little bit slower because it can save some MP. Each one of MC's fire breaths costs 9 MP, and we don't have a ton of MP at the moment. We did just learn Mana Bonus, which is increases your maximum MP by 10%, which is pretty helpful for this early part of the game. But our resources are still somewhat limited. I do have some chakra drops to restore my MP if needed, but ideally, I would be able to make it last a bit longer. Hopefully this is the last enemy I get, because I'm actually getting a lot of EXP here, and I need to swap my Magatama. Or not.
Yeah, you can try and pester one of them away if you are worried about the EXP gain.
Oh, I didn't hit that one at all. 0 for 3.
Yeah, the Isora attacks really like to avoid hitting the one target who actually null sized.
Alright, let's just, hi! Wanna be my friend? Thanks, bro. Hey, give me a Miragi Rock, too, which is really random that they can give you those. Oh yeah, I'm so glad I did that.
Yeah, that's... over-leveling is kind of annoying because that will mess up your skill learning pretty badly, and then you need to adapt.
So, we mentioned that
Also,
High Pixie is actually really, really good. We will not be getting High Pixie in this run. It will,
Yeah.
We need to be able to fuse a specific demon, and the way this game's fusion system works without getting, like, super nitty-gritty into it, basically, we need one of the materials to be Pixie and not High Pixie. If it's High Pixie, we will get a different demon that we don't want to be fusing. So we're going to be keeping Pixie as Pixie.
Fusion result, or one thing that determines fusion result, is the combined level of the fusion material. So if you have high Pixie, you will get a different result in the fusion because the combined level of the fusion material is higher that way. So we don't want that to happen. Alright, level 12, I get fast retreat. A very good skill on normal difficulty. On hard mode, it does literally nothing. But on normal difficulty, it increases the escape rate by a decent amount. So we will be running away from a lot of encounters in this run. So having fast retreat helps out a lot with that.
We're just grinding encounters in the water here until we hit new. Once we hit new, we will continue forward with the dungeon. We just, like John said earlier, we had to set up our cycle for getting another bead chain. And so we're just grinding here, because we need to grind anyway, and so we just do it now. While waiting for our cycle to progress. No, do not evolve.
So effects like Estoma that prevents encounters and Riberami that increases encounters always run out on New Moon, which is a big, like, shows that the new day start, basically, so they always go away on New Moon.
And Pixie does have Wing Buffet now, so we can use her to do some decent chip damage. I think he's... oh no, okay, they're both getting healed. That's good. Unfortunately, my turn order's a little bit awkward right now, but...
yeah, turn order in this game is determined by your agility stat. The higher agility demons and characters in the party will act first. In addition to changing your affinities, the Magatamas that you wear will also give you a stat boost towards your 5 major stats. So if you get agility from a Magatama, that can also switch up the party order. Also, your demon stats are random. They are weighted towards certain stats, but they're not guaranteed to level up and get those stats. So if the demons gain a lot of agility on level up, that can also switch up the turn order to something that you would not want it to be, since you cannot determine it yourself in this game.
Yeah, Pixie is very heavily weighted towards luck, and yet she got agility in the last 2 level ups, which is kind of what's causing some of the weird turn order stuff now.
Yeah, so we tried to advance to the second part of Underpass, but the guy at the gate is like, no, you cannot come here yet, so we need to find another way through, or... well... So here's another mystical chest. This one has the bead chain. Get it on full moon, it's guaranteed.
Yeah, basically the guard is trying to keep the Mantra, who are in Ikebukuro, out of the mannequin village, and he's like, well, if I let you out, I could, like, the Mantra could come in, and there's a lot of scary things past here, so, like, I really shouldn't let you through. But we do need to get through there, so we're going to see if we can talk to another mannequin to pull some strings to get us through. What's my... Okay, my TNL's still pretty high. If you hear John or myself reference TNL, that means to next level. Just occasionally I'll just check to see how close I am to leveling to see if I need to swap my Magatama or not. So there I'm at 408 experience to level, so I am fine to keep my Void Ice on. If I were a good bit closer than that, then I would need to swap my Magatama to learn a skill.
So we talked to this collector mannequin who tells us that he can help us get through the gate if we find a 1,000 yen bill for him, which, you know, pretty specific. But yeah, if you were playing casually, you would go to this bar area in Ginza where you could learn about Loki's hidden room or Loki's room, and if you go there, you will find the item that you're looking for. You don't need to go to the bar, but that's just helpful information if you do go there. But since this is a speedrun, we know where to go anyway.
Yeah, in general, Nyx's bar is sort of intended to be like your hint area for the game. At any point in the game, if you are kind of confused as to where you need to go, because sometimes this game's plot flags are a little out there, usually there will be an NPC at Nyx's bar that will have some sort of tip about, like, hey, I hear something's going on in this place, or etc. It's never required in the main game to visit the bar. To get the True Demon ending, you do have to go in there once, but for regular playthroughs, you never have to go in there, but you can usually find some helpful information.
Yeah, in older SMT games, fortune tellers and bar areas were the places where you can get hints on the playthrough about where to or how to progress if you ever get stuck. Because SMT games, even the older ones like SMT1 and SMT2 have pretty open worlds. You can pretty much go anywhere except for, like, you know, sectioned off areas, but the world map is pretty large, so it's easy to get lost if you don't know where you're going. While we head to the Loki's room, we need to take a bit of a detour to get there through a warehouse area, and over there's a few mystical chests that we want, so we also want it to be full moon once we get there.
Oh, I should have talked them away first. You can get some good stuff pestering Apsaris, but you need to actually talk away the the Huapos first, so they don't do that. Alright. Hi, be my friend. Give me stuff. I like stuff. Nice revival bead. Thank you for stuff.
Yeah, revival beads are pretty common from Apsaras too, if you pester her. They're very good items as well, so nice to get. There's Hee-Ho.
I do need myself a Hee-Ho. Just gonna talk you away. Jack Frost can be a little annoying to recruit sometimes, but we'll see what happens. Hi. Nag, nag, nag.
Nag is a passive skill that can let Huapo interject into conversations, and that way you can get...
Ooh, I got knock raindrop.
When it works, that lets you recruit the demon with less of a cost. You don't need to give them as many things if it works. Sometimes it just doesn't work. It's not that good of a skill.
Yeah, there's some really good talk skills, and then, like, a lot of the interruption skills are kind of eh. Alright, I don't really need to be fighting these super weak things. Game really wants me to be fighting the super weak things, apparently. Alright, and my party is correct, so...
Yeah, while we are trying to leave the Loki's room here, we get interrupted by a troll. Troll is a fight that hits pretty hard and uses ice magic, and that also hurts a decent bit. However, you can ailment him. He doesn't null any ailments, so
In fact, he's weak to them.
if you charm him, he can miss out on all of his turns. Ailments in this game last for a very long time. I mean, well, it depends. They can last for one turn, but they can also last for like a very long time. So ideally, on the next turn we land a charm. This fight can also be instant killed with Hama spell, but that's not really worth. Okay.
Thank you, Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne.
Yeah, double hit from Berserk and crit as well is not ideal.
Right. I mean, I could have played that differently to get the 2 Secundas up before I went for the sexy gaze, and that would have made it more likely that it would have landed, but... Still very silly.
If you have 2 Secundas up, I think the miss chance of sexy gaze drops down to 4%. Not sure what it is with only one.
I was waiting for her to just Hama me, by the way.
It should still be pretty high chance of being able to land it even with 1 Secunda, but that's unfortunate.
I'm mostly bummed about losing that Jack Frost recruit, because now I have to get him again.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate part, yeah. Now watch the Jack Frost not join you for 10 attempts.
Right, and then I run out of life stones, and then it's like, well... Hi, Shatterskull.
Hopefully it doesn't come down to that.
If Shatterskull's at full HP, he will only spam Secunda, so you can just flee from him, at least in normal mode.
Yeah.
In hard mode, it's kind of miserable, because then you can't really hit him.
Yeah, on normal difficulty, it's a bit of a blessing, but then on hard mode, it's a bit of a curse, since if there's multiple Shatterskulls and they go first, your accuracy is going to be debuffed for the entire fight, and that can turn into pain pretty quickly.
Alright, well, we have a chance at another one. And scammed.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. So emeralds can be exchanged for pots of death, which are not going to be that useful. The sapphire is quite nice for the 2 sapphires get you a chakra pot, and then pearl gets you a balm of rising, which is revival item that revives the target to full HP.
Alright, let's try this again.
This time
I'll be safe
hopefully this
and
time,
just pass. Hurricane to him, though.
Yeah, Troll has a pretty high HP pool, but after you land the charm, the fight gets pretty easy, since he has only 1 press stone, and whenever he's charmed, when he recovers, that will take away his press turn, so he can never attack, recover and attack on the same turn, which makes this like very safe after you land the charm.
This fight is kind of a pain in the butt in the HD version of this game, though, because HD broke how ailments work. So you will always recover from ailments after 1 turn, so this fight you have to, like, reapply charm every single turn, and it's a little obnoxious, but thankfully we are not playing Nocturne HD for a myriad of reasons. And that's Troll down. Alright, let's learn Secunda.
Also drops a beat chain when you defeat him, and that's another beat chain that we will sell for money in a little while.
Alright.
But alright,
now we have to
now
get
that it's
Jack
done,
Frost.
Yeah, we need Jack Frost as fusion material. I will be doing some fusions next, so this is the last point where you can recruit him. If you don't have him by this point, you have to force the recruit. He has a pretty high chance of spawning in this beginning area room over here, so we'll be just running around until we get the recruit.
Friend. Scanned. Alright, we got him.
Right,
that can take a while
bad.
sometimes, so getting it pretty immediately like that is very helpful. Alright, now we have some fusioning to do.
Yeah, so the goal of these fusions that we are doing is to make a Lilum. Lilum is a pretty decent demon. She has Dark Might, which is what we kind of want. Or does she learn Dark Might from Jack Frost?
She gets it from Jack.
I don't think he... Yeah. So we'll make Lilum from Breda and Jack Frost to get Sukukaja and Dark Might on her.
Yeah, so this is the reason why we needed Pixie to not evolve, is because we need to fuse this Preda. And we need to give it Makakaja in order for it to have it in the compendium later. We aren't going to pass Makakaja to Lilum, but we need to buy him from the compendium later. Ideally, also, when we get Makakaja, we do not have Zio on. Oh, that actually had it. Okay, this one works too. We do not want this Preda to know Zio, because Lilum really likes to learn electric skills, and so if Zio is in the skill pool, she will like only try to learn that, and that can make things a little annoying.
Yeah,
His
so
first fusion cutscene is
Might
unskippable, so we're just kind of chilling.
Yeah. It's also the only fusion in the run that can't accident, which is very nice. Even though Nocturne has a very low fusion accident rate, unless you're fusing on full moon, which is what is required to do sacrificial fusions.
I believe it's raised on new as well, but...
Yeah, probably.
Alright, so here we want Sukukaja and Dark Might.
Yeah, so Dark Might is an ability that when you attack an enemy with a regular attack on full moon, it will... Dark Might is when you attack on new moon, it will always crit. There's another ability called Bright Might that is the same, but on full moon. So if you attack on full moon, the attack will always crit. They're very, very strong moves if you just set up your moon cycle.
Today I learned Reborama is really noisy. Slight nomenclature explanation. If you hear us refer to a skill as noisy, this game has an internal skill weighting whenever you fuse. Every skill is ranked. And lower level skills are more likely to get passed in fusion. So if you have a bunch of low level skills when you're trying to fuse a demon with specific skills onto it, then that fusion is deemed as being very noisy because there's a lot of other stuff that can interrupt your ability to learn that skill.
Yeah, demons also have preferences towards what skills they want to learn. Some demons are more biased towards learning support skills, for example, or certain types of elements that can also influence the amount of skills that are in the rotation. HD added the manual fusing so you can select all of the skills, but the base game of Nocturne does not have that. So you do have to exit out of the fusion menu and go back to reroll the skills.
Alright, spin to increasing 6, and then we'll go to the next boss.
Yeah, so the next boss is what we call a fiend. Fiends are bosses that are connected to the true demon ending. You need to defeat all the fiends to be able to get that ending. However, some fiends are on our path when we try to progress through the game. The first one is the only fiend that is mandatory to fight, but there's a couple other bosses that we may have to fight depending on how our... whenever you encounter a fiend on the world map, you can try to run away from them, but that is not a guaranteed success. So we might, depending on how the run goes, we might end up fighting a couple more fiends along the way as well.
Yeah, there's one fiend that I'm just planning on straight up fighting because it's better than to do that than to try to... one sec.
Irashai.
Irashai!
So yeah, we'll sell the beat chains and we buy a couple Magatamas from here. We buy Kamuto, which has resist fizz and some decent skills, and Hifumi that has a null force, which is very crucial for the next boss fight.
My money was pretty good, so I also bought a chakra drop.
Yeah, the luxuries of normal mode, being able to buy a chakra drop.
I am actually going to take this fight because I'm somewhat close to leveling, and if I level with Diamante on here, I can learn Secunda, which will be helpful for Matador. Shigeyami's critting like like mad here. Goodness. All right. Oh, that's unfortunate.
So whenever you let a Magatama shake, you can get a effect. Some Magatamas don't have negative effects affiliated with them. Some are just, for example, heal MC to full. Some Magatamas, like Iomante here, has a 30% chance when it shakes to full party heal, or the negative to poison your entire party, which is what happened there.
Or just poison MC, not your entire party.
Sorry, yeah.
That would be really bad.
Difficulty, yeah, that would be pretty bad. On normal difficulty, you can buy status cures for decently cheap. Is my microphone done again?
Yeah, basically, Magatama have different effects, which can include inflicting ailments on you. Normal mode, we can do it for pretty cheap, so it's not... buying status cures is pretty cheap. In hard mode, you have to be a little bit more careful about some of your Magatamas that you let shake. Specifically, the Magatama Hifumi that I currently have equipped has the ability to either full heal your entire party or stun you. And the full heal can be really useful, but sometimes the stun can be pretty devastating. So in hard mode, you have to be kind of careful about whether or not you consider whether or not you want Hifumi to heal you, or to risk the stun from Hifumi. In normal mode, we can buy status cures for fairly cheap, so we just kind of let it rip all the time.
There's also skills like Posumudi and Parolari that can cure status cures, but yeah. The trigger for Matador is on that hallway, so we wanna fight him on New Moon in order to use Dark Might, which is the guaranteed crit ability that I mentioned earlier.
Alright, this is Matador, everyone who's vaguely familiar with this game's favorite boss fight.
Yeah, so Matador has a unique ability called Red Capote, which buffs his own agility to maximum. So whenever he uses that, he always is guaranteed to use at the beginning of the fight. He's very difficult to hit. So what we want to do is to reduce his agility back down to +1. If you ever get his evasion back down to 0, he's guaranteed to use Red Capote again. So we don't want that to happen. Ideally, we want the buff differential to be +6, I believe, to be able to comfortably fight him.
Yeah, us at +4, him at
this
+1.
route. Yeah.
Our first priority, though, is getting our Rakukages all the way maxed. Getting our defense maxed means he'll output way less damage, because his damage output is rather high. And we're using, like, other than the Lilim, we're using base-level demons to do this fight, which is definitely not recommended. But once we get maximum defense, it's more manageable.
He hits pretty hard with force attacks, which is why we wanted Hifumi to get rid of his press turns. He has 1000 HP in total. Once you get to 500 HP, he will switch to phase 2, which lets him use Taunt, which is an ability that reduces our defense by 2 stages. It also buffs our attack by 2 stages, and he also gets access to Andalusia, which is his unique physical ability that hits quite hard. So we ideally want to set up the damage our damage in a way where we get close to 500 but don't push him over that.
This is +3.
Unfortunately, we don't have Media, so our healing is a bit inconvenient with only single target healing spells and items.
+4.
But with magic build on MC, our DS still heals quite a bit.
Let's see, I'm actually going to Chakra Drop Shikigami here, so that next turn I can do another Tarakaj to help speed this up a little bit. Once you're at +4 and he's at +1, you start having a pretty decent chance to dodge his attacks. He does still have pretty high stats and is a fairly high level, so it's not perfect, but it's at least manageable, and now we just kind of go all in.
So this is a phase push turn. Ideally, well, yeah, Andalusia doesn't hit that hard on normal apparently, so it would be pretty free win from here on out.
Yep, we should win next turn. Alright, and for those of you who are just joining us, I regret to inform each and every one of you that you just missed Matador. Ah, dang, Hifumi.
Yeah, unfortunately no party heal. If you get full party heal from Hifumi, the next section gets a lot more comfortable.
Yeah, it's still not too bad. I just have to use a few more items than I would normally want to, but this is why I picked up, like, the extra Chakra Drop from the shop.
There's another chance for Hifumi full hit. Well, actually, no, there is not in this route, right?
I can get a Wadatsumi heal, though, which would be just on MC, but it would still be nice.
There are some encounters here that can be kind of annoying, like Fomorian and the Shatter Skull that we saw before. They can both also spawn here. Fighting, well, actually Fomorian can't spawn yet. He will spawn a bit further in, but
I think he can spawn here? I could be wrong. I might just be thinking
I don't think he can spawn. I don't think Fomorian can spawn yet. But before we continue, we want to get this mystical chest again, so we need to get to full moon, so we're gonna spin around a little bit here.
Yeah, the as nice as fighting Matador at New O'Clock is for Dark Might, it does it does mean that we're a little bit awkwardly set up for actually getting the Mystic Chest here. But it's not too bad since we need the EXP anyway to learn Ice Boost here at level 15. Oh, really? We want to learn Ice Boost. Again, it increases our ice damage by 50%, which is a very big boon for us here.
Yeah, it helps us to fight some encounters better, and there's one Ice Week boss coming later that it's very useful to have that for.
The blobs are interesting enemies because they are only technically weak to ice. However, these like blob, slime, and then their big brother black ooze are actually unique in that while they do have a specific magical weakness, they do just take more damage from magic in general.
Yeah, that's kind of the trade-off they have.
But...
Kind of the trade-off since they do have resist fizz, which is very valuable this early on in the game. But they do have a bit of weakness to magic to compensate for that.
Oops. Alright, we just need a couple more fights to learn Ice Boost, and then from that point I can just more or less run from the rest of the encounters in this area. So magic stat does not determine magic defense in this game. It's just a special hard-coded unique resistance. In some SMT games, the magic stat is a sort of magic defensive stat, but Nocturne does not function that way. Some bad targeting luck there, but it's not the end of the world. There we go. It says hacking blob was immortal. I do not need Secunda for anything. That was just a fun little thing for Matador. Ah, dang, Yomante, or Wadatsumi didn't shake. Well, good news is I don't really need to fight anything for the rest of the dungeon, but the heal would have been nice, because just to get me a little bit more EXP. Yeah, exactly. So they just, like, have a secret 25% weakness that doesn't pop up in Compendium, or that doesn't pop up in their stat sheet or anything, but they just take extra damage. It's a similar thing for, like, Fomorian in this game. Fomorian has a secret 25% resistance to physical. He's not marked as being physically resistant or anything. He just secretly takes 25% less damage from Fizz. Just gonna kill this one encounter for... Yeah, exactly. All Mitamas secretly resist magic. Alright, so yeah, now I'm just not going to bother with encounters for the rest of the dungeon. Wanted to get that little bit of extra EXP to set me up for later, but I am... The mana tank is empty, and I don't want to waste chakra drops when I don't need to, so... There is a diamond in a mystic chest over there that I would have the option of going for. You can trade them for great chakras, which heals everyone's MP to full. We're not going to bother with it, though, because spinning for it takes a while, and we are actually pretty good on MP. There's Fomorian. This is a really awkward encounter to go first.
Yeah, it's quite annoying. They can crit pretty hard if you get unlucky. Also, Toxic Cloud can inflict poison, which is not fun.
Yeah, thankfully, Shikigami actually has the passive ability Anti-Curse, and poison skills in this game are technically Curse Element, or Curse Attribute. So he takes very little really. So he takes very little damage from Toxic Cloud, thankfully. Because his health was getting a little bit sketchy there, but our paper endured. Yeah, SMT5 Vitality is just straight up all defense. Picking up the Soma Drop. Soma Drops restore a good chunk of both HP and MP to one person. That'll be a nice healing later. Yeah, 4 and 4A have no defensive stats. 4A tries to compensate from it by having armor give you, like, pretty large amounts of HP. Oh, I don't want to fight this. I think I'm gonna just use my smoke ball here.
Yeah, that's the safe thing to do.
I have a bunch of Mazio rocks, but I don't think throwing 2 would kill them, unfortunately.
No.
And I think I can barely make it out. Cool.
There's another mystical chest here that has a magic innocence. Innocence are stat boosting items that give +1 to the...
Unfortunate.
Well, there we go, 7 out of 8. So on 7 out of 8, when you open a mystical chest, you still have a very high chance of getting the item, but unfortunately didn't get it this time. Magic Incense is not that important to the run, but it would be nice to have.
Yeah. Incenses in this game give you +1 to whatever, to the appropriate stat, while also giving you a full HP heal. So having that magic incense would be nice for just a free backup heal, or being saved for a demon later to guarantee it's a stat threshold. I go back and forth on whether or not I want to use that one on Kurama or not.
Well, there's a couple other magic incenses in the game that you can find, so...
Yeah, immediate encounter in Ikebukuro. That's very annoying.
Yeah, Ikebukuro has some nasty encounters like Momu no Fuke that can crit with Brutal Slash. That hurts a decent bit.
I think he just uses Lunge. I don't think he can use Brutal Slash.
Is it Lunge? Oh, yeah, it's Lunge, yeah.
If he could use Brutal Slash, that would be absolutely terrifying. Because that would just kill you, I think.
On higher difficulties, yeah, probably.
Yeah. Alright, so we made it to Ikebukuro, so now we can snoop around the Mantra's headquarters to kind of see what's going on with them. See if we can figure out anything about fighting the Assembly of Nihilo. I'm going to do some fusing here. Once you get to Ikebukuro, you get access to the Demon Compendium, so you can rebuy any demon that you previously have recruited or fused. So Pixie and Jack Frost for an Eros. We want it to have Bufu and Dark Might. Eros is nice because he resists all magic. And then Uli Kodama for Datsueba. And then Shigami Datsueba to make a Doge.
Inugami is a very good demon. He learns Medea and he also evolves into Makami later. Basically all demons that have the evolve mechanic tied to them are quite strong. Since evolving is one way to get a demon that is higher than your MC's level cap. And also they usually have very good affinities and usually some decent skills as well.
I'm rolling for one skill.
Daruka has a pretty high rank skill, so sometimes it takes a bit to show up.
But yeah, Inugami into Makami will be in our party, in our demon stock for the rest of the game. He might not be in our party the whole time, but at least he will be in our stock for the remainder of the game because he's really, really good.
Yeah, there you saw a back attack. On normal difficulty, back attacks don't crit, but on higher difficulties, the back attack is also a guaranteed crit.
Oh, nice. I froze both of them. Oh, and I was targeting... Wait, why were you targeting Muminofu? What the heck?
Yeah, the targeting sometimes doesn't really make sense. You would think that your party would target enemies from left to right, like that would make sense, but for some reason sometimes they just target random enemy from the formation for seemingly no reason.
Yeah. So there I was hoping to have Lilim smack one of the frozen Inugamis for the critical, but evidently that was not to be. Wait, who would put Inugami Eros? We don't need Lilim to get any more EXP. We need to put a decent bit of EXP onto Eros. If we don't put all the EXP onto him, then it's no big deal. He learns the ability Anti-Mind, which is gives you resist to mind element ailments, such as panic, charm, sleep. And that will be... If he learns it, it can be passed on to another demon that we're going to be fusing later to hopefully be useful down the line. But it also is, just makes you resistant to it, doesn't actually protect you from those ailments entirely. So if we don't get it, then it's fine. Leveling Eros, though, does mean we will get more skills onto that demon that we are fusing, so that's unfortunate. That's doubly unfortunate. Berserk is a really fun skill because if you ever use Berserk, you'll swear it's literally the worst skill that has ever been created. The enemies use it, and it is just the strongest thing that you've ever seen in your life.
Yeah, so this room has the forced only encounter. It's not mandatory to fight, but you do get a beat chain for doing it, and also you get a strength insanity from the mystical chest, which is not that important, but the beat chain is what we're really looking for when we come here.
Yeah, I pick it up for Orthrus later. Makes his stun claw actually do quite a bit of damage. Versus the Seraphim if he gets the chance to use it. Alright, and now we heal again, and then we go do the mantra fights. Actually, I don't know what my TNL is. I don't want to take a fight here.
Yeah, another thing that getting the full moon chest there does is that it will set your moon cycle up, so it's new moon when you do the mantra fight, so you have access to Dark Might.
Yo, thank you for the
Yes,
good
we
luck.
did get to
Appreciate
the
it.
area. We did get to the area that is controlled by the mantra. So we're about to go head on inside and see what the deal is with them.
Rude. So we enter the Mantra HQ and we find that Isamu has somehow managed to actually make it all the way here. Who's getting yelled at by a very tall Thor. And Isamu's very worried about our teacher, who we haven't seen this whole time. He seems to know something about her, but then he gets bonked and yeeted across the room by Thor. So, not feeling particularly talkative about after that, especially since Thor is now about to suck all of the Magatsuchi out of Isamu's brain. Which, as we'll learn to find out, also basically removes his ability for critical thinking. Isamu is kind of an idiot. That said, for those who are curious, for any percent, we do go for the Musubi ending, which is Isamu's ending. Mostly because the alignment fight that, or his reason fight is a complete pain in the butt and really slow, so we don't want to deal with it.
Yeah, so we get thrown into jail for loitering around Ikebukuro. We have to stand trial. The way Mantra does trials is a way of if you're strong enough to survive, then you're innocent, and if you die, you're guilty. So we have to go through the gauntlet with 3 fights in it back to back.
Yeah, the Mantra's entire philosophy and existence is that might makes right. So obviously, if you're strong enough to beat the crap out of everyone else, that means that you're right. Whatever it means to be right in that situation. Here we're just going to spin around a little bit to get to new. We want to use Dark Might against the all of the bosses in this gauntlet. And we now have 2 demons with Dark Might in the form of Lilim and Eros. We won't be using Lilim for this fight, but we'll be using her for some of the later ones.
Yeah, so the first fight is Orthrus. He hits pretty hard with fire magic, and he also has a chance to use Stun Claw, which hurts a lot, but that's a little bit less likely for him to use. There isn't too much to say about this fight. He's also weak to ice, so Ice Breath does a good amount of damage and gets you some more press turns. Also freezing is nice, because then you just crit.
Yeah, here we have Inugami who nulls fire, MC is wearing Shiranui to null fire, and then both Huapo and Arrows resist fire. So our setup here is fairly safe. And that's Orthrus down. We need to make sure that we have higher than 150 EXP to level up during that fight, though, because we really don't want to level with Shiranui on.
The next fight is Yakshini. Similar to Orthrus, but she attacks with force magic instead. The lower her HP total gets, the stronger magic she will use. She hits a little bit harder overall, and we don't have amazing force protection against her. We have Hifumi that nulls force, but Inugami is weak to it as well, so it does do a decent amount of damage. Ideally, this is a 3-turn fight, if everything goes well.
Inugami tanking that 111 damage like a champ. There we go. Yeah, unfortunately I'm leveling here, which, Oh, we got the full heal. Never mind, it's great. Never mind, it's awesome that we leveled there.
Yeah, unfortunately you can't learn Tornado at level 16. You need to be level 17 for that, but...
Yeah, I was hoping to wear Iomonte for the Thor fight so I could learn Racunda for Dante, but... it's fine that I didn't.
Yeah, so this is Thor. That's the final fight in the gauntlet. He hits pretty hard. He also uses electric attacks, as you might have guessed. We want to debuff him a little bit, because he does decent amount of damage, so Tarun, that just helps us with surviving a little bit. Besides that, we want to just basically Dark Might as much as possible and max out our attack buff. Ideally, we lay up about 1000 damage and then finish him off from there so we can skip through the phase 2. In phase 2, he will get access to stronger electric attack. And then also he will heal himself with Diorama, which is not a huge deal if it happens, but ideally we can avoid that. With our setup, having Max Tarukaches and a couple Racundas on him, we will do like a crazy amount of damage with Dark Might, so skipping the second phase shouldn't be too difficult. Inugami also has Feral Bite, which does a pretty nice chunk of damage. Worth noting is that Lalam also has Null-Elec, so whenever Thor attacks him, he loses turns.
Yeah, he's very dead.
Yeah. Not too bad of a fight.
I think this is the most fed Lilam I've ever had. Potentially. So we're ruled innocent because we were able to beat up Thor, who's like one of the top mantra dudes. And also to reward us for proving that we are powerful, we are invited to meet with the leader of the mantra, Gozu Tenno.
Yeah, unfortunately we can't go to the rooftop immediately. We get taken out. Where the fight happens in the third floor, it's almost to the top of the mantra building, but we have to climb there again. But before we do that, though, we want to prepare for the upcoming fight, since this is the Maniacs version of the game, so we do have a fight before we can re-enter the mantra building.
Yeah, first we have to do some fusions, though, to set up for it.
Yeah. So the next fight has very strong physical attacks, so we want to make a party that can withstand it. So we're gonna be fusing a few demons that can resist Fizz. That will definitely help.
Well, that's rude. Okay. Pulley. Finally fusing our Huapo away after all this time. Let's see, but we want to pass Rakugaja.
Yeah, so we just want to make a Datsuba with a Rakugaja. We won't be using Datsuba, but she will just be good fusion material for the next fusion that we will make.
Alright, now rebuy Pixie and Huapo.
Right, so we yeah, so Coronzon is a very strong demon that has resist Fizz. He has very high vitality stat and a large HP pool, so he's very good for the next fight.
He also drains fire, which is pretty cool. It's less relevant here than it is in other routes, but it's still pretty nice. Then, for Bob the Blob, we want Sukukaja and Rakunda, and if I can get Dark Might, then that's cool too. Oops, I need to stop doing that. There we go.
Yeah, Blob is another demon that resists Fizz. And since we reach level 16, we can actually fuse him.
I'm gonna greed for not Analyze, maybe. Okay, fine, I'll take Analyze. Bob the Blob. We're going to comp ourselves a Shikigami, and now we're going to do the one Beseech recruit in the entire run. So Beseech, up to this point, we've been using as like a regular talk skill. However, it has a bit of a secret property to it, in that if you talk to a demon with Beseech, with the talker being 10 levels or more below the demon that you are talking to, then you have a 65% chance to just automatically recruit the demon that you are conversing with for 0 cost. So now that we have a stock Shikigami who is level 4, we can go over here to these Isoras that I think are level 14?
Yep, they're level 14.
And
They're
we can...
barely in the Beseech range.
Yep, and I'm gonna just swap to Wadatsumi because I don't trust it. And we can get ourselves a Stingray. We don't really care about Isora specifically, but he is a Yoma family demon, and we want more Yomas, or we want a Yoma for later, so...
Yeah, Isora is a pretty decent demon for fusion material, and he's not too far out of the way since we can guarantee him spawning in the water, so we don't actually have to look for him, which makes it like fairly convenient to recruit.
Alright. Nope, he's upset.
Yeah, so when you use these dog skills, they can also result in a negative outcome where the enemy gets angry, or you make a bad impression where they will demand a higher price for the recruit, like double amount of items or money.
There we go, 65% of the time every time. Just don't question the math on that. It's sound, I promise. Alright. Inagami Blob Karonzon. And we're swapping to Kamudo. Wait, yeah, Kamudo.
Yeah, so Kamudo is very nice Magatama to have at this point for the resist phase. If you're playing on hard mode, the triple price makes it very difficult to afford by these points, but on normal it's much more affordable.
Yeah, Kamudo is 18k on hard mode, which is a little expensive. Just a bit.
Yeah, the one downside Kamudo has is that it makes you weak to ailments. So that can be a bad thing, depending on how things go. But for this fight, getting resist phase is worth it, even with the potential downside of being weak to ailments.
All right. Well, I hope you all are ready, because it is time for us to do epic battle with Dante from the Devil May Cry series, because you see, this game features Dante from the Devil May Cry series.
Yeah, so Dante, we want to max out our buffs, all of them, and we cannot debuff him because he has the ability Holy Star, which is basically just a Dekunda that removes all debuffs that land on him in phase 1, so we want to avoid that. priority is on getting Rakugaja up so we don't die, since he does have very strong physical attacks like Rebellion and Ebony and Ivory, which you see there. Rebellion has a high crit chance, and it's very difficult to dodge even with max accuracy buffs. It's not guaranteed to hit, but it's almost guaranteed to hit. So we just want the buffs up as quick as possible.
I knew Dante was more of a cat person. Bro, please leave my dog alone.
Yeah. Dante has 2000 HP. After you deal 900 damage to him, he will switch to phase 2. Phase 2, he will get access to Provoke, which is basically just a taunt. And then what he does is he taunts you and then he attacks you. So when we get to phase 2, we want to finish off the fight as quick as possible, so he cannot fully debuff our defense.
Yeah, the good news is, though, that once he is in provoke mode, you are capable of actually debuffing him, so we will get like a Rakunda or two on him to kill him a little bit faster.
Yeah, he will still have access to Holy Star, which is the Rakunda ability, but don't take priority over that, takes priority over that, so you have 2 turns of free debuffs on him before he uses Holy Star again.
6, 7. Alright. We're gonna call it there.
Right, so there's the Rebellion. Hopefully it doesn't crit.
Unfortunate.
Of course it does. Yeah, your dog is getting really abused.
Yeah.
What the hell?
I'm always super paranoid because Last Resort is like right next to Rakunda on the.
Yeah, that would be a bit of a disaster if you accidentally hit that.
So I'm always very careful and like, do not hit Last Resort.
Yeah, on phase push, there goes the Provoke, and
okay, I'm a fine target.
Yeah,
really, you just don't want Inugami to get hit by that because he's the one that has doesn't resist Fizz.
Yeah, one thing worth mentioning is that if Demi Fiend dies, the game overs instantly as well.
Right. Okay, you know, when I said that you could do that, it was not an invitation for you to continuously do that.
Hopefully,
okay, we're fine.
Yeah, we can finish him off this turn.
Go for it. I'm gonna do another record just to guarantee. Because Doge should take it here. Oh, shoot. Well, please don't kill MC.
Not quite. Okay. That's surprising.
Oh, and he's doing bullet time too. Nice.
Yeah, bullet time is his unique ability that can inflict panic and also does physical damage to everyone. And also crits that. Nice. Oh boy. Another thing about bullet time is that it can't miss, so...
That would have been fine if he would have done literally anything else on his second turn.
Yeah, critting bullet time into another bullet time is definitely something that just happened.
Yep. Part of me was like, oh, I guess I'm getting punished for not healing, but double bullet time would have just killed me there anyway, so I don't feel too bad about it.
I gotta step out for like 5 minutes, but I'll be right back. Good luck with Dante.
Okay, no worries. Yeah, we're just gonna be doing this fight again. Yeah, unfortunately, if Dante wants you dead, he will just kill you, and you can't do much about it. Most of the fights in this game have some level of counterplay to them to, like, guarantee that outside of, like, very extraneous circumstances that you don't just die repeatedly. Dante is kind of the big exception to that, where he can just repeatedly kill you. Because his damage output is just very, very high, especially if he starts using bullet time. The other unfortunate thing about bullet time is it has the ability to inflict the panic ailment, and Demi Fiend is weak to ailments, so it's actually fairly likely to land on him. And that can make you lose turns, throw away money, etc. You see Dante 1 and 2. Right. Dante 1's so cool, where's Dante 2? Unfortunately, the turn order for this fight's a little bit awkward, so it's actually kind of hard to get Rakukaja and Tsukukaja up quickly because both Blob and Karanzan are very slow. So we get Tarukaja maxed out, which is probably the least helpful thing to max first, just because Inugami's turn works that way. Well, that's rude. I think maybe if I had hit with Blob, I could have actually killed, but it's hard to tell, like, which was more valuable, the extra damage from the, Rikundo or the, or doing damage. Words. My guy. Oh, I forgot to chakra drop Karanzan. Oops. 1. 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7. We'll just do the one Rikundo this time. Actually, for kicks and giggles, let's do a Secunda, see if that does anything fun. I'm going to choose to believe it's because I did that extra Secunda. Alright, that's a good target for that. That's still a little annoying.
Alright, I have returned.
Welcome back.
Alright, there we go. Nice.
That would have been either Zeo or Feral Bite, and I kind of want both of those, so. Alright, so...
Yeah, so Dante
yeah,
basically just tells us that he's going to find out what the old man in wheelchair is scheming and disappears into optional content from here on out.
Yep. Alright, now
if you go through the Calpas, you will... Yeah, if you do the Calpas, you will meet him again and have to fight him in the third Kalpa. But he doesn't appear in the main story anymore.
Yeah, and then if you get all the way down to the fifth Kalpa, he'll join your or he'll offer to join your party, and he's fine.
In the base game, he doesn't have beers. That was added in HD, so he's a little less good in this version of the game.
Yeah, the big fight you'd hope to use him for would be the TDE final boss, and he's just not good for that fight as a result of not having Pierce. Let's see, and Preda. Alright, oh, that was it. Shoot.
Makakachi has a pretty low tier skill, so shouldn't be too difficult to get it again.
Alright, and now we will be making Minakata.
Yeah, Minakata is a pretty good demon. He comes with Dark Might as a default and second tier electric skills in Xeon. There's some like weak bosses in the next dungeon once we get there, so having something with second tier magic for that is quite nice.
The other thing about Minakata is that we want to just, in general, put a lot of EXP onto him, because he's going to be one of the first sacrificial fusions we're going to do in the... or the first sacrificial fusion we're going to do in the run. Actually, I think he's the only one we do, now that I'm...
Yeah, I honestly can't remember about normal runs.
Basically...
I don't imagine that the run does too many.
Yeah. Sacrificial fusion is a special type of fusing where you add a third demon into your fusion, and that demon's EXP in addition to getting additional skills to put onto whatever demon you're fusing, that demon's total accumulated EXP gets multiplied by 1.5 and given to whatever demon that you are fusing. And so we're going to put a bunch of EXP onto Minakata so that when we fuse Copa here in a little bit, he will like automatically start out having gained a couple of level ups. Since Copa is another one of those really, really powerful demons that evolves, and he actually evolves twice. And his final form is very, very strong. So we want to spend as little time as possible in his Copa form. So we're going to sacrifice fuse him just to make him stronger when he's fused and to help him get to his evolutions quicker.
Yeah, one thing to note about sacrificial fusion is that it's still limited to MC's level, so you can't break the level cap that way, but they're still incredibly strong. You can learn all of the... if you're high enough level, you can learn all of the skills in one level up. As a result of the sacrificial fusion.
So now we're finally in the Mantra HQ proper. We're just going to be making our way up to the roof. The roof is a little bit scary because the only enemies up there are Bobbed Katha, who is a very scary physical resistant bird that likes to bully the heck out of your party. But they do give some good EXP though, which is at least nice.
Yeah, they attack with force attacks, and they're pretty dodgy as well. And they also have decently strong fist attacks.
For Zork.
Also, of course, enemies critting with every single physical attack that they do, as
So
is
annoying.
tradition.
Alright, I'm running. I was going to take this fight because it's okay EXP, but then putting up 2 Rakukages with Oni in the fight is an absolute no. Oni is a painful enemy to fight because he is level 25, so he's a fairly high level, and he also has 0 magical weakness. He's weak to ailments, but that's not super helpful. And he's just very, very tanky, while being able to output some good damage. He also has the ability Warcry, which is 2 stacks of the physical and magical debuff, Tarunda. And so if he just Warcries you, then not only does he have a ton of HP, you're doing 0 damage to him.
Yeah, it's not a good time. So here we meet Gosu Tenno, who's the leader of the mantra. He tells us basically about an attack that the mantra are launching against the assembly of Nihilo. Here's the first important dialogue choice that we will pick, since we, like Freedom mentioned earlier, we want to get the Musubi ending, which is Isamu's alignment for reason. So
I'm just gonna pick
do
the
need to
first
go
one here
towards
because
that.
it doesn't really matter. But...
Oh, it doesn't?
Yeah, this
Oh,
one doesn't matter.
I
The
thought-
other 2 matter. This one doesn't.
Okay.
This
Yeah, so
gives
in
you,
order
I think, a
to-
few Yosuga points, but not as many as the other dialogues do.
Yeah, that's fair enough. So in order to get the Musubi ending, is you need to reject the other reasons. The game has like a tally of points towards each alignment depending on the choices you pick, and you just want to avoid getting points into like Yosuga or Tsushima alignments.
Yeah, Yosuga's not that big of an issue. The big issue is we just don't want points into Shijima. Because Yosuga, you're given a choice that's like pretty clear whether or not you get Yosuga. It's mostly just Shijima like has some weird requirements, so we just make sure that we don't get Shijima points.
Yeah, Yosuga, there's like a one major choice later on in the game that, depending on what you pick, basically determines which ending you get for that. Or whether if you reject Yosuka by that point, you can't get the ending anymore, and if you accept it, then you can only get Yosuka by that point. So it's easier to reject than some of the other ones.
Whee!
Unfortunately, we're not Dante, so we take fall damage.
Yep, drops everyone down to 1 HP. Fun fact, if you actually put if you recruit Dante and then you have him in your party and jump off the roof there, Dante does not take fall damage. Alright, and I am not level 18 yet, so I cannot do the Archangel Fusion. I will have to do that once I get into Nihilo. I'm a little underleveled right now.
Yeah, the benefit of using Archangel early is you get access to Estoma a little bit earlier, which lets you remove encounters that are below your 10 levels below your level.
Yeah,
but it's not that beneficial. I mean, it's a little bit helpful. It's nice, but it's not like something that is mandatory.
Yeah, you're gonna get it by the time you need it, regardless. It's just kind of nice to have, know that you're gonna have it early. This fight actually might get me level 18, so I can just run back and fuse as soon as I hit Nihilo. Or warp and fuse, rather. Ah, new enemy appeared. Another aquamarine drop. Nice. Alright, now we have Tornado. So, I mentioned earlier in the run... Wow, Hifumi is not playing ball today. Oh, I'm like right next to the thing. I'm gonna save that. That there was a bit of a problem posed by the fact that the devs want to give the player access to all 4 elements on the main character fairly early on in the game, so you have some nice elemental coverage. However, the Force Elemental light damage AoE is Wing Buffet, and Demi-Fiend does not have wings. So instead of giving him Wing Buffet, they decided that Demi-Fiend should instead have access to Tornado. Tornado is heavy force damage randomly. So we now have just basically a Dyne level skill at level 17 or 18.
Yeah, we also get access to Force Boost at level 22 by the earliest point, so we get Tornado and Force Boost, and that's what we're gonna be using for the rest of the game.
Yeah, you've seen
that's strong.
We've been hitting like with a critical hit. I did like 300 something damage to Thor during that fight with like full buffs and full debuffs. Once we get full buffs and debuffs up with Tornado and Force Boost, we're going to be hitting for like 800 plus
Yeah.
reaching close to 1,000. Our damage is gonna skyrocket here.
Yeah, the cool thing about Tornado is that it can also hit twice. So if you get lucky, these fights where you use Tornado get sped up by a lot.
So here, the Mantra attacked the Assembly of Nihilo's base, attempting to get rid of them and shut down some secret weapon they were working on. And they attacked the HQ, and then they were like, oh yeah, we totally won, and just walked away. However, as Hijiri here has discovered, there is actually an entire, like, large portion of the base that is secretly hidden behind this room that was, like, spinning earlier. So we are now left alone to invade the Assembly of Nihilo and see if we can reach Hikawa at the bottom.
Yeah, so this dungeon just has a bunch of forced encounters until you get to the final boss of the area. It's really long. It has some interesting gimmicks once we get to the dungeon proper. But first we have to fight the yellow killer boys, as they are called.
I forget that Incubus makes that noise when he uses sexy gaze. Like, dude straight up sounded like he was prepping to shoot a laser at me. Oh. Unfortunately, Copa has really high agility, so he likes dodging a lot. Also, he has Wing Buffet, and hates our dog. Okay, we're good. There we go. That Copa and that Incubus actually have slightly higher stats than their random encounter variants for some reason.
Yeah, so the way you get to the basement of this dungeon is you need to collect Killas. We got the yellow Killa now. There's 3 more Killas in the dungeon that we need to collect before we can get to the basement of this dungeon.
Yeah, first I'm going to warp back to Shibuya to fuse Archangel. Lilum, fused her with the Asura that we recruited earlier, and we need Archangel with... I need Raccoonda and Dark Might. There we go. Actually, do I need... I do, yeah. Because of a fight that I will be doing later, I need Dark Might on Archangel. Now we will top up and we will challenge the Assembly of Nihilo. I also have, like, no money. Which is fine.
Yeah, Nihilo has some... a couple annoying encounters, namely Copa that we already saw because of the high agility, and Copa doesn't really have a weakness that we can exploit.
I do have one poison arrow, but...
Yeah, so we're reliant on one poison arrow. But yeah, we don't have... if you were to have something like the Toxic Cloud, you could use that to damage him, but we don't have access to anything like that.
Yeah, and Toxic Cloud in general is, like, not particularly good, even.
Yeah. It's not the best. So here we can interact with these switches which change the layout of the room. We go through these cube sections. The puzzles in the beginning are not very difficult, but once you get to the 3rd floor it gets a bit more complicated. But overall not too difficult of a puzzle.
Worth noting, while we do have access to Tornado now, it still costs 25 MP per cast, so without having Force Boost, it's not particularly MP efficient to be using for encounters. So I'll only be using it versus some specific encounters I want to one-shot, at least until I learn Force Boost. Once you get Force Boost, it does so much damage that it's usually worth it. Also, we'll have more levels under our belt and therefore more MP.
Yeah, it depends on the situation, if you have the MP to spare or not. At this point, we don't really have the luxury to spare the MP, since we need to do quite a bit of the dungeon in one go before we can heal again. It's not worth blowing through all of our MP.
So here we want to learn Medea on MC so that we have some area of effect healing. But this next fight can use some dark skills, and so we really don't want to be weak to dark for that.
Yeah, so this is Eligor. He has very high agility, so we need to debuff his evasion before we can attack him. He's also weak to electric, and he summons this Diz who likes to use Stone Gaze, which stone is an ailment that makes it so that the demon who gets inflicted with it cannot act. And also, when they're in the stone form, they can get one shot by physical attacks and force attacks as well from full HP, which is very inconvenient.
Thankfully, stone is a dark element ailment. That sentence made sense. And so Karanzan and Blob here are actually completely immune to Stone Gaze.
Yeah, so the idea of the fight is to just deal damage to Eligor while also taking down the Diz that he summons, so yeah, Mudo is the one thing that he can do. That in this game, Mudo is an instant death spell. If it lands on you, you will die. Unlike in later Megaten games where it's primarily a damage dealing skill with maybe the side effect of instant killing, but in this game it's just the instant kill ability. It's kinda annoying that the boss can use it, because we actually have no way of covering MC against it at this point. So yeah, you just hope it doesn't land. The activation rate isn't like super high, but you know, it's still high enough that where it gets annoying.
It is 30%, and technically MC secretly resists insta-kills by 25%. So it's a little less than that, but it's still high enough to make you nervous anytime you see it. I need to switch my party back. Doge and Eros. Fortunately, in addition to the skill just failing to proc, you can also physically dodge the ability as well. So it doesn't even get the opportunity to roll for whether or not it lands, which is nice. So that's another benefit of putting up those agility buffs and debuffs, is to not get insta-killed. Fomorian is annoying. I don't know why I said annoying like that. Annoying. Because this is a marathon, and because the run has been very spicy so far, we're gonna be we're gonna be taking the safety save.
Yeah, so we're gonna be coming up to the second forced Eligor fight. There's one more Eligor fight, but that's optional, so there's like 3 of these forced Eligor encounters in the dungeon. We'll only fight 2 of them. Instead of this, the next one will spawn Yakas instead. Yakas are actually weak to ice, and instead of using Stone Gaze, they use Diorama to heal. They're a lot easier to deal with than it is in the first fight. So this fight is actually quite a bit easier than the first one.
Yeah, to the point I'm not even gonna bother changing my Magatama here. Like, ha.
Yaka being on the field is just bad for daily gore.
Yeah, it's pure benefit
it's good
for you.
us that he's there. We get more hits and we also get more press turns this way, so...
And he just loves summoning them, loves giving himself loves giving us more turn economy. There we go. I'm actually going to put a point into Vit here for later.
Yeah, so Media is very good on a magic-based demi-fiend. It's Dia but full party, but since we have a very high magic stat and healing magic also scales with your magic, it's basically a full heal for the entire party at this point. So it's basically a beat chain every time you use it. The effectiveness of Media falls off a little bit once you get to the late game, but it's still a very potent heal, even in the mid to late game.
Yeah, I mean, at full magic buffs, you can still heal for greater than your party's max HP with Media.
Yeah, if you max out the magic buffs, then yeah, because that also affects it. So we fought a couple early cores. Next we have to fight Berith. Berith is a boss who is weak to ice. He summons a couple succubus. They like to use Dormina. If Dormina lands, that makes you fall asleep, and if you're sleeping, Berith is guaranteed to attack the sleeping target. He also has a very strong fire attack, Hellfire, which can double hit. We don't use Minakata for this fight, luckily, so we don't have an exposed fire weakness. We're actually pretty well covered in this fight, since Inugami nulls fire and Cronzorn drains it, and Aeros resist magic, and MC has Shiranuyon. So there's not that much that Berith can actually do to us.
I'm literally one step away from the boss, by the way. He's gonna die to poison. Or he'll blow himself up. That's cool, too. Thankfully, being poisoned reduces your physical attack, so... That Kamikaze did not do very much damage. No, do not change anything. Nice to Trajarok, that's actually pretty valuable. Alright.
Trajarok puts up a shield that protects you from expel and death, so you can't get instant killed while you have it up. It's quite helpful for a couple instances. We also picked up a couple of them earlier in the dungeon.
I actually just barely learned Raccoonda. I'm very behind on EXP. After this fight, we will be warping back to heal, so I can kind of freely use my MP here. Which is good, because I'm just about out on everyone. Okay, now that Berith is dead, I'm going to swap in... God God damn it.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Obviously, you cannot summon demons while you're sleeping, so we have to wait until the sleep goes away.
Yeah, in one of my PBs, I just went for it and killed her anyway, and then Minakata ended up super low on EXP for the sack fusion, so I'm just gonna wait it out. Which means we're going to be here for a while. Alright, everyone, it's nap time.
Yeah, if you take damage from a physical source while you're sleeping, it will get rid of the sleep ailment, but unfortunately this Succubus is not going to punch MC.
Well, our
So
dog
we're
got
just
charmed
waiting.
and then uncharmed, and we are still asleep. Come on. We're just getting our MP back on everyone. This is really cool. Yeah, if he had, I was actually really hoping he was going to. Like when I saw he got charmed, I'm like, oh, please punch MC. But nope, he is. This is actually a little ridiculous at this point. Like,
Yeah, your luck stat determines your odds of recovering from ailments, but since we never put points into luck because it's pretty much a worthless stat compared to other things, then this might take a while.
there is no maximum turn number for ailments. We could legitimately just be here until she runs out of MP.
That would be funny, draining Succubus MP. Well, hopefully we recover sooner rather than later, but not looking great.
Mm-hmm. Oh, good. Yeah, I had Blob out, I could do Last Resort, true. Alright, who has, anyone have bed Gmotes? Arrows, please slap me. That's not me, that's my dog! Please slap me, Arrows. I am begging you. I mean...
Slaps everyone except MC, of
Oh
course.
my god. I'm
There
awake!
we go.
Alright.
That's probably the longest single target, like single chain of ailments that I've seen.
All
to
that
go.
just to put Minakata in the party. Oh, goodness. Alright, now we have fire boost.
The fight gives 2000 EXP, so getting that onto Minakata, who is our sacrifice fodder for later, is kinda necessary.
Yeah, EXP put onto demons is multiplied by 1.5, so that was the equivalent of 3500 EXP onto Minakata right there. Which is a lot! Or 3500 EXP onto Copa when we fuse him from Minakata. I mean, I almost don't even need to go back and heal after after that quick power nap we got in. Was that even a power nap? That was basically a full night's rest at that point. Alright, so we just have one more kilo we need. This next one's a little bit involved to pick up, but at least it doesn't involve
it's pretty
demons.
far.
At least it doesn't involve sleeping for 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's pretty far out of the way. We got one from the first Eligor fight, and then the Berith one gave you the third one, and the Yellow Killabros obviously gave you the first one, so now, just for the final one.
I was expecting instant reply. Honestly, as soon as I saw her use Lullaby, that's kind of what I was expecting as well, Shaggy. Incubus, interestingly enough, actually has a rather unique attack in that it kicks 3 times. Not many demons in this game have, like, attacks that are different from just the standard hit. In other SMT games, you have some exceptions, but... Please don't kill my dog. Hasn't he been through enough? Alright, the gimmick of this floor is these stupid Kaiwans.
Yeah, so these Kaiwans appear and they flip the switches for you, undoing the progress you make in solving the puzzle. That's gonna happen a few times during this section. This puzzle is a bit more involved than the two previous ones, but it still isn't that terrible.
Yeah. A funny anecdote about this puzzle I heard once is that apparently the devs were given 2 instructions when designing this puzzle. The first was to make the player step on every single tile of the puzzle, and the second was that the player should hate Kaiwan by the end of it. I think they accomplished both of those tasks phenomenally. Oh, no, you don't. Yeah, mission accomplished.
Yeah, so after we hit the next switch, we have one more switch, but it's on the exact opposite side of the floor.
Unfortunately, I already used my 1 poison arrow that I had for dispatching these guys quickly. Thankfully, we did get fire boost, so now my fire breath is doing big damage. Nice sacred water drop I got there, actually.
Yeah, sacred water is an item that removes all mind ailments from your everyone in your party if you use it. Our dog also learned fog breath, which is basically a 2-stage secunda buff, so reduces the evasion and accuracy by 2 stages. Very good skill to have. MC can also learn it quite early from the Wadatsumi Magatama.
Alright, and that's that puzzle done. We have a little bit more wandering around and a little bit more Kaiwan trolling us before we can actually get the final Kila. We do need to level up and learn Heat Wave before the Kaiwan fight, and then we need to get enough EXP so that we will level from Kaiwan, ideally. But who knows what that will happen. I'm still decently behind on EXP at this point.
Yeah, Heatwave is a physical damage skill that scales off of our max vitality. It will be used in a couple of fights, namely the upcoming Kaiwan fight and later Spectre fight, since he is a enemy that resists magic, so Heatwave is pretty effective in fighting him.
Oh, it ramps up even more. His second phase is immune to magic, and his third phase repels all magic.
Well, there you go. Right.
Because I think if he just resisted magic, Tornado would still be faster, because Heatwave kind of sucks. Unfortunately, Dis has the ability to mute us, and we have to level with Kamuto on in order to learn Heatwave, and so we're weak to ailments. The other annoying thing about some of these encounter configurations in this part of Nihilo is that they cover each other's weaknesses, like, really well. Dis here drains fire, while Copa Null's force, and that Fomorian we saw there was immune to ice. So they, like, just perfectly covered each other's weaknesses. Also, being muted means I'm not particularly helpful in this fight, so I'm just gonna remove that real quick. Shababoo! That's unfortunate. That's also unfortunate. At least the Shababu wore off.
As the infinite EXP grind, just get Copa to summon more Copas.
Yeah. Alright, there's level 21. We can get Heat Wave and remove Ice Breath.
Yeah, after you defeat Berith, there's not much that is weak to ice anymore. In terms, like, there's no bosses that are weak to ice anymore, and there's no random encounters where it's that useful.
Yeah.
So getting rid of it now is a decent time.
It also falls off pretty hard at about this point, and unfortunately the next upgrade we'd be able to get for it on Demi-Fiend is Glacial Blast at level 53 or 52 or 53. And we will be finishing this run at like level 47 or 48, so we will not be getting anywhere near that. We also just removed Ice Boost as well, so that would be not particularly worth it in general. This is another fight I get to Tornado because Dis. This is all of the hard mode routes for this game have access to shock for this dungeon, and encounters like that are why it's actually really, really nice to have. Unfortunately, we don't have the level flexibility in this route to be able to learn shock.
Yeah, shock is just ice breath, but the electric version of that ability, basically.
Yeah, and electricity is very, very strong in this dungeon.
Yeah, there's
nothing in here is immune to it, and a decent number of things are weak to it.
Yeah, electric abilities in general are pretty good for this dungeon, and then the Ikebukuro tunnel that is coming up in a little bit, and also decent in Obelisk as well. But it's not mandatory for any of that, especially since once we get to Obelisk, we'll be running away from most things.
Yeah, it's just like one of those things that's like, well, this would be kind of nice, but...
Yeah.
Also, you're starting to see the benefits of us pumping our magic... That is a lot of gems I'm getting. Us pumping our magic stat on MC is that combined with fire boost, we're doing like over 100 damage with our fire breath takes well, as where Inugami just did like 30. Alright, we get to the Red Keela chest, and we find out it's empty. Turns out Kaiwan, the not nice individual that he is, has stolen it. So now we have to chase him down. What's my, okay, we're good. I have enough EXP. I need to be under 1200 TNL before I get to the Kaiwan fight, because they give 1200, and I want to level from them to learn Force Boost.
Yeah, so the Kaiwan fight they just basically use instant kill spells. They use Mudo and then also Evil Gaze, which lowers your HP to 1, and also Mamudo, which is Mudo but the AoE version that targets your entire party. So we will be using the Tetraja rocks that we mentioned earlier to cover ourselves. There are some demons that also learn Tetraja, namely this, that can be recruited at level 23 outside of this fight. But Tetraja rocks should be good enough. So we'll be just buffing and using Heat Wave while keeping a Tetraja shield up.
And thankfully I do have the extra one as well to give me a little bit of extra safety. Our whole party, except for MC Noel's death, so we're actually...
Yeah, we're safe. Just need to have Tetraja stay on MC, basically.
Yeah, so if they, like, try using Mudo on, like, Blob here, we don't have to reapply it or anything.
Yeah. Importantly, we do want to see XP on Minagata as well, I believe, so...
Yeah.
Ideally, we get him in before the end of the fight. They also attack, as you can see, but unless you taunt them, the damage is very manageable. If you taunt them, it gets a bit sketchy, because then they will actually punch very hard.
Yeah. Which again, thankfully, as well, Blob and Karan's on both resist Fizz, so...
The heat wave damage is not crazy. If you pump Vitality, it will do a lot more, but it's
even
better
then,
than
Heat
just
Wave
attacking.
is not amazing. Alright, one of them's dead. I think one more Heat Wave. And then we'll, bring in Nakata over Bob the Blob. We do want Karanzan and Ninugami to both get EXP for this, so... Please don't. I just foresaw him just immediately owning Ninakata there. Yeah, good fight. This goes over mana bonus, right? Yeah. We're at the point where we actually have enough magic that we can ditch mana bonus and still be fine MP-wise. Key strikes again.
So this is where the magic field really starts taking off, since now we have force boost and we get the 1.5 times boost on Tornado.
That ruby is very nice.
So in the next fight, you can see the damage potential that we have with the build. As opposed to Fizz, where your best available Fizz skill at this point would be Lunge.
Yep. Lunge and Berserk. And it would be Lunge until you hit level 43.
Yeah, that's when you get Divine Shot, which is a pretty competent physical ability, but you don't have anything up until that point.
Now I'm trying to think, when you actually get a skill that, like, technically replaces Berserk? I guess, like, Gaia Rage or Javelin Rain or Deadly... not Deadly Fury is a bit ability. Zero's Beat.
Yeah, I guess Javelin Rain maybe be comparable.
Yeah, whatever skills you get from Moose Spell, right? That's the, or no, what's the Magatami you get from Mara? Is that Moose Spell? Yeah, Moose Spell.
It is Moose Spell, yes, yep.
Tempest might be earlier.
Maybe. That could be it. But even Tempest it's in Kamuroki, I think, or in Vimana, I don't remember which. I think it's Vimana.
Yeah, and if it's
It's
after
going to
Endure,
be-
that's like still pretty late.
I think it's before Endure. No, it's in Kamurogi, isn't it? I can't remember. It's in Kamurogi or Vimana.
It might be right after Iron Claw and Kamarogi. I can't
I think
remember.
it's before Iron Claw, maybe.
Is it? Because I don't think you have to push any. Like, the only skills you push off of Kamarogi, I believe,
Maybe.
are, you get life gain, and then I think you push off Blight.
Oh yeah, you push off Blight, so it's after, I guess. Yeah, probably. Either way, your selection of his abilities isn't great until in the late game.
Yeah. The fact that we're having this, like, super, like, in-depth conversation about when do you actually get a Fizz skill kind of demonstrates their lack of availability. So here, Long Dog evolves into Diet Dog or Flat Dog. This is Mikami. Mikami is a phenomenal demon. Loses his Force weakness, trades out his Dark weakness for, or his Dark immunity for Light immunity. And then, as the first skill that he learns on level up, he learns Null Mind. Incredible demon. And also learns stuff like Diorama and Recarm, which are both very good as well.
Yeah, Recarm is just revival beat, but in spell form.
So we are finally reaching the end of this dungeon. We just have the boss of the dungeon left. I'm actually going to spin till new here.
Yeah, so on New Moon you get Dark Might again for the fight. It helps a little bit. You get a bit more damage out of your Minakata and Archangel if you use Archangel. Not sure what you.
No, I was going to run Minakata Mikami Karan's on. I do need to put EXP on Archangel at some point. I haven't put any on him yet, but whatever. I'll be right back. I get a little bit of a break here.
Yeah, so Hikawa just explains us about the nightmare system, as he calls it, and explains about what Makatsui is, and what it's used for. He's basically... Actually, I don't even remember that well. Been a while since I've gone through the lore of this game. Makatsui is used to summon the god of their respective reasons, I believe, and he's collecting it with this nightmare system from demons, something like that. Hikawa is trying to summon Ariman, so he needs to gather Makatsui for that.
All right.
And since we got here, he's going to summon Ose now to fight us. Ose is sword can be a bit challenging. He can hit decently hard with his skills, but you should be fine if you buff up your defense. He also has Makara Karn and Tetra Karn, which are the reflex shields for Fizz and Magic. You really don't want to hit into those. He also has access to Dekunda and Degaja, which lets him remove buffs and debuffs. He can use them whenever he detects a buff, but ideally he doesn't use that. But he doesn't have... He's gonna die pretty quickly when we have Tornado.
Yeah, with good double hits, he'll die in 3 turns.
Yeah. He doesn't have that many turns to actually use Dekunda or Dekacha. So we'll just buff up our magic Fog Breath so he misses a bit more and we can guarantee hits, and then just Rakunda to debuff his defense and Rakugacha to stay alive. That's basically the game plan.
Alright, we're at +4, so now we're good to just let it rip.
Yeah, he has focus as well. In this game, if you're focused and use a AoE ability, the focus will only be applied into one hit and not all of them. So focus and heat wave isn't as scary as it might look at a first glance. But there you can see 700 damage from one tornado, and that was only a single hit. If you get a double hit, you can do up to 1500 damage like you saw there. So yeah, magic is pretty good. And he's dead.
Yeah, just for funsies, I'll put the last Raccoonda on him just to see how big number get. Yeah, there he goes. Dead cat.
Yeah. You can do close to 1600 damage with one tornado in this fight. And you can do it twice per turn, so you can do actually like over 3000 damage in one turn with only using tornado.
And he only has, I believe, 3000 HP or 2800 or something like that, so.
Yeah. So to summarize, magic is good.
Yeah. Not worth it.
Yeah, so once you defeat Ose, you get kicked out of the dungeon. And yeah, then we'll go back to the mantra to report, because we then know about our assault on the Nihilo. Once again.
Ah. Yeah, a bit of a Discord issue. Hopefully it's fixed.
Yeah, hopefully.
Alright, so at this point, we have like a pretty good buffer on our magic stat that we are actually going to start pumping our vitality. Up to a little bit, since we are going to be heat waving 2 more bosses, we want that to do a little more damage. Plus, we're at the point that things are going to start actually hitting fairly hard, and even though in normal mode you take half of the damage that you do in hard mode, we're at the point we have like probably less than half the HP that we would have at this point in hard mode, so stuff is still fairly likely to kill us if we're not careful. So we're going to start pumping our vitality a little bit just to help give us some survivability.
The one downside about magic in the late game is that you start getting pretty diminishing returns at around level 32 or so. Where
yeah, it's like, I think 32
so
or 30.
More points. Yeah, so getting more points into vitality is quite helpful, since also we have so much damage that we are just overkilling everything anyway, so we don't need to go like pure magic. Still decent idea to get some vitality.
Yeah, off the top of my head, I want to say magic soft caps at like level 40 with like 32 magic, or level 40 with 34 magic, one of the two.
Something like that, yeah.
We will have the equivalent of 40 magic on the main character by the end of the run. We'll get 36 natural, or 34 natural magic, and then we'll get 6 magic from our final Magatama. But, the difference between, like, 36 and 40 isn't that substantial.
Yeah, there just isn't any stats that we would want to put points into anyway besides magic and vitality. And even vitality is not that useful at the end because, well, we're not gonna die to anything anyway.
Yeah, we pump a little bit of agility for turn order reasons, and it like makes us slightly more likely to go first. But I really, really hate that they do Rocket Kaja. What? Sure. Thanks. We need to take a few more fights here in the Mantra HQ. I want to feed Midakata just a little bit more EXP if I can. I'm about to fuse him away, and so just that little bit extra I can get is really helpful. I also want to level with Kamuto on so that I can remove focus, since I want to be able to learn Mind's Eye off of Kamuto later.
Yeah, the one benefit Fizz has is the fact that they have access to focus, which increases the next physical attacks damage by 2.5 times. This game doesn't have concentrate, which is the magic equivalent of that. Well, that's one benefit that Fizz has, but that doesn't really come into play until you actually get some good Fizz skills later on.
Yeah, magic levels out a little bit because Fizz doesn't have an equivalent of an elemental boost, so that's just like plus 50% damage on all of our magic attacks. And you can attack every turn with magic as opposed to physical where you're attacking every other turn. So it like kind of evens out until the later game when Fizz starts to scale to absurd amounts, and at that point magic has a hard time keeping up, but we aren't really going to encounter that at all in this run. So here, Gozu Tenno, the Nihilo's secret weapon, the Nightmare System, has drained all of the Magatsuhi from Ikebukuro, and so Gozu Tenno, in order to protect himself, kind of goes into hibernation here. And with that, the mantra basically kind of falls apart.
Yeah, that didn't take long at all. But since the mantra is basically finished now, we remember that, oh yeah, Isamu was also captured. Maybe we should go say hi to him, since he's still in the
He's still being held captive, yeah. Since we have Media on MC, it's very quick to just do that. Now the whole party is back to full HP, so it's not worth unsummoning your party to have them not take damage there. Here, when we talk to Isamu, he's going to say that basically while he was locked up, he's heard about a special mannequin who's able to, like, who has some form of clairvoyance. And so he's in a prison held by the mantra. Now that the mantra are kind of falling apart, he thinks he can sneak into the prison to ask the mannequin about where our teacher is located. And so we decide that we have nothing better to do. We might as well go over there as well, since Isamu, there's no way there's no way he's going to possibly be able to actually handle himself. Here, this Mystic Chest has a Beat of Life in it, which is a full HP and MP restored to your entire party. We don't care about it also sells for a lot of money, which is the more important thing. So we're going to be picking up this Beat of Life.
Yeah. Are you gonna fight Hellbiker, or are you trying to run away from him?
I'm gonna fight him. Unfortunately, my cycle's like really bad right now, but I am going to fuse Copa early and fight him.
Okay, yeah.
Just because resetting the fight is really slow, so I would rather just fight him once and kill him.
Yeah, so whenever you encounter a fiend, you have a 60% chance of running away from them. For our purposes, Hellbiker is blocking the way, and Trumpeter later is going to be blocking the way, so we have the option to either fight them or try to escape and fight if we fail. Either one is okay to do.
Yeah, for Trumpeter, I'm going to try to avoid him because fighting Trumpeter is actually really, really slow. But fighting Hellbiker isn't that much slower and has the benefit of us being able to not take fights in Kabukicho Prison, which is pretty quick. So
yeah, I believe Hellbiker gives you like 2000 EXP. So
2500.
A decent amount. Oh, 2500.
Yeah. So that's usually enough EXP to me, so we can just not take encounters for the entire dungeon, which ends up I think it not only balances out, I think it ends up being time positive. Unfortunately, the next fusion we have to do it full, and I forgot to set my cycle when I came in here, so I might need to fix my cycles.
That's not the end of the world. You can just head outside for a minute.
Yeah. And now that Oni is finally out of the way, so I can take a more direct path to the safe terminal. Also means a few more fights I can just feed a little bit more EXP to Minakata. Because every point of EXP on, or every couple points of EXP on Minakata are even more points for Gopa later, so.
Yeah, ideally with SAC fusions is that you set up the EXP in a way where they are as close to leveling up as possible without quite leveling up. That is the most efficient way to do it. So any extra EXP is helpful.
I was hoping to get to 3, but... yeah, that should be good. Okay, the one downside of doing sacrificial fusions, however, is that when you fuse on full and new, your fusion accident rate is increased to 1 out of 16. So, definitely saving before this fusion, because we really cannot afford to have an accident. Alright. We do get cool music, though, when we're in here at full, so that's neat. Alright, Erosi Sora to make Copa, and Sack Minakata. And I want Makakaja and Zeos. Let's see. Makakaja.
Yeah, ideally you could see...
Okay. That works.
You could see Sionga if possible, but if not, that's also okay. There's one quite difficult boss later on that is weak to electric, so
yeah,
if you happen to get Sionga, it helps out a lot.
Since I'm going to be fighting Hellbiker, I really wanted Dark Might on Copa, because that makes the fight a lot easier, so that's what I ended up taking. And then we do another fusion, Minakata and our Doge. To Make Unicorn, and we want to give it Makakaja.
Yeah, Unicorn is quite a good demon. She comes default with Rakukaja and Media with a pretty balanced stat sheet. More importantly though, she also has Null Mind. And the next boss of the next dungeon uses Mind Ailments, so she's very good for that.
Alright, unfortunately, if you do this fusion on full, you, like, just barely don't have enough steps to get to Hellbiker on new, if I remember correctly. Oh, wait, Copa and Archangel. And I want to be on Ifumi, because we want to learn Warcry. Warcry is a very, very good ability. We mentioned it earlier. It is 2 stacks of Tarunda, which lowers physical and magic attack. So being able to cut enemies' damage pretty severely in one ability is very strong. Let's just save, because even though this fight is very easy with the setup we use, weirder things have happened.
Yeah, Hellbiker is actually quite nasty of a fight on the point where you fight him. He has both fire and force AoE skills and also hits pretty hard with Fizz. He can use the Kunda whenever he detects a debuff. He has the ability Hell Exhaust, which is his force attack that has built-in Dekacha in it, which is just feels kind of cruel at this point in the game to have something like that.
And what's really fun about him having both fire and force is that the Magatama that makes you immune to fire is weak to force, and the Magatama immune to force is weak to fire.
Yeah, so you need a pretty diverse party in terms of defensive affinities to be able to fight Hellbiker effectively.
Oh, it's full. God damn it. Well, thankfully, Copa here is, Fun fact, despite spamming Wing Buffet, these, birds actually have, like, 0 affinity one way or the other towards force damage. Unfortunately, I don't have a Zeo skill on Copa, though, which is a little annoying, but... I mean, by all means, you can take credit for it. Oh, I do have a repulse, but that wouldn't do anything. Yeah, Shiner's the one that came up with the strat to fight him in normal. We used to just have to try to dodge him, and whenever you try to dodge a fiend, as long as you are not trying to dodge them on full, you have a 60% chance to avoid the fight. No, thanks for the money. But if you didn't get it, you just had to reset. And resetting your console on the PS3 is kind of scary because it can lead to, like, system crashes.
There's a glitch that can lead to your cutscenes and battle transitions breaking. Luckily, you can also see it in the main menu already because there's a Magatama that is spinning, and if the Magatama bug is not spinning, it indicates that your cutscenes and battle animations are going to be broken, so you know how to, you know you need to reset your game at that point. But you really don't want to reset the game during a run and chance it happening.
And so the alternative would be to have him kill you, which there's this cutscene before the fight that takes a while. And since we're on normal mode, having him kill you can take a little bit sometimes. Alright, so we have 2 people with Dark Might in our party, both Copa and Archangel, so they can just kind of slap him with Dark Might while MC heals. Mikami throws out debuffs. He does have Dakunda. However, we have some decent MP. So we want a Fog Breath to make sure we don't miss and that we can get some dodges in, and then we'll throw just Raccoondas to make us do more damage.
Yeah, whenever he Dakunda, that's one turn that he cannot output damage. So it's not the end of the world even if he does Dakunda.
And ideally I can get some a good stack of Raccoondas up, because that will make this go much faster. But can you keep up with this? He's close enough to death that really doesn't matter. Well, especially if we just naturally crit him. Alright, Warcry goes over life bonus, since we are starting to pump our HP now. Kami, don't need that.
Yeah, so Koopa learned Watchful now, which lets him get EXP while he's in the stock. So he doesn't have to be on the field to gain EXP necessarily now.
Yeah, he still will be on the field for most fights because he's just really good, but it's at least not a requirement now.
Yeah, Watchful is also only half EXP. So it's not the same as getting full amount, but it's still a significant amount. And since he's going to be evolved twice, and he's going to be our final party member as when he's fully evolved, having Watchful on him is quite nice.
I forget, what's the entry for Kabukicho Prison if I'm not safety saving?
If you're not safety saving?
If I'm not taking the save right before
Oh.
Mizuchi.
Ah, right. Falling 1 is the pretty lenient cycle, but you can also make it on Rising 1 or New.
Cool. I keep forgetting to write that down, so.
Yeah, any of those is fine. Depending on how you trust your movement. But since you're, just enter, it's fine.
Yeah, I'm here at New, so that's fine. So yeah, normally throughout this dungeon we would be taking encounters until MC learned Warcry and Mikami learns Void Mind, but we've already done that because we killed Hellbikers, so I can just run from everything in this dungeon.
Yeah, most of the enemies in Kabukicho Prison are weak to fire, so fighting them isn't that terrible, but there's also a couple enemies that are just kind of a pain to deal with.
There is one encounter we have to do here. The gimmick behind this dungeon is that this place looks like a typical warehouse, except there's this, like, alternate dimension thing that we have to traverse in order to navigate a bunch of the blockade and stuff, and the alternate dimension is kind of where the actual prison is. So we fight this Naga here to get access to the stone that will allow us to reality shift or whatever. I'll just fire to kill you.
Yeah, it basically flips the dungeon upside down when you enter it.
Yeah, this is actually probably my favorite dungeon in the game. I think it's really cool.
So there you can see the floor becomes the ceiling and vice versa. It's really difficult to navigate for a first playthrough. There's a couple things you need to do in here. And it's not immediately clear how to navigate it efficiently.
Yeah, when we're in the mirage, we can run around on the ceiling, which gets by all these debris. However, we cannot interact with any switches to open up shutter gates. And so we have to kind of jump between the mirage world and the real world to like open up shutters and interact with mannequins and such. It's a really cool dungeon.
Yeah, the other unfortunate part about this dungeon is that the save points are kind of out of the way. So we're not going to be saving at all throughout the entire dungeon.
Yeah, thankfully it's a
So
pretty
if
short one, but also...
Yeah, it is pretty short, yeah.
No! My spoon broke! So that mannequin there was trying to dig his way out of his prison cell using a spoon, and we startled him and caused him to break the spoon. So now he's like, this is your fault. You need to find me a new spoon. And so now we have to find the collector mannequin who is being held captive in here. But in order to access the collector mannequin, we need to warp back to the real world so we can open up a couple of gates. So now that we flip these 3 shutters, we need to go back to the 4th floor, which is where we talk to the spoon mannequin, so that we can then loop around to the 2nd floor again to talk to the collector. It's pretty simple to navigate once you know what you're doing, but definitely this section casually can be very, very confusing. I mean, honestly, you could probably just, like, lightly nudge it and it would, like, fall over and become walkable, but... So now we have this little way open. And here's the collector. You know what I just realized? I don't think I ever actually learned Troffery on Karanzan.
You'll be fine.
So we give him the spoon, and he's like, this is a powerful spoon! And just digs a hole right in the floor. So now we're able to go back to, snap back to reality and actually use the hole that he dug to, access the end of the dungeon. Actually, I'm curious, where's... Oh no, he hasn't, never mind. I don't know why I was thinking you didn't learn it. I guess I wasn't paying attention after Ose. So unfortunately, the boss is in the Mirage world where all the save points are in the real world. Because there's a save point literally right next to the boss door. But said save point is, again, in the real world, and so you have to run all the way from the save point, loop back here, and then go to the boss door if you wanted to safety save for this fight. So it's just far enough out of the way that it's just not really worth it. You put yourself in about as much danger doing that as you would just YOLOing the fight.
It's pretty annoying.
But we want to get to the fight close to full, because there's a bunch of mystic chests inside the boss room that we want. Hi, Mizuchi. Sure. Oh, thanks. I don't know what you said, but thanks. All right.
Yeah, so we're gonna be fighting the big Mizuchi. He, in the first phase, he has a chance of doing a glacial blast, which is a very strong ice attack. Once you push him into phase 2, he can no longer do that, but instead he will uses Mirage every so often based on damage thresholds. He begins the fight with it and then does it later. It can inflict panic. He's weak to fire, so the idea is just buff magic and gain breath turns by attacking him with fire and get him out of phase 1 as quick as possible. Also, putting 1 stack of Warcry up is very helpful to make sure that nobody dies to Glacial Blast. In case he decides to use it, it's not guaranteed that he will, but there is a chance that he does.
Yeah, he can do Glacial Blast, Mabufudine, or Basic Attack.
Sure.
So we get to do the whole dungeon again.
Yeah, that's the thing that just happened.
Yep, can't do anything about that. Had to not only target MC with it, but also had to double hit, which is both of those things happening.
Yeah, that's
quite unlikely.
That's really the only thing that can go wrong in that fight if that happens in turn 1. Everything else you can pretty much deal with, but yeah.
And the other thing is, like I said, the safety save is so far out of the way that, like, running it back is not that much slower than just redoing the dungeon.
Yeah, I didn't know dubs from Glacial Blast would actually be enough to kill you there, but...
It was, like, just barely.
Yes, it is. Yeah, it might be a damage range as well.
Yeah, I don't know,
Not
I
sure.
forget what the modifier, I guess I can look and see. Yeah, it was a range, because I have 186 HP with Theomonte on, and it hit me for 93 twice, so I think that exactly killed me.
Yeah.
So I guess theoretically... Oh, John's robotic, yeah. I guess theoretically what you could do in that situation is, like, use a Rakukaja on one of Unicorn's turns, and that would, theoretically prevent Glacial Blast dubs from killing you. But...
Yeah, either that or just double Warcry, I guess. Even though it feels... I mean, it's one of those things that feels like it shouldn't be necessary, because that's, like...
It's such an edge
that can
case
go wrong
that,
in the
like...
fight. Yeah.
But, like, prepping for edge cases just always feels bad. I mean, I did start leveling Vid a little bit earlier, but... Since I put the early Vit point for Kaiwan's.
I think this is Sion's fault somehow.
I mean, y'all were like wishing horrible things on me in the Discord, so this is okay. Not you, but...
I blame Sion for that. That was I think he has like your face stuck on a voodoo doll or something.
Mans has been wishing me nothing but bad luck this whole marathon. Okay, now the game just actually wants me dead. What the hell?
Yeah, with the way SMD has been getting treated this marathon, I'm not looking forward to my run tomorrow.
I mean, 0 PB by over an hour.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Well, okay, to be fair, Lon also had a good run on Persona 1. And Shaggy also had a good run. I think it's just you.
Yep.
Sion has been cursing you specifically.
Yeah. I'll say I don't like to be negative during marathon runs, but that was rather frustrating.
Yeah, that I get that. That's yeah. It's pretty annoying when things like that happen, especially in dungeons where you can't really save very well.
Yeah. Well, Simon wanted me to go over estimate. We're definitely going over estimate.
Well, we're almost back there anyway. This dungeon luckily is on the shorter side.
Right, yeah, just my comparison, I'm currently let's see, comparing to a 731 and I'm already 20 minutes behind that pace, so
yeah, we were slightly ahead going into this run by a tiny bit, so well, we'll see.
Yeah, unless the endgame just starts going really, really well, which would be nice. Alright, let's try this again. Yeah, because the idea is that, like, you're making him shrink so he's less and less powerful as you do damage to him.
Yeah, after you get out of phase 1, the fight isn't difficult anymore because he loses the chance to use Glacial Blast, and the only thing he can really be annoying with is Mirage. But even on normal, the ailment infliction rate is lower than on hard mode, I believe, so chancing the Mirage isn't even that terrible.
I don't know if difficulty affects ailment infliction rate at all, but...
I feel like it does, but
Yeah. No, I legitimately don't know. Like that's. And we do have anti-mind on Copa to help prevent it from landing, which I feel like is kind of a copium strat, but oh, we're getting some double rolls now. That's nice. Alright, I'm going to do one Rakukaja this time and hope that in addition to the Warcry, even if I get double hit, I don't die. Well, he didn't do Glacial Blast anyway, so...
yeah, it should be fine from here on out.
Well, yeah, the half damage is cool too, but is that +4 I'm at now? Counting. Well, we'll find out. Limit reached, yeah, okay.
Oh, we didn't get out of phase 1 yet, apparently.
Yeah, not quite. I didn't raccoon to him, so...
Yeah, well, it's fine.
But this will push out for sure.
Yeah, so he's weak to fire, but he can still be targeted with force as well. A tornado works very well for the fight.
Double hits would be cool too, but... Alright, now that we're in phase 2, his damage tiers down a little bit, so he's not as threatening. I'm gonna Sacred Water. I don't want Copa to throw away my money.
Yeah, when demons get panicked, they have a chance to do a variety of annoying things, like they can skip their turn completely, they can throw away a percentage of your money, they can summon themselves back into the stock. Yeah, you just don't want to act with panic demons if you can avoid it. Alright, there we go.
Thanks, Yamate.
Yeah, so we fought the fight close to full moon, so we can now collect the all the items that are here. There's like a vitality innocence, a emerald, a pearl, and a sapphire, I believe.
Yeah.
They're all... oh, it's jade, not an emerald. My bad. Jade is used for buying mitamas from the Rax jewelry, basically. Which I think this run does buy one Nikimitama later, if I'm not completely mistaken. Honestly,
Yeah.
can't remember.
That's correct. So, Isamu got captured by the mantra, and then when we kill Big Mizuchi there, it dispels the mirage, but he's like, "You didn't save me on time." And so he decides to go whine and hide himself in the Amala network for a while. A man at Ginza, by the way. A man at Ginza.
Yeah, Isamu needs to get saved twice in one day, and he's upset both times. And we still choose to side with him for his reasons, so go figure.
Turns out if you're obnoxious enough, your boss fight gets equally as obnoxious, and so people don't want to fight you. It's a bold strategy.
Yeah, so we rescued we rescued Futomimi, who prophesizes our future and tells us to head to Asakusa, basically, and we also go to Ginza.
Well, he tells us there's a man at Ginza
Hijiri.
waiting for us, and then Hijiri's like,
Oh, right.
hey, so I need to
Oh,
find some information so that we can locate where the mantra are using the nightmare system from. But all these terminals are currently being monitored by the mantra, so I need to find another terminal that's not being monitored. And that he tells us that the mannequins are in Asakusa, have set up shop there, so we're going to go to Asakusa to tag the terminal for him.
Yeah, so if you don't talk to Hijiri in Ginza, the gate to Asakusa is locked once you get there, so forgetting to do this would be quite painful.
Yep. Because the gate is after a whole dungeon, and you get to do that again. You get to do the entire dungeon again if you forget. Okay. Oh, good.
Doge.
Bonk. Ow! So the way that we're going to get to Asakusa is through a filler dungeon, as I lovingly refer to it. We have to go through a bunch of
Nocturne.
subway tunnels to reach Asakusa, and there's a couple of these tunnel dungeons throughout the game, and they all feel very fillery.
Yeah, they're not great. They also all have a gimmick where it's very dark, and if you want to see properly, you need either a light ball or the ability Lightoma. It starts feeling like getting the Flash HM in Pokemon, basically. But it's not necessary. You can do this in the dark.
Yeah, we will actually have a
You can
Demon
still-
with Lightoma for the second and third of these dungeons, but for this first one, I can just do it in the dark.
Yeah, it's not necessary for the second or third one either. You can definitely do them blind. Your view is not that obstructed, but it's still nice if you can do
Yeah, it makes
the
good.
proper view.
Makes for a better viewing experience for at the very least.
You might have a light ball, I'm not sure, but if you have one, you can use it.
Didn't see one. I can double check. I don't think I have one though.
Yeah, if you don't have one, then I wasn't paying that much attention to that.
Yeah, the one benefit of this area is that you might see Mothman. Let's double check. I do not.
All right, so in the dark it is.
I mean, it's fine. I know how to go through here in the dark. It's not a problem.
There's a couple higher level enemies in this dungeon, which can be a little bit scary. Namely, Saruta Hiko is the one enemy that is the scariest here. He has very hard-hitting fist skills.
Yeah, I need to level up my other demons here too, though, so leveling Earthus can wait until later. We're going to be taking encounters throughout the next couple areas, basically until Copa evolves into Karasu, and Archangel finally learns Ostoma. We also need to get a bit of EXP on MC to, like, level, 26 and a half.
Yeah. Here we can pick up a attack mirror. Attack mirror is basically just Tetracarnite in form. It's gonna be quite useful for a boss later. Not too far out of the way.
Mothman!
Yeah, the Mothman is level 43, so he gives a lot of EXP when you take him down.
He's also fairly tanky because he's a high level and has decent bit.
Yeah, so Mind Sai is a passive ability that lowers the odds of back attacks, but on normal difficulty it's not... It helps a little bit, but it's not that useful since back attacks don't... they don't crit on normal difficulty, so it's a bit... It helps a little bit with going first in some cases, but yeah, it's not super useful.
Did I miss my turn?
I think... Wait, or not? No, I think you're fine.
Oh, yeah, no, it's just right here. Wait, no, it's not. I did go the wrong way.
Oh, wait, did you go too far? Okay, yeah, you
I went too far, yeah.
might have gone too far.
I thought you said Whis. Nice dark knight. Nice counter.
The encounter rate at least wants you to have EXP.
Yeah, it's not really helping with the whole getting disoriented thing, but
Yeah, definitely not.
also I'm at this point out of MP.
Alright, that's enough EXP for Copa to evolve.
Alright, so Copa evolves here into Karasu, just an overall stronger demon. Also allows him to get a refresh on his MP and stuff, which is cool.
Alright, that looks more correct.
Yeah, here we go. I did miss the turn. Oh, I know how to navigate this place in the dark, he says.
Yeah, it's...
That's legitimately the
Of
first time
course,
I've
when
made that
you-
mistake in literal years.
Yeah, it can quite easily happen if you end up getting encounters just on the area where you're supposed to turn. It can slip your mind.
We said I'm good on... Yeah, I'm good on EXP, cool. I don't have to do any more fights for, until I'm done. Or, and... I don't need to do any fights until Asakusa Tunnel. Man, Mind's Eye sure is a really good ability.
Yeah.
Well, we dropped life bonus for, Warcry. We dropped, fire boost for this, which also, yeah. And I'm just gonna, yeah. Okay.
Alright, we made it to Asakusa.
This is about the halfway point in the run, which means I am very much going way over estimate.
So Hichiri, of course, made it here just fine, so he made us go through the tunnel for no reason.
So now he's like, okay, well, I need a moment to actually gather the information, so why don't you go look around Asakusa a little bit. So what that means is that basically we need to trigger two different cutscenes. The first is we need to find Fudomimi and meet back up with him. And then we will be introduced as well to another prominent mannequin that is a little more infamous than famous among the his brethren.
Yeah, so on the outside areas here, you can run into some angels like Principality that have instant kill expel skills, so it's kind of important that we have some form of expel protection while we walk outside. Ankh works well for that.
Yeah. So this is Sakahagi. He's a mannequin serial killer dude who likes killing mannequins and cutting off their faces and wearing them as his clothing. It's a very interesting individual, but he's like, you're a demon, I don't want to bother with you, and so he leaves.
Yeah, I feel like we could have avoided quite a bit of trouble if we just took care of business right now.
Right. I mean, he has, like, no HP, so, like, one tornado would probably kill him. He's, like, just barely over 1,000, so, yeah, he would not last very long.
But yeah, that's the only thing you need to do on that side of Asakusa. You need to find a trigger the cutscene with Sakahagi. And the other thing you need to do is make your way to Mifunashiro, where the mannequins are now gathered, which is in the middle area over there. We need to go through these inside areas to get there.
Also, we do have
Also,
a
we are
stoma
not
now,
going-
and there's a couple random low-level enemies here in these tunnels, so...
Yeah, it's worth using. Also, we're not gonna be doing Puzzle Boy.
No. Even if I wasn't, like, massively behind where I wanted to be right now, we wouldn't be doing Puzzle Boy. I've only done Puzzle Boy, like, twice, ever. And it's been a long time.
I've done it. I've done it once, and it was one time too many.
Yeah.
Never Puzzle Boy.
I did it once for the achievement when I was playing HD for the plat, and then once when I was doing the 100% playthrough. Yeah, but given I'm bad at it, it would also add another 20 minutes to this run. Alright, we make it to Mifunashiro. This is kind of the mannequin holy land where they were created or born. And so we get here and Fudomimi shows up and he's like, hey, I'm like really grateful for you for saving me and stuff, but this place is sacred to us, so please go away. Oh, also, look out for that Sakahagi dude. He's kind of a bit of a menace.
Yeah, so the mannequins want their own reason, which is needed to create it, a new world, basically. So they're just holed up here now. So we go report our findings back to Hijiri, and I think he tells us where the nightmare system now is.
Yeah.
Gathering Makatsui from, which is the obelisk area, which is where we will be heading next. Obelisk is located beyond the large bridge that we saw around Ginza the first time we got there. You can go through like the Nihilo backdoor tunnels to get there. It's a bit of a long walk to get there. So into Ginza we go.
I don't need to heal. Right, I haven't been doing any fights.
Yeah. Did you get Earth's already, by the way?
I have not. I don't
Okay.
get it until much later.
Okay. Just making sure.
Do you need this
So
flame?
before going to Obelisk, we'll drop by Rags to get Flamis, and then we get a bunch of items that we can, like make it a rock.
I believe it's just not Soma droplets, right? Yeah, anything but Soma droplets.
Yeah, so we get a chakra pot. We also get a beach chain, right? Or do you need aquamarines?
I don't know if I need that. I don't think so. Because what do you need for
Yeah, you got the extra ones, right? But
Jade and Amethyst? Okay, yeah, we can definitely grab it. Those were all drops, I'm pretty sure.
yeah, I think so.
Well, that fixes my money for basically the rest of the game.
Yeah, getting 3 aquamarines is quite rare as random drops. There's a few enemies that drop them, or can give them. You can get them when you pester arrows in Ambala network, and they can also be dropped by... I forget which enemies they are, but some enemies in Nihilo can drop them.
They drop from Apsaris, and that's where I got a couple of them.
Apsaras as well, yeah. And I think there's one Copa in... not Copa, one specific type of enemy in Nihilo that drops it, but I don't remember which one it is.
Yeah, my chakra drop count's a little low, so picking up that Soma droplet to just supplement my MP a little bit. Since we have a Stoma here, we can just kind of avoid everything. I'm gonna swap to Diamante now. I'm thinking about it. There is a cube over here by Tokyo Tower that has a succubus in it, and your reward for killing her is a ruby. Rubies you trade for Megiddo rocks, and there's a couple fights that are sped up by having a Megiddo rock. I also got an extra ruby as a gift from a demon, so being able to throw Megiddo rocks versus the Seraphs and versus Mott is very useful.
Yeah, the Seraph fight later, they like to use Makara Karn. And then Karn still being able to bypass that with Almighty is quite nice.
Yeah, free ruby. And now in order to get to the obelisk, we have to go through the back entrance of the Assembly of Nihilo, which actually takes us right to the true core room where we fought Ose. This area was blocked off much earlier in the story, so we can now just barely get access to it. This is another dark room. You just do a little bit of a zigzag here, and you get to the door you need to go through.
This is the point where you start seeing these succubus encounter, unlike the ones we fought before. These ones are actually kind of a bit scarier because they can put you to sleep. And after your sleep, you take a skill, Eternal Rest, which instantly kills anybody who is asleep. They can also spawn into this where we're going, so...
Apparently you're
not so fun.
Again.
Yeah. Try to fix it.
But yeah, Dormina Calm Death, very, very scary. We want to avoid it. So this hallway, this is like a 40-second hallway. I lovingly refer to it as the Final Fantasy 13 room. Shoutouts to Final Fantasy 13. But yeah, Succubus has Dormina, and then they can follow it up with Eternal Rest, and that will just kill us, so that's very scary, so we're going to be running Iomonte to not die to that. Should be good now? Okay, cool. Are you back, John?
Yep.
Cool. Some money out here, right outside Obelisk. It's like 10k, so it's very much worth grabbing. Since I got the chakra drop, I will be skipping a money cube in Obelisk. Actually, can I skip that money cube because you have to do the fusions in Obelisk? I might actually have to grab it still. I can skip the other money cube in Asakusa Tunnel, though.
Yeah.
That's the one I will skip.
It's probably safer to get it, just in case.
Look,
Anyway,
I need to save time wherever I can.
Yeah. Obelisk is a pretty long dungeon with some nasty encounters. It's kind of difficult to stay protected the entire time while you're here. In the early floors, it's mainly Succubus that is annoying and Berith a little bit. Berith is now a random encounter over here as well. But mostly it's just Succubus, so if you vary on Monte, you're mostly fine. Once you climb a bit higher up, the random encounters start getting a bit more annoying as well.
Oh, that reminds me. I actually need to swap out Archangel for Unicorn here. You can run into Arahabaki in here, and Arahabaki has Mabufula, and Archangel's weak to ice, so swapping in Unicorn just gives you a little bit safety on that regard.
Yeah, that would be pretty annoying. Unicorn is also good because of the null mind, so he can't be put to sleep.
Yeah, 3/4 of my party nulling mind is pretty nice. There he is. It's the guy with the tumultuous relationship with physical. Arahabaki is the MVP of the Hard True Demon ending speedrun.
Yeah, he's the earliest source of Nullface, and he's an evolved demon from Momonofu, so you can sacrifice Momonofu to get close to the EXP threshold needed for Arahabaki evolving, and then just get it instantly, basically. It's really nice and convenient. Also, he repels ice, so he's very good defensively for this section as well.
Yeah.
You can give him like buffs and debuffs and stuff, and he becomes quite good. You can basically keep him around for until the late game just fine.
I think I just saw Karasa's model
that...
glitch out there for a sec, and like his wing was like detached from the rest of his body.
I need to go back and look at that.
I was like, wait a minute, that doesn't look right.
The only downside of Arahabaki is that he's weak to every element, every element except for ice. So he can get hit pretty hard, but you can also play around that by constructing your party in a way where his weaknesses are also covered.
He's also weak to every ailment as well, but...
Yeah.
But mind ailments are like the actually scary ones, and it's pretty, thanks to Mikami, it's not actually that hard to have a null mind party member. Also, Mitama's all naturally null mind, which is helpful. Yeah. So thankfully, Eligor, even though Eligor shows up in this dungeon, his AI forces him to just spam Rakukaja until he takes damage. So he is, in situations like this where I'm not doing any fights, he has 0 threat value. Bareth can be a little spooky because he has Hellfire, which is like the upgraded version of Fire Breath. It's not as good as Tornado because it's only moderate damage. But it does still hit pretty hard. Thankfully, we do have Mikami who nulls fire in our party to hopefully blank his turns if they use it. The big gimmick behind Obelisk is these light puzzles here. Basically, just each of these panels progresses your moon cycle or your Kagetsuchi cycle by a certain amount, and the panels lower when you have the corresponding value.
Yeah, so you see the 8 dots on the wall. That means you need to get 8 from the puzzle as well.
Unfortunately, your run rate is pretty bad when you're at full, and a lot of these puzzles end on full.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate part. However, there's also one good thing about that is that there's one puzzle that you can set to full and then go do fusion straight away and do a sacrifice fusion there. So it's also good in that way.
Yeah, we don't do that in the run, but that is something that you could opt to do. We do use the fusion room, just not for a sec. fusion.
Yeah. Oh, this is the part of the dungeon where Pazuzu can start spawning, and he has the ability Hellgaze, and if that lands, it instantly kills the target.
So based on how this run is going, I'm
Pretty
going to get
scary.
Hellgazed at least once.
Yeah, I hope not. Pazuzu is also decently high level, so there's a decent chance that he will act first. If we find him, which I hope we don't.
Yeah, hopefully not. In addition to that, he also has access to Tentarafu, which is medium panic damage, which thankfully we're protected from with Diamante, but if we were to swap to, say, Anathema to block his Hellgaze, we would then be susceptible to getting smacked by. In addition to some other nasty abilities that I think he only really does after he's taken damage, such as Wet Wind and...
He can
does he
also
have
do
Arid Needle? I
Arid
forget.
Needle in the...
Yeah.
Yeah, he does. He can do it on the first turn, and if that lands, it has a chance to turn you into stone. Luckily, he only has one press turn, so if he doesn't crit, he can't immediately act right after you, or right after his Arid Needle. So usually you have one turn to salvage that situation if that happens.
Yeah, which in this case, because we can flee from encounters, usually just means getting away from him, unless it's on full, and then we're in a bit of a bad situation. Speaking of, I probably should have forced the encounter before I did this puzzle, but it's fine.
It's fine.
So, this dungeon is so long that the devs actually, recognized it and added in at the midway point Cathedral of Shadows so that you could do some demon fusions and such to get through the rest of the dungeon, which is rather kind of them.
Yeah, there's also a healing terminal later on at the end of the dungeon. Unfortunately, the save points kind of stop after this point. There's one more at the top, but there could be one more in between here and the top to make it a bit safer, but I guess they didn't want you to save.
Yeah, this is a bit of a long walk from here to Obelisk E. Alright, we're going to be upgrading our party here a little bit, so we're going to be buying Huopo and Inugami. We're gonna be making Taraka. Doesn't really matter what we give her. I like giving her Rikunda just in case some, depending on agility rolls, you can end up having a weird turn order for one of the Spectre fights, and so giving her Rikunda kind of helps prevent problems being caused by that. And then we're going to rebuy our friend Bob the Blob. And we're going to fuse Inugami and Blob to make a Raiju, and we're going to give it Tsukukaja. There it is. So Raiju learns a Lek boost, which is really nice for a fight later on in the game. In addition, he also has Lightoma, so now we won't get lost in the next two tunnels. Smiley face. In addition, the fact that he's a demon that just drains electricity is pretty useful for marching through a couple of areas. We're gonna swap him into our party once we hit floor 97 of Obelisk, because once we hit floor 97, we can start encountering phantoms. And phantoms have access to Zeodyne and Mazionga, And the unicorn we have in our party is weak to electricity, so we want to swap them out for something that actually absorbs elect. Hi, Pazuzu. Bye, Pazuzu. Alright.
Yeah, so after we take this elevator, the actual scary encounters begin. You can also find Ongot that can hit pretty hard with fist attacks.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep
He has the brutal slash, so that critting will definitely hurt.
Yeah, this next section's kind of a pick your poison as far as what you want to protect yourself from. You can keep Iomonte on to keep yourself safe from Dormina Calm Death as well as like Tentarafu nonsense. You can opt to wear Kamuto to protect yourself from getting murdered by Brutal Slash, but however, that does make you weak to Mind, which could be a problem. Or you can wear Anathema to protect yourself from getting Hellgazed. Of course, all of those have benefits, and all of those have things that you're leaving yourself open for, so it's very much a what are you more afraid of? And at this moment in time, I'm feeling slightly more afraid of Dormina Calm Death. Hi, Pazuzu. Bye, Pazuzu.
Just reminding us that he's alive.
Yeah. Hi, Baphomet. Bye, Baphomet. If Baphomet goes first, their turn is not threatening at all because they always spend their first turn using Makakatja. So, like, follow-up turns, they're pretty scary, but on their first action, they're very non-threatening, and so we can just get away generally.
Yeah, they have Evil Gaze that lowers you to 1 HP, and then they also have Maragion, which is a stronger version of Maragi, basically.
Oh, there's the monkeys. Oh, and it's full. Okay, this could be bad. Okay.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Well, that didn't crit, so there's that.
Okay, we're fine. Everything's fine.
Even though it's not the monkey route, they like to show up.
Yeah, Oncod is the worst monkey. Of all of the monkeys, Oncod is the worst one. Oh good, another encounter. Hi, Pazuzu, how are you doing? Don't mind if I just truffery out of here.
Unfortunately, Cronson has pretty limited MP pool, but we should be fine from here on out.
Yeah, if you're getting more than 2 encounters in one cycle, then the game probably hates you. Which, no comment.
Okay, so here's the save terminal. It's nice that you have one here, but we're gonna have to do a really long gauntlet of fights that if you die in them, having to revert back to here is still kind of painful.
Yeah.
Since
Wow,
we have
that
to do...
very immediate.
We saw the Moirai sisters earlier in a cutscene. We have to fight all of them individually, and then we have to fight them together right after, and you cannot take a break in between any of the fights.
You can theoretically take one between the solo fights
well,
and the trio fight, but like it's so far out of the way.
That much you can do. Yeah. That much you can do. But you have to fight the individual sister fights in back-to-back fights without a break.
Alright, Kamakami Unicorn Archangel. And we fight them counterclockwise, so first we're going over here to the right to fight Clotho.
Yeah, Clotho
is she spams ailments and instant kills, so we were Ankh, so we don't get instant killed by her expel abilities, but that leaves us open to sexy gaze. So he's going to try to charm us, and that is very annoying if it happens on MC, because then we will get charm locked for a very long time. So ideally we can avoid that. With Tornado, the fight should be pretty quick though, since we hit pretty hard with that.
Yeah, each of these fights has 2000 HP about, so...
Yeah, I think it's like 2.2k or something for each, something like that.
So if I had been getting double
I think
hits, she'd be dead
Octopus is a
already.
bit more.
But this will be enough. Oh, and there's the double hit
Didn't
anyway.
get charmed, so
Ha 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 ha. Alright, party here is Mikami Archangel Flamus. And we're swapping to Anathema for the higher magic stat.
yeah, the magic stat affects your magic accuracy as well. And obviously the damage.
Oh,
So Lagasis likes to debuff you and then punch you, and if she gets a lot of buffs up, then her punches will actually hurt as well. The nice thing about Flamis for this fight is that he has Bright Might, which means our attacks on full moon have guaranteed crit on them. We're also gonna use Warcry just for safety, so we don't get absolutely murdered, since we are Raccooned.
yeah. Unfortunately, she has access to both Tetrakarn and Makarakarn, so there she is protecting herself from being hit by Bright Might. But we can still Tornado her, so...
Yeah, ideally we see Tetrakarn and not Makarakarn, because Tornado can still do a lot of damage, even if we're not punching her.
Getting some double hits would be really helpful. Oh, now we're at the point that if she slaps me, it's going to be kind of scary.
Yeah, but she should be dead by the end of the turn, so we're fine.
Yeah. She didn't do either card, so
Oh, nice job.
I think we're good. Yep.
Yep.
All right.
So the final sister is just a magic attacker. She has all single target and multi-target spells, so Mazanma, Maragion, stuff like that. Ideally, we just cover each other's weaknesses, so we don't have any exposed weakness that she can fully exploit. It's kind of the goal here.
Yeah, I believe electricity is... There's a few open ones, but not too many. We also fully debuff her accuracy, so hopefully she just doesn't hit us at all anyway.
Yeah, as long as she misses one target, she will lose her remaining breast turns, and it's fine. We can taunt without worrying, because taunt only increases her physical attack, so she doesn't get any benefit from that since she doesn't use physical. Okay, that was a nice dodge. That could have been a bit scary.
Yeah. She's definitely dead here.
Yeah.
Didn't even need the double hit. That would have, yeah. Alright, so that's the solo fights done. Now we get to fight them together.
Yeah, in they basically do the same things in the group fight as they did in the solo fights. They all focus on the same things. We want to do damage to Clotho immediately, because once she takes damage, she will start focusing on healing instead of casting Marin Karin. Importantly, we want to not hit into Makara Karn with Tornado, because reflecting our own Tornado back at us would mean game over instantly, so that's one thing to be aware of.
It's one of those fun, you know that you're a real speedrunner of this game when you've accidentally died to tornadoing into Makara Karn.
Yeah, you just need to pay attention in this fight a little bit. But the plan is just Tornado every turn and push up Makakacha and finish as quickly as possible before Lachesis has time to get her buffs up. Yeah, we hit Clotho there with Scourge, so she will not use Marin Karin now.
I think it's as long as you hit any of them, she will heal.
Yeah, that could be.
Clotho's just the best one to kill because of her removing, because she has Dakunda.
Yeah, she will not use Dakunda in this fight, because the fight is over before her AI has time to actually start using it.
Yeah, Clotho and Lachesis have 2k HP, and Atropos has 3k, so this is a very quick fight.
Yeah, Clotho only starts using Dakunda once she has her 6th action, and even then it's not guaranteed, then it's 50% every turn after that, but yeah, she's already dead.
And we win next turn. And there we go.
Yeah, so Tornado kinda good still. And so we get Mana Drain. Mana Drain is almighty ability that drains MP basically from the enemy and gives it to you. So now we have way to sustain MC's magic casting without having to consume items every time we want MP.
I'll be right back. I have
Super
a input
helpful.
break here.
Yeah, so we made it to the top. Our teacher is here, and she was being used to power up the nightmare system or something. Yeah, we meet the mysterious child and woman again here in a little bit, and I don't remember if she tells us about going into Yogi Park or not, but that's kind of where we will be heading next. Yeah, we also get the cutscene with Aradia, which is I don't really know what she is.
Aradia is a false god from a dead world, basically. Who's here to kind of trick Yuko into thinking that she can help her find a reason.
Yeah, siding with your teacher or Aradia is basically one of the endings of the game. In that ending, you can skip fighting the final boss completely. So between that ending, which is called the Freedom ending, or the Musubi ending, which we will be doing, those are like the two.
You still fight Kagatsuji in Freedom ending. It's only Demon ending that you don't.
Oh, Demon ending. I'm getting mixed up. Never mind. Yeah. So never mind. Scratch that. Not... Freedom ending is not great for speedrunning then.
No, Freedom ending's the worst because you have to fight Samael to get it.
Right. Yeah.
So it would be the slowest of the non-true Demon ending endings to get. That was terrifying. Alright, so we warp back to, Asakusa, let Hijiri know that we rescued the maiden, that the nightmare system has been deactivated. And then he's like, hey, so there's this, like, weird kid that's kind of been snooping around the network. Do you know him? And we're like, yeah, it's Isamu. And he's like, oh, do you mind getting him out? Because being in the network for too long can kind of drive a person mad. And so we get to adventure back into the Amala network once again to try to find Isamu. The real freedom ending is when I finish this run and I don't have to play this game anymore.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
So this first floor of the Amala network is all of the enemies from the first time we were here, who are now way lower level than us, and so we can just repel all of them. The second floor is a mixture of that and some new enemies, and then once we get to the third floor, it will actually be like a full set of enemies that we haven't encountered before. I'm gonna kill this encounter. Actually, it's gonna ruin my having Dark Might for the boss, I think, but eh. We'll see. This dungeon's very, very short.
Yeah, you get a nice free heal here in the middle.
The solution for all of these mazes is the same. You go right and then you kind of loop around to the left. We want to pick this chest up because it has a magic mirror in it. Magic mirrors will repel all non-almighty magic for 1 turn. So we really, really want access to that for... that actually gets used in, like, the second to last boss in the game.
You want some form of repel magic for that. So it's been that magic mirror or macaron, and we are already at the end of the dungeon.
Yep.
Very quick.
I'm gonna make it before it shifts to what's my party here? Karasu, Reiju, Taraka. Ah, darn, just barely not. Because I spun around in circles a little bit, I didn't make it here on new. If you have good movement here, then you will always make it to this fight on new, which means you can use Dark Might for it, which is pretty nice, but I didn't have good enough movement. So this is Spectre again. This time his gimmick is that he will try to drain the MP from our party in order to use Megiddo on us, which hurts quite a bit. So we're going to, while prepping to just blow him up, we're going to put out War Cries and Sukukajas to hopefully dodge. Also, there's a little bit of funny comedic timing here where he tries to use it and there's like an awkward pause when nothing happens.
Yeah, one thing you can do is train the MP back if you have mana drain, but on normal it's not really necessary, but that's what we do on hard difficulty.
Oh, I read the wrong line. That's fine.
That's fine.
Just means I get an extra
This is one of the fights.
turn early.
This is one of the fights where we use Heat Wave. Because it attacks all enemies, it's quite good. Also, one thing about this on normal difficulty is that is one mana drain even enough to get them to use Megiddo? I think so might be.
Seems that way.
Yeah. I thought the second one didn't immediately Megiddo, but all of the other ones are using it, so I guess so.
Thankfully, Medio with high magic stats still really good, so. And we are at plus 4 agility now, so ideally we should be getting some dodges in. So with this fight, once they get down to there being only 2 of them left, they will use Dakunda, and so we're actually damaging them down a little bit with Karasu first. That way we can kind of blow them all up at once. And there we go, that's Spectre 2 down.
Yeah, 12,000 EXP. It gives quite a bit. The third Spectre fight gives even more, but yeah. Just a lot of EXP for this point in the game.
Nice magic mirror, that's pretty nice. Actually, I don't think that matters for anything, but it's cool still. I'll say it's nice. Okay, nice luck incense. I will use that right now.
Yeah.
Luck is kind of a meme stat in this game. So luck incenses are basically just fancy beads, but, you know, we'll use it. Why not? Complement the random luck point I got from one of my Magatamas earlier. All right, so here Isamu has he's grown tired over the years of you know, all the, you know, everyone just, you know, only checking him out for his body and having to tell people, hey, excuse me, sir or madam, my face is up here. And after all these long years of grievances, he has decided to undergo a little bit of a transformation to combat this. And so now, rather than having to say, excuse me, sir or madam, my face is up here, now he simply has decided that his faces are going to be everywhere. Also, this is the cutscene where Isamu tells us about the reason of Musubi. Sort of a universe where everyone can have their own world of solitude or whatever, and so we agree with him because we don't want to fight Noah.
Yeah, so the reason why we want to avoid fighting Noah is the third final boss of the game, basically, if you don't do through demon ending, and you can only damage him on certain cycles. His weaknesses shift, and you can only target him with magic in his second phase, so it's a bit inconvenient to fight him, and he's also very bulky. Has a pretty big HP pool, and he can also do some annoying things like drain your MP or yeah, it's not a good time. You could definitely win the fight, but it's just so tedious that fighting the final boss is actually faster.
Yeah, in when Shiner and I ran this at RPG Limit Break, we actually had a donation bid war. This is Kodama Hoppo. And we had to get Shijima ending, so we had to fight Noah, and it wasn't like that much slower, but it was definitely significantly less convenient. If I could get not... There we go. I don't remember if Zan was annoying or not in the fusion, but... Araman is also skippable if you go Shijima. You skip fighting Araman. Which is why Shijima isn't that much slower than Musubi, but it's definitely a lot less convenient.
Yeah, Araman has much less HP, and you can just blast him.
Yeah, it gives you a cool pet dragon, but you're such a low level that you can't do anything with it in normal. Other than look at it and admire it. Which it is a pretty cool dragon. Say no to Noah. So now we're here to engage with the weirdest and most obscure plot flag in this entire game. One that I'm sure tripped a lot of people up when they played through this game casually. I never actually played the game casually until after I had already been speedrunning it, so I never experienced the pain of this plot flag, but I can only imagine it being really annoying.
Yeah, so at this point we're supposed to get to Asakusa Tunnel and head to Yoyogi Park, but that area is still blocked off by a cave-in, so we can't progress. And the only thing that can advance the plot flags at this point is to find a random Huapo over here at the edge of Asakusa and talk to her. If you don't do it, then you can't progress the game. And I'm not sure if the game ever tells you about this in any way.
Yeah. I mean, it goes a little bit beyond, like, talking to every single NPC in the game, because, like, this Uopo is very far out of the way, and I think her showing up and giving you this tip only happens after you beat Obelisk.
Yeah, and it doesn't... Like, there's a lot of enemies, or, like, demons that you can talk to, which basically does nothing, so it feels kind of weird that this one demon at the edge of Asakusa is so important when she looks like every other random demon that contributes nothing to the game if you talk to them.
Alright, so we had this Earthus in our party. When he leveled... Another magic mirror? What? When you get one level on Earthus, he learns Rakukaja, and so we want Rakukaja on more stuff, and it's really quick to get him a level because you just need like 2 fights. Yeah, so this random Huopo here, you talk to her and she's like, yeah, I hear that Hikawa's been sighted in Ikebukuro. And so now that doing that conversation spawned Hikawa in Ikebukuro. Grab this 2K. This plus selling the bead chain will make it so I don't have to pick up the Asakusa tunnel money. Alright, this is very, very important that I don't mess this up here. So here, we're gonna have a conversation with Ikawa, where after everything we've done to kind of mess with him, he realizes, like, wait, this guy is the Demi-Fiend. And apparently, according to the Scriptures of Moroku, which is a document that is kind of what inspired him to do the whole destroy the world and try to recreate it thing, the Demi-Fiend is an entity that appears in each conception that is supposed to be the one that's, like, the determining factor in the War of the Reasons. And so here he basically tries to draft us to his side, and he's like, I desire a world of stillness, just like this cylinder. Wouldn't light be perfect if it was a cylinder? And we're like, no, that's weird, what the heck, you've been trying to kill us the whole game. And he's like, darn, I should have expected that you would be smart enough to appreciate the cylinders. And then he leaves. And so telling no to him makes sure that we don't get any points into Shijima, because Shijima and Musubi both don't really have any definitive flags in the same way that Yosuga does. We have to say no to the, like, one... we have to say no to that Shijima flag there in order to make sure that we don't accidentally get Shijima. Because if you say yes to him there, then the game actually becomes a... I actually messed up here. I was supposed to go to my finish hero first. Then if you say yes to him there, then the game goes into tiebreaker mode to decide whether you get Shijima or Musubi, and there's not really any way to control the results of the tiebreaker.
Okay, and now Utomimi tells us about you lurking evil in Yogi Park or something.
Yeah.
That's where we will be heading now. Now the blockage of the Asakusa tunnel has been cleared, so we can actually move there.
What I'm about to tell you is critical to our survival. Very important. So, while we're going through Asakusa Tunnel, we want to fight enough encounters so that we get to level 32 with about 2k EXP TNL. This is just to set us up so that we can do some fusions after Spectre 3. Asakusa Tunnel is a pretty short dungeon, but we are, I think, fairly close on EXP, so it shouldn't be that big of a deal.
Yeah, there's a... The enemies that spawn in a success tunnel also give a decent amount of EXP, so we shouldn't have to fight like too many things.
So here we're stopping by the collector mannequin shop. We're going to sell that bead chain I picked up earlier, or I was able to pick up earlier, and then we're going to actually buy a bunch of chakra drops. Because we're going to need a lot of them for later. I'm also going to just buy a muscle drink just in case.
Yeah, there are a couple of boss fights that can be a pretty big drain on your resources depending on how they go. So stacking up on chakra drops just make sure that we're equipped to deal with that if the fights don't go well.
Or gamble your run 5 hours in seems like a tough choice, right? I mean, at this point, the 5 minutes lost to fighting Noah instead of Ahriman would be the least significant time loss in this run, so, might have been fun to, let fate decide which ending I was getting. Alright, so this tunnel is another dark area, but we have Lightoma on Raiju, so we can actually turn on the lights. And then immediately have the lights turned off because I wasn't paying attention to my cycles.
That was classic timing.
But it was a good 5 seconds of being able to see in the dark. So there's an 8K cube over to the right that we would normally pick up, but because of the 5K I got from the chakra, or from the bead chain and the 2K I picked up. No. And the 2K that I picked up from the that one chest, I'm just gonna skip it. That's a little scary that you're on your own, but it's fine, because I have Tornado! If Sarjihiko ends up on his own and gets a turn, he'll do, like, Dragon Eye into... charge into, like, Hell Thrust, and just bad things happen.
Yeah, you don't want to chance it.
I'm about to hit 32, and I'm going to swap my Magatama really quick. Just to... I want to hold on to... The next skill on Anathema is Anti-Death, and I actually really want to learn Anti-Death right before the end of the game, or before the final dungeon. So I want to not push it off here.
Yeah, it's quite nice passive to have. Just a little bit of extra safety. It would be better to get Null Death, obviously, but that's too far out of the way, and you would need to be too high level to get it, so... Doesn't really fit into the...
Hey, Hifumi finally healed me for the first time. I think.
Hey, we got the Light Ball as well now.
Nice. Alright, so I just need, like, 2,400 more EXP, which is not... At this point in the game, that's actually not a significant amount.
Yeah, it depends on what the encounters give you here. If you get like Quad Ikusa, they can give you over 1k per encounter, but yeah.
Yeah, and worst comes to worst, I can like kill an encounter on the Mantra rooftop once it gets upgraded, and that usually gives about 1,000.
Yeah, or Pot of Death, something in Yoyogi Park is also an option if you find Triple Titania.
Right, that's true. I can
thing.
actually get EXP in Yoyogi Park in this run. And this is why you wear Anathema.
Yeah, Stone Gaze is quite annoying. Also, Ikusa has Mudo and Arid Needle. There's not just a bunch of things here that can use death spells to kill you.
I sure do love it when my attack goes around the thing that's weak to my attack. There we go, there's some good EXP. We have Raiju here to absorb the like attacks from the Nagas and the Raja Nagas. I'm getting a lot of Sacred Water drops. I'm also getting a ridiculously high encounter rate. Hello.
Well, you were asking for EXP, so I guess.
I'm gonna have the EXP that I need. I definitely don't have to worry about it. Yeah, I just need like 500 more.
Yeah, one more encounter should do it. Well, that's not quite enough.
It's close enough that, yeah, like I can just kill something random and or I'll get another encounter and then I'll get it. That also works. Okay, yeah, we're good.
Alright, that's... yeah.
Alright, so we are almost done with random encounters for the rest of the game.
Yeah, so at this point the XP is pretty quick to come by. Like, if you pop a Ribberama and just run around there for like 20 minutes, you get so many levels if you're playing casually.
Yeah.
Even more if you go to Yoyogi Park where there's higher tier encounters, but like EXP is very easy to come by in this game if you want.
Yeah.
Until you reach the high levels, like 80 plus, then it gets a bit tedious.
Yeah, grinding to level 94 to be able to fuse out the compendium is actually incredibly painful. But, if you're not doing that, then, yeah, grinding in the mid and late game isn't that bad. Alright. After visiting here in the very beginning of the game, it is now finally time for us to do the Yoyogi Park dungeon.
Yeah, first you meet with your teacher again here, who tells you about the object called Yahiro no Himorogi, which just means object of great importance. That's like the literal translation.
Yeah, I believe
so now we need to go through the...
I believe in the game's code, it's literally like just referred to as the Pyramidion or something.
Yes, something like that. So you just have to go through the Yogi Park dungeon to go get it. And our teacher is just going to be waiting here because none of the side characters in this game are capable of doing anything by themselves.
Before we go through the dungeon, however, we actually do need to quickly warp back to do some fusing. That Earthis that we put some EXP onto, we're now going to actually fuse it into something useful. So we're going to take this Earthis and we're going to fuse it with the Flamus that we bought from Rags earlier, and that's going to give us a Kusi Mitama. Mitamas are a special kind of demon in this game that serve to buff up the stats of other demons that you fuse them with. But they also come with a couple like really good benefits of their own. They all have a 50% resistance to magic. They're all completely immune to insta-kills and ailments. And they have some decent skills that they can pass on to other demons. Right, I keep forgetting that Zan is actually not a great thing
to be honest, Mitamas are like incredibly broken. Like you can boost the HP totals and stat totals of your regular demons with them like really high as well if you know what you're doing.
Yeah, you can basically double a demon's stats with Mitamas, which is very, very powerful. Oh, shoot, that was right. Yeah, and it was Patra, too. Oh, no. That's unfortunate. That was, like, the perfect Kushi Mitama, and I muscle memoried out of it.
Yeah, buying Mitamas from the Compendium gets a bit expensive, but Also, if you're playing Maniac's version of the game, you can just farm the Kalpa tunnels for as much money as you want.
Okay, third time's the charm. I finally caught it. Alright, now it is time for us to dive into the depths of Yoyogi Park. The run is certainly going.
Yeah, so Yoyogi Park is basically this kind of fairy area. They don't really want anybody impeding on their territory.
Yeah, I don't want to say that this is the worst marathon run that I've ever done in my life, but this might actually be the worst marathon run I've ever done in my life. But it's fine, we're having a good time, supposedly.
Yeah, so the gimmick of this dungeon is that if you go through a path that is guarded by pixies, they will teleport you certain ways back. So there are these observation platforms in the dungeon that you can climb and see the positions of the fairies, and then you should try to memorize where they are and avoid them. But we don't need to use the observation towers because the position of the fairies is always set. That's why you see Freedom take this kind of longer route, even though it looks like he could just run straight. But if you try to run straight, you will get sent back a little bit. It's basically just a teleport maze, but you can also see where the teleporters are if you use the observation platforms and memorize the locations.
Yeah, thankfully if you know what you're doing, this dungeon is actually fairly short.
Yeah, that goes for a lot of Nocturne dungeons if you know where you're going, because a lot of the Nocturne dungeons have puzzles in them, so if you know where the puzzles or how to solve the puzzles, then the dungeon length is also cut down drastically. Well, the exception being the certain dungeons like Obelisk that are long no matter what you do.
Yeah, like Obelisk, Nihilo, etc. are still pretty long regardless, but yeah, this one's quite short.
Yeah.
So here they mix up the gimmick a little bit, and these high pixies actually change location every time you run under one of the bridges that they are not guarding. We'll see that here in a little bit. I actually need to do a thing really quick. The next boss fight is another boss fight that likes to inflict panic. And while we do have anti-mind on Karasu, it's still not like great to have to rely on just a reduction in the infliction rate. So I'm going to use these muscle drinks that I picked up, and I'm going to use them on Karasu, and I'm going to save scum trying to land an ailment. Muscle drinks are a special item that restore HP or MP with the risk of inflicting ailments on the person they're used on. And so I'm going to be loading until I can inflict stun on Karasu. There it is.
Yeah, stun is a status that lets you act, but if you try to attack, your accuracy is really diminished, and you also take more damage from all sources. But since Karasu is only gonna be a buff user, it doesn't matter that much on him. He can live with it. It's more valuable to avoid getting ailmented by the boss.
But yeah, for each of these bridges that we go under, the high pixies will swap between cross formation and X formation. Basically, just all that means is that their like layout changes, and so we move them around in such a way so that we could just sneak by them.
Yeah, unfortunately, you're getting a couple full moon encounters back to back.
Yeah, as a reminder, your run rate when you're in full Kagutsuchi is severely reduced, so that's why we have the Karanzan in to Trafuri out, and now we'll kick him out of the party and bring Karasu back in. Alright, so for this last section of the dungeon, the fairies have kind of figured out what the player has been doing, and so that troll there smashed the platform that you would stand on to locate where the fairies are. And this next section just has a ton of bridges where fairies could be hiding. However, what it also has is the first bridge that we come to actually will warp, is rigged with a fairy that actually warps us closer to where the boss is. So here we'll walk into it, leave, and then we're actually closer to the boss.
Yeah, this area is pretty compact compared to the earlier bridge sections, but yeah, there's a lot of bridges there.
Alright, now we're at the boss. So we're going to swap back to Iomante. And then...
Yeah, so as a reminder, Iomante has null mind on it, which this boss likes to spam panic voice.
Yeah, having Panic on also protects him from getting poisoned, which is pretty nice. The downside about Panic is that you do actually take more damage when you are... or not panicked. The downside of Stun is that you actually take more damage when you're stunned. But that's not the biggest problem in this case, thankfully.
Yeah, that's manageable. But yeah, we meet Sakahagi again. And he has the pyramid thing we wanted, and now he's also gonna summon a boss to fight us.
Yeah, so the reason we want the pyramid thing is because it supposedly has a ton of Magatsuhi in it, so being able to use it would make us stronger. But he uses all of the Magatsuhi here to summon this elephant, so... a little unfortunate for us.
Yeah, so this is Kirimekala. He has Repel Fizz, like in all games that he appears in, basically, so... magic is the way to go for this fight. The only way to go, in fact. Yeah. So the plan here is to buff, and then just tornado. Debuffs aren't very good in this fight because he uses Dekunda immediately if he detects a debuff. But he doesn't have Dekaje, so buffs are a good way to handle it.
So you don't get access to...
Pierce doesn't work on demons that repel stuff anyway.
Yeah, Pierce doesn't work on repel, and the earliest you can get TDE locked in is diet building, so that's not for another couple dungeons.
It's the same reason why you can't pierce in the Nova fight. If we could, we would be doing that in the TDE run.
Alright, so now that we have our defensive buffs up, we're going to put up Makakaja as well, also starting to tornado down Gary here. If we didn't have Karasu stunned, he would also be able to join into the fight using some Zanmas, but the slightly slower fight from that is worth being able to not have him get panicked.
Also, Gary doesn't have that much HP. It should be going down next turn already if we get a dub. Even if we don't get a dub, he might still go down.
I have all this offensive magic, might as well use it. Nope, not quite.
No dub.
Oh, come on, man.
Dubs are really hard to come by, apparently.
Dubs are forbidden. Alright, so now we fight Sakahagi. He normally would start out by spamming a bunch of tier 2 magic at us, but he doesn't have that much MP, so we just drain it all off of him. And then all he can do is basic attack us.
So this fight gives a lot of EXP, so we want to make sure that the Raichu gets it, and also that Taraka gets it. We're gonna summon them in. Once you train Sakahagi, he can also only basically attack you. Yeah. And then he will just go stab you. Doesn't do a lot of damage. Not very dangerous after the Gary fight is done. Yeah, Tornado gets another chance to show the dub.
Come on, Tornado! I believe in you! Tornado! Thank you.
Here we go.
That was like massive overkill too, funny enough. He only has like 1100 HP or something.
Yeah, the reason why Taraka wants the EXP is to learn Heat Wave for the next Spectre fight, since we do have to fight him for the third time as well. His skills that Karasu is trying to learn are quite durable, so we don't need them. But Karasu is getting closer to his final form because he will evolve one more time. And once he evolves, that will be the party member that we will use for the final fight as well. So we have almost our first final party member now.
Yeah, we're actually pretty close to fusing a bunch of our final party. Because we're going to be fusing Orthrus fairly soon as well.
Yeah. Our final party demons are not that high level.
Yeah, but since we're not all that high of a level, the big thing with our final party demons is that we want to have coverage for every single element. So, the final party is going to be Kurama, Orthrus, and Mizuchi. Kurama covers force, Orthrus covers fire, Mizuchi covers ice and electricity. Mizuchi also is pretty important because he has access to Makara Karn, which is really helpful for the Ball Avatar fight, as well as naturally having Makakaja, which, as we have seen, is pretty important.
Yeah, Mizuchi is also very convenient to fuse. There's a ton of things that make Mizuchi.
Alright, so here at this point, we get the pyramid back. It's been drained of its Megatsuhi. And then Aradia decides to talk to us a little bit. And she calls us Fool Who Bears the Name Freedom, which is honestly kind of rude of her. But she asks us a couple of questions here. And your answer to these questions basically determine whether you would get the Freedom ending or the Demon ending. If you were to get one of the neutral endings. Picking the default option on both gives you the Demon ending. But we don't care about that because we're not going for one of the neutral options. Need to make sure I reapply a stoma. I didn't bother re-upping a stoma in the park, but this area only like has high pixies and jacks as encounters, and so you want to get rid of them. All right, now we're going back to Ikebukuro. So now we have some more plot progress stuff to do before we go basically right into our next boss fight.
Yeah, when we fought Sakahagi, he mentioned that there was a woman who tried fighting her as well. I wonder who that might be. Yeah, we need to go to the top of the mantra at this point.
Yeah, thankfully at this point, the encounters in the Mantra headquarters are all the same ones that they were, like, much earlier in the game. Once we witness this next cutscene, all of the encounters will get upgraded. Thankfully, we have no reason to come back in here after watching this cutscene, so we don't have to deal with them.
Yeah, it's... We have to walk out of here, but luckily after that we don't have to come back here.
So if the Freedom ending is the one where Demi-Fiend turns bald, would that not make it the TBE, the true bald ending? Hi, Arthurus.
Yeah, the Orthros is a rare encounter here that exceeds our Estoma limit at this point. Everything else we can Estoma away. For some reason, this game likes to throw in one high-level encounter at like low-level areas, so you have something to always be afraid of.
Yeah, we didn't see it at all, but in Kabukicho Prison, where you're, like, fighting generally, like, enemies in, like, the mid-20s or whatever, there's randomly, like, a level 43 Yakshini in there that can do Dragon Eye and, like, spam Tentarafu and just, like, completely ruin your life. Thankfully, we did not see her. But she doesn't show up as a random encounter enemy after that point until the dungeon that we're about to go into, now that we're, at, like, in the late game.
Yeah, so turns out our friend, what's her name again? I forgot already.
Chiaki?
Chiaki, aha. Fought Sakahagi in Yoyogi Park and lost, so she lost her arm in the fight.
Yeah, he just simply disarmed her, no big deal.
Yeah, so now that she's here where Gosutenno's remains are, there's a lot of Makatsui in here as well. So now she's able to summon her god for the reason of Yosuka, which is Ball.
Not quite yet, that's later.
Is it later? Oh yeah, it's later.
Here she just receives the power of Gozutenno. Gozutenno sees that she's in need and lends her a hand.
Yeah, I'm really not remembering the plot of this game, but it's fine. That's why you're here. And also to run the game, of course.
Yeah, right. Not here to run the game. I'm just here to recite the plot. It's fine. Yeah. So she receives Gozutenno's power, and this gives her the strength that she will need to make her Reason of Yosuga a reality. Because earlier she said that she believed in a world where basically, like a meritocracy, where the strong were the ones that survived and ruled the world. And as it turns out, you can't really make a world of the strong when you're getting your ass beat by demons. So so she's received the power of Gozutenno, who shared a similar vision to her, but could not achieve his vision because demons are not able to have reasons. But with the power of Gozutenno, she's able to, or with Chiaki leading the helm, the Reason of Yosuga now has someone powerful enough to lead it. She also might get a little power drunk here, just a little bit.
Yeah, so that's fine. We will just leave her to her own devices. Yeah. What could go wrong?
Also, the Mantra HQ is now changed from being nacho cheese flavored to being Cool Ranch flavored. Everything is like all blue now, as Shiner puts it.
Yeah, so the encounters change. There's a bunch of angels now that have instant kill stuff as well.
Yeah, there's a bunch of Dominion. Those Dominions are level 53.
Yeah.
So we're actually really good experience if for whatever reason you're behind.
Yeah, I think killing... They give like almost 400 each at this point.
Yeah, something like that. Swap my Magatama to Shiranui. Yeah, Demi-Fiend doesn't do anything. He just, like, shows up, sees it happen, and just, like, pieces out without saying a word.
Slowly walks backwards through the door.
Yeah, he's like, alright, see ya. I'll be going now. All right, let's check on Hijiri. Let's see how he's doing. We haven't talked to him a little bit. I'm sure he hasn't gone completely mad with power in the meantime. Oh, dang, it looks like Hijiri's gone mad with power in the meantime. So here Hijiri is like, thanks to the power of this cylinder, I know everything, and I will show it by relaying to you information that you've just seen, along with some other stuff. So he foreshadows the diet building dungeon. He tells us what we just saw about Chiaki inheriting Gozu Tenno's power. And then basically tells us about what the next dungeon is. And he's like, and I am the only person that is fit to rule this world because I have conquered the Amala network. I am so awesome. Kneel before me or whatever. And then Isamu overhears him talking crap and decides to pull him into the Amala network to teach him a lesson. He's pulling me in. Whoa! Cylinders, not even once.
So this is the final fight that we have against Mr. Spectre. In some routes, this fight is really annoying because we want to maximize the EXP gains, but in this route, it's pretty straightforward. We don't need to do the nonsense of forcing them to explode and gaining the maximum amount of EXP or close to it. So we'll just heatwave this, which is the reason why Taraka got the EXP earlier. So we have another heatwave user available for this fight.
Yeah, the gimmick behind this fight is that is that after taking a little bit of damage, the Spectre will last resort and blow itself up and try to do a bunch of damage to you, and they happen to be immune to Yeehaw element damage, aka last resort damage. And then they just basically just continue blowing up, and then they summon a new one immediately afterwards, and do that repeatedly until they eventually get bored and just all blow up. However, we can just blow them all up with Heatwave instead. Also, I once again have the bad turn order here, so that's really cool.
Yeah, we'll spend a few turns just setting up, and then we blast with Heatwave and finish them all off in one turn, so they don't have a chance to last resort, because last resort does hurt.
Yeah. I just kill you, that's all I do!
I won't die. Even if I die, I won't die.
So we're just setting up here. Have a bit of an awkward turn order here because Taraka just didn't get any agility or something. So this is why I like to give Rakunda to Taraka so that I can actually properly debuff this boss without accidentally buffing their attack a bunch. Actually, no, this one's fine. My turn order just written. There's some instances where demons will just have wild agility stats, and you'll have to kind of improv this a bit. That one actually worked out well. All right, and now we kill it.
Too bad. If you spend one extra turn of setting up, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah. Heat wave. Heat wave. Heat wave! Heat wave.
So yeah, you got 9,000 EXP from that, but if you really min-max the EXP gains of that fight, you can get up to 20,000.
Yeah, the EXP from that fight caps at 20,000.
But okay, Karasu is high enough level now, so he can transform into Grama. Kurama is another demon that has force boost along with Tornado and Wind Cutter, so he hits very hard. He has also decently high magic stat, but it gets even higher once we buff him up a bit with Mitamas later.
Yeah. Wind Cutter is tied for the strongest magic skill in the game based off of base power with Prominence. Unlike Prominence, it can't multi-hit, unfortunately, but aside from that, it's just an incredibly powerful ability.
Yeah, even if it can't multi-hit, it's more than strong enough to explode everything in the game.
Oh yeah, it still does, like, almost double the damage that Tornado does, if not more. Like,
I think even if Tornado double hits, it does, like, about the same or a bit less damage than Wind Cutter.
isn't the strongest spell level dependent? No. Talking purely off of base power. Alright, now that we've gotten a bunch of levels, we can now do a bunch of fusing, and we're going to go to Ginza to do those fusions, because we also need to pay a visit to Rags. But because we're doing fusion's going to save, because fusion accidents are an ever-present threat. So here we're going to grab another Megiddo Rock from Rags because of the thing I picked up. Unfortunately, I can't get any more attack mirrors, and I only have the 2, which is not ideal, but it's workable.
You'll be fine.
Yeah. Like I said, it's not ideal, but it's fine. Alright, oh, I don't want to be on full hold up, or on new, 1 sec.
Yeah, probably not a great idea to be on new.
Yeah, the fusion accident rate is higher on new than it is any other time except for full, so gotta get off of that really quick. It's a shame, though, because we're about to fuse Orthrus, so we can't hear the cool cathedral music. Alright, need Eros, Erthus, and Shikigami. Alright, so Shikigami and Erthus will get us a Momonofu. So now we're going to take this Momonofu, fuse it with the Taraka we've been using, and make a bird passing along taunt. And then we're going to take our bird and fuse it with Eros to make a Doge. And Orthrus, we need Taunt, and ideally Dark Might would be nice. I'm gonna greed for it a little bit.
Yeah, unfortunately there's a bunch of like tier 1 stuff in the mix, but yeah, nice. So now we have 2 of our final party members. Samizuchi is the last one, but we will not be fusing him quite yet.
Yeah, he's fused like near the end of the diet building, so we have some time. And then fuse you, and we need Rakukaja and Tsukukaja. Oh, shoot, that was it. Damn it. I keep doing that. Okay, we got it pretty soon after. And now we will be doing more fusing. So we will be comping a Karasu, an Eros, and a Kodama. Alright, Karasu and Eros gets us a Monkey. with Makakaja. Yep. So Oncot learns Tetrakarn, which is going to be essential for some of the upcoming boss fights. And then we're going to take this Karan's... Oh, we're just gonna...
Yeah, unfortunately, like, the next 4 bosses or so all hit with very heavy physical attacks, so Tetrakarn is very good for those.
Yeah, and then Karanzan's MP pool is really, really bad, and so is kind of a bad Trifuri user, so we're gonna fuse him up into a Baphomet who has a lot more MP. Also, Baphomet will be very useful for the an upcoming boss fight that uses a lot of dark and light damage, and Baphomet repels dark, which will automatically shut down the boss's turn. All right. Alright, so I said we were pretty close to being done with encounters for the rest of the run. This next little bit is a bit of an exception. We need to basically do one fight here at the start of this dungeon to get about 800 experience onto Oncot to set him up to learn Tetrakarn from 2 bosses from now. So about 800 EXP, give or take, will set him up to learn Tetrakarn from Scotty.
Yeah, so this is the abandoned temple that Hichiri told us about.
It's very abandoned, you can tell, because it's swarming with demons.
Yeah. Well, there's like 3 pyramids, all of them are like a mini dungeon on their own. We need to clear all of them. You can go back and heal and save and whatnot after each one, but we're gonna be doing all of them in one fell swoop here.
Alright, this'll do.
Starting with the White Temple, which is all the way to the back there.
Yep, that's enough. Okay, cool. And now we're done with encounters. Yeah, so each of these dungeons has its own little gimmick to it. This first dungeon here, the White Temple, is your typical SMT teleport maze nonsense. Which, thankfully, I have directions for.
Yeah, this is... It's pretty difficult to memorize. All of it. It all looks the same, and it feels pretty nonsensical how you need to go through it.
Yeah, at least the teleporters
really
all, like, through doors, for the most part.
Yeah.
I do need to do a drain on one of these enemies just to make sure that my mana's capped up, so just quickly drain this Titan.
It's really
chance at a
trial
Soma
and
here.
error.
Didn't get it.
Yeah, 6, 8, and 7, 8. Both of them failed in this run already.
Of course they did. I mean, the Soma doesn't matter. It's like I
why
would just
wouldn't they?
sell it for a little bit of extra Mitama doping money, or just keep it for later. It's just like one of those things where it's like you're in the area, might as well go for it. Alright,
Right.
so here we're going to go a little bit out of our way to pick up a super valuable item that we can sell. So in this area is the Blessed Fan. It's basically a reusable cast of Mahama. But more importantly, it sells for 50k. So we want that so we can sell it.
Yeah, a reusable cast of Mahama is pretty terrible on its own, but the monetary value is quite nice.
I will say, though, the music that plays in the Amala temples, once you're, like, in the, like, more advanced stages of the gimmick, is really good. I like this theme a lot.
It is, yeah.
Hi, Titania.
Are you ready?
Are you ready? I'm not ready, please. No. Okay, we're good. Now this time, we will go east. Thankfully, all of these warps, like, have you facing north, otherwise the directions I have written in would be a lot more confusing.
Yeah, this teleporter takes us to the end. So we have to fight Albion. Albion is one of those fellows that summon a bunch of ads, so it's him and 4 others. The gimmick of the fight is that if you kill all of the ads before the main boss will revive them, and if you kill the main boss before all 4 of the ads will revive the main boss again. So you need to leave at least 1 ad alive and then finish them off at the same turn.
Yeah, this fight's a little bit obnoxious in this route just because we are using Tornado as our main damage source, which is random targeting. So if you get really, really unlucky, you can end in a situation where the Tornado will just leave one of them alive. Line up the fleet! Time for some heat!
Yep, so all of the enemies here, or the small ads, are weak to the opposite element. So you can see there that the yellow one, which is kind of the electric Zoma, it's weak to force. The green one, the force one, is weak to elect. The red one is weak to ice, since that's like the fire Zoma. And then the final one on the left is kind of the ice Zoma that is weak to fire. So we're just going to be buffing and abusing their weaknesses to get them low.
I'm gonna use a magic on this turn, actually.
Yeah, the Zomas attack with magic, while Albion himself, the middle one, attacks with Fizz.
They're supposed to attack with magic. They sometimes just do that.
Well, they can also just punch you. Yeah, I mean, they can punch you as well, but they also have magic spells that they can use, so they can do either.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. Them swinging and missing is just peachy. Like,
yeah, no problem there. So the idea is to trim them down a bit and then go for the big damage once we clear the field a little bit.
yeah, and since they're double taunted, we throw up an attack mirror here to hopefully do some good damage versus Albion. Unfortunately, he did a basic attack on the enemy, on the demon that resists Fizz, but
yeah, if demon with a Fizz resist gets attacked, the repel damage will also reflect the resisted amount, so it's a bit less than if he would attack someone with who doesn't have resist Fizz. But yeah, now we can just Tornado, and ideally we kill Albion this turn, and then we're fine. Yep.
Good fight.
Yep, clean. So if they end up resummoning the Zomas again, then you need to kill them again, but you also get more EXP by doing it that way, funnily enough.
Yeah,
But
each of
not
the
really worth
Zomas
doing.
are considered summoning like a new enemy into the fight, whereas if the Zoma's Samarikarm Albion, it's just treated as you killing the same enemy again.
Yeah, each of the Zomas is worth about like 1k EXP if you fight, so you can farm them. It caps it out at 20k EXP.
Yeah, 20k
So-
is the hard cap for EXP for every fight in this game except for Lucifer. Which is funny because he's the final boss and his EXP doesn't matter anyway.
Yeah. So we did the White Temple, next is the Red Temple.
I really like the Red Temple's gimmick. I think it's really cool.
It is. It's a bit complicated to get through for sure, but it's cool. The gimmick is once you get to the second floor, there are shadows on the floor. If
It's
you
in the first floor as
enter
well,
those,
but-
oh, it's in the first floor. Okay. If
Yeah.
you enter the shadow, you get taken into like the upside down world basically by shadows, and then while you're there, you can, if you find a ray of light, you can get out of it. So you basically have to enter the shadow world on purpose to navigate it through there and then get out of it to get to the correct place. So yeah, this is the second floor, so we just want to avoid stepping on any shadows for a little bit until we actually do want to do that, so that's not terrifying at all.
Okay. Everything's fine. Nothing's the matter. Everything's fine. I'm not terrified. You're terrified. So anyway, there's a save point right here, and I'm gonna save right now.
It would have been big comedy to die on the final encounter before the save point and getting sent back to the beginning of Amala Temple.
That, yeah.
Luckily that didn't happen.
Thank goodness. Yeah. Now we've saved, so now we're okay.
So yeah, this is the shadow world basically, and we just wanna make our way through, and then we'll get out of it in a little bit.
I do need to get another mana drain in here, which I can just do really quick.
And now we just make our way to the red light of agony to get to the boss.
Yeah, worth noting the reason why we have to exit the weird shadow world there is that the elevator doesn't work in the red zone. So, all right, Kurama on the Thris.
Next fight is Skadi. She is a boss that uses pretty strong physical attacks and random other skills. We're mainly worried about the physical attacks, but it's telegraphed since she will always do double Tarukaja on the turn before using her fist attack, so it's easy to counteract with attack mirrors. Besides that, she has two phases. If you go above 2000 damage, then she will start doing Earthquake, which is even stronger fist attack, so wanna avoid running into that. So we want to manage our damage a little bit.
Oh, and I double hit, so now she's gonna reset the fight. Very nice.
Well, it's fine. She's almost dead already.
Yeah, I was gonna say she is like only a couple hundred HP left, so I can just kill her here.
Just let it rip.
Yeah, I'm just gonna Makakaja Suku kill. Yeah, there she goes.
Yeah. He doesn't have that much HP, she only has like 4000, but he's also one of those bosses that you can damage with Fizz. So magic is the only thing you can do here. Which, you know, with our build is not a big deal.
Right.
We are very well equipped to fighting her.
Alright, and next is my least favorite boss in the game. Or the boss who is, in my opinion, the worst designed fight in the game.
I don't know. I kind of like the gimmick a little bit. I mean, he's kind of obnoxious, but I don't know.
Yeah, teach their own for sure. But
yeah, I'm more worried about the random encounters in the dungeon, to be honest, since those are pretty terrifying in their own right.
I think I'm just
next one is the Black Temple.
Yeah, I'm just gonna barely miss New. That's unfortunate. I need to figure out what cycle I need to enter in to have Dark Might for this fight. I think Shiner had it written down somewhere, but I don't have Shiner's notes.
I think the notes just mentioned to go get the magic innocence from Toshigaya Cemetery, and then you're fine. But like, I don't know. You already get it, or try to get it anyway before, so.
Yeah, Makajamon. Oh, I haven't seen Loki in here in a long time.
Yeah, he usually doesn't spawn in the first floor. I think he's a bit more common down below. But anyway, this is a super short dungeon if you know where you're going. You basically want to extinguish the black flame, which you can do by just running straight ahead and interacting with this pillar. And then once you have done that, you can make your...
while.
Yeah, I mean, that works if you really want Dark Might. Dark Might does help with Asiel a lot because he can be very uncooperative sometimes, so it's understandable.
And there's no encounters in this room, so this is a good place to
Yeah, for
push
sure.
off cycles. We... Okay. It's not quite enough, but I can spin in front of the boss room just to make sure I don't, like, accidentally overshoot it. Bye, Ose. Bye, Ose.
Yeah, so once you have extinguished the flame, you can just jump off from this ledge, and then the floor below you will break, and that takes you to the bottom floor of the dungeon, and the boss is like right there afterwards, so very short dungeon.
I mean, Asakusa doesn't have encounters until after the Angel's attack. At least, like, regular, like, the town part of Asakusa. The tunnels do. If I get a fight before New, that's fine, because I do kind of want to do a drain, just to top up MC's MP a little bit, so I don't have to chakra drop him. That's a terrifying encounter to get when I'm just trying to get a drain.
Yeah, the encounters here are very scary.
Alright, I'm gonna finish spinning to New inside the room.
Yeah, maybe a good idea.
Alright, make sure that Onkat has max MP, and that Kurama and MC have a decent amount. You can wear whatever Magatama you want in here, because it literally doesn't matter.
So yeah, Asiel is a boss that uses strong physical attacks, and the way we want to fight him is to buff his attack to max and use Tetrakarn to reflect damage back at himself. Well, that's ideal. If the fight goes well, you can finish this in 2 turns.
I think it takes
usually
3
that's not the case.
In normal mode, because it's a little less damage.
Yeah,
but...
right. Right, yeah. That makes sense. Usually the fight doesn't go that well, though. Usually he will do nonsense. He can do his unique attack where he well, he can do that, which is not a big deal. He can also do Tempest, which is what we want. He can Fog Breath. Can he Fog Breath? I'm
no.
blanking out a bit.
He does,
What is his, he can mana drain you, but, like, something happens before that. Right, he can use Soul Nature as a Black Sun attack, which reduces everyone's HP to 1. And after that, he follows up with a attack, and on the turn after that, he will mana drain you, so it's a very annoying thing if it happens.
Nice Tempest.
Tempest is what you want to see. Yeah, okay, on normal the damage is actually kind of bad. This fight might be genuinely easier on hard mode.
Yeah, this is one of the few fights in the game that's definitely easier on hard mode because of the extra damage.
Yeah, he can be really annoying if he doesn't cooperate with his Tempest.
Yeah, this is also why it's nice to have Dark Might for this fight, because the chip damage really adds up, especially if he's not being cooperative. But even if he is...
Yeah, he has 8,000 HP as well. You can kind of get through his HP part quickly, but also 8,000 is quite a big beefy HP bar at this point.
One more Sukukaja just in case. Oh, now he's gonna do his mana drain. So we have 3 Sukukajas up. He has a really high magic
Yeah.
stat, so he's not likely to miss, unfortunately. Oh, until we dodge. There we go.
Yeah, so he can just waste a lot of time by doing stuff like this, unfortunately.
Yeah, thankfully that wasn't too bad. And then after the Dragonite drain turn, he always follows up with Soul Niger or Black Sun into a basic attack, which, if you don't have a Tetrakarn up,
Right,
will just
yeah.
kill whoever that person is. So, or whoever the target of that is. Let's get my Furtsuki Kaja up.
Yeah, so this is kind of the gimmick of the fight.
Oh, hey.
Okay.
Dark Might value.
Not the worst Asil. That went decently well. Alright, so that's all of the temples done. But yeah, if you don't have Tetrakarn, then you're just left buffing your evasion and hoping he doesn't connect on the... which is not ideal.
Yeah.
Tetrakarn is kind of a soft requirement for the fight.
Yeah, I don't
Oh,
even want to
attack
imagine doing
meter.
that fight with that Tetrakarn. Like, that's the one fight in the game that can kill you in Merciful. Because it doesn't matter if you don't take any damage. If you get hit at all at 1 HP, you're just dead, so...
Yeah, I think in my very first casual playthrough, I just got lucky with like fully maxed out evasion and didn't get hit.
Alright, so now that we've cleared all 3 temples, the center pyramid here gets lowered. And now we have access to all of the Magatsuhi here. And it's going to be revealed that in order to summon the god of Musubi, Isamu wants to sacrifice Hijiri to the Magatsuhi. And as it turns out, Hijiri was kind of potentially probably planning on doing the same thing to either Isamu or us. And so we just kind of agree, like, yeah, sure, let's kill this dude. That sounds like a great idea, and Isamu's pretty fond of that, and we get some more points for Musubi.
Yeah, so he gets dunked into the Kool-Aid.
And then with the sacrifice of a great amount of Magatsuhi, Isamu is able to summon his god, who is a nameless god of the void, but because it doesn't make sense for a god to not have a name, he dubs the god Noah. And as it turns out, Noah is a gigantic whale thing. Or like a tardigrade or a moomin.
Rhino without the horn is how I
Yeah.
always imagined it, but like a zebra rhino, I don't
Yeah.
I don't know.
Like a zebra hippo or something. He has horns sometimes. But yeah, either way, Noah pieces out to await the summoning of the Tower of Kagutsuchi, because basically the war cannot be resolved until the tower is summoned. So he just kind of pieces out to wait for everything else to happen. Like, after years of wishing, Isamu finally got his wish of having a hippopotamus for Christmas. So,
Yeah, now the angels tell something about attacking Mifunashiro or something, I guess. And we'll go look at it.
Yeah,
What's going on over there?
they say something along the lines of like, "Oh, a god of Arisen has been born. We must quickly report to Lady Chiaki as she attacks Mifunashiro or something." And that's our clue that we're supposed to go check it out. I'm gonna spin around in here a little bit to get my cycles lined up properly to get a diamond.
Yeah, as a reminder, diamonds can be exchanged for great chakras, and we want at least one great chakra for the final fight.
Yeah, ideally
Yes.
we'll have one great chakra and one bead of life for the final boss, and we use the great chakra right before the boss, and then we use the bead of life in the middle of the fight.
Yeah, he's a bit of a HP sponge, so you will need something to recover your MP with.
Alright, that's good enough. So yeah, we're looks like we're a little late to the party. Seems like some shenanigans have been afoot.
Yeah, things ain't looking too good for our mannequin friends. Or are they even our friends? They told us not to come here. I don't know.
Well, they're gonna be our friends in this case. Whether or not they're our friends in
Yeah.
other routes is a little more questionable, but at least here we care about them, sort of.
Sort of, kind of, yeah. Unfortunately, siding with the mannequins in this conflict makes you do the harder fight of the two. But if you don't fight Chiaki's demons here, then you're locked into Yosuga, and Yosuga ending has to fight all of the 8-game bosses without skipping any of them, which is not what we want.
Yeah, it would be the second slowest ending. Because you still wouldn't have to fight Samael, but you would have to do everything else.
Yeah.
Quick save here because I have died to this fight before. You can get some some unfortunate patterns and just get sniped. It's usually not that
Or
hard
you
of a
can-
fight, but bad things can happen.
Yeah, you can also hit into Makara Karn,
Oh, yeah.
as per usual.
Yeah, I mean, if I see Makara Karna, hopefully... Oh, goddammit, it's on full. Hopefully I will do other stuff, but you never know.
Yeah, hopefully. But it's easy to zone out for a second and not notice that it was a Makara Karn.
Yeah, especially given how
Things
tired
happen.
I am right now. I would,
Yeah, so get the diamond.
yeah, I would not put it past me. Yeah, so Diamond's just kind of hidden behind that pillar there. So here these angels are like, hey, what we're doing is right because these mannequins are like really stupid and stuff and they're just getting in the way, so the weak should be hewn down. Don't you agree? And we're like, no, I don't agree with that. They're like, how dare you disagree with me? L plus ratio plus pi. And so hopefully we've rejected Yosuga enough that Chiaki just doesn't give us a choice here. If you've basically rejected Yosuga at most opportunities, she just sicks the archangels on, or the seraphim on you. if you've kind of gone either way with you, she gives you a choice between siding with her and fighting against her. Let's see, Kurama, Orthrus, Raiju. Kurama, Raiju.
Yeah, so the Archangels or the Seraphim is another fight with multiple enemies. There's 3 of them. We have to fight Uriel, Raphael, and Gabriel. They do a multitude of things. Raphael hits with physical attacks. Gabriel,
she uses a lot of
or
magic,
something,
like fire and light magic.
Oh, magic, yeah. And I guess Uriel is like uses Makara Karn, and he can use the Arahan as well, I believe.
Raphael is the one that uses Karns.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm mixing them up.
Yeah, Raphael is
fight like bonus.
Yeah,
so.
Raphael is like physical attacks and. Oh yeah, we got the shrug, so yeah, we're good. Yeah, Raphael is physical attacks and Karns and can heal. Gabriel is, I think, Almighty and Light, and then Uriel is Light and Fire.
Yeah, so we just want to debuff their attack fully with Warcry, and then basically just Tornado, get some buffs up and Tornado, and avoid hitting into Karns and hope that we can kill the healer as quickly as possible.
Yeah, the Archangels also notably do resist magic, but we're just so strong that doesn't really matter. However, I do have a couple of Megiddo rocks that I can throw here that will do like 1,000 damage to each of them, which is quite a bit. Oh, they also presumably have some sort of electric damage, which is why I'm guessing we have Raiju in here.
That would make sense, yeah.
That might hurt.
Uh-oh.
This is fine.
Oh, we're fine.
That's a little less fine.
I think it's still okay. I don't think Raiju needs the XP, right?
No, he doesn't. It's fine, I can make this work.
A dodge would be nice. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. You have taunt. Here, have a rock. And let's start getting Tarakaja set up so that I can do some stun claws. Yeah, they're really Makara Karn happy today. Have another rock. Yeah, so Stun Claw is really good. Like, it actually is surprisingly really good. So on turns that they Makara Karn, you can just hit them with Stun Claw and they just kind of blow up. It also has a really high crit rate.
He's going crazy with the crits. I don't think it's that high.
Yeah, so that's the Seraphs. I think that was supposed to be into agility, but that's fine. I can put agility after.
Yeah, I think you still have time to fix the agility.
Yeah. The agility doesn't start mattering until Mithras, so.
Yeah, I think you need 6 base by Mithras, I think, right?
Something like that, and yeah, usually you're fine. Yeah. BRB.
Okay. Okay, so I jumped the gun last time, but this time Chiaki is actually summoning her god Baal. Since now she has the Makatsui from killing a bunch of these mannequins.
All right, moment of truth. Are we gonna fight Trumpeter this round?
Yeah, so now we can head to the Diet Building, which is the last location that Hichiri talked about before entering Amala Temple. On the way there is one more fiend that is blocking our way. That is Trumpeter, also known as the Final Fiend, except in this case we didn't defeat the other fiend, so he's not actually the Final Fiend, even though his dialogue says that he is.
Even in the TDE run where you fight all the
him.
fiends, he's very much not the final fiend.
Yeah. Yeah. He tells you, I mean, blah, blah, blah. You can try to avoid him, and there's 60% chance of success in avoiding him. Ideally, we don't have to fight him, but if we do have to fight him, then that means that we don't have to fight anything in Yurakucho Tunnel. The fight itself has a gimmick where we might need to set up a demon with low HP beforehand.
No, we don't bother with it. We
Or
just
do
use the demon
don't.
that he kills to
Right, yes, I see now.
but yeah, I mean, you can still explain the fight, and if we don't fight him, then we don't have to worry about it, but
Yeah, he has a gimmick where every 4 turns he either heals the lowest percentage HP demon on the field, including himself, to full. He picks one of them, who is the lowest, and then on the 4 turns after that, he will kill a demon of yours who is the who has the most HP.
lowest.
The lowest percentage HP. Yeah. So, we want to just make sure that somebody's on low HP every 4 turns when he does his gimmicky attack, so nobody ends up so he doesn't end up healing himself or killing someone that he doesn't we don't want him to kill.
Does mean we get to do a bit of a long walk because the Yarakucho tunnel is kind of by the back entrance to Nihilo, but even like further away. Yeah, the mannequins are get owned regardless. It's whether we kill Fudomimi ourselves or if Chiaki kills Fudomimi is really the only differentiator there.
Yeah, so we go all the way around here to the final tunnel dungeon or subway dungeon.
And we enter here at decreasing 7, so I get to do some more spinning. Because we want to be set up so that we can get the Beat of Life chest later on in the dungeon. Whee! And we go in at decreasing 7 because you can't dodge fiends at all at full. But it's a 60% any other time, so we go in at decreasing 7 so that we don't accidentally bump into them at full.
Alright,
we do need to set
of
up for the fight.
yeah, you do
though.
need to set up, yeah, just in case. This fight is, or the tunnel is so far away that it's never worth trying to avoid this fight. You will finish the fight faster than getting back here anyway. But ideally, we'll just avoid it.
Yep.
Yeah, alright.
Yeah. So now we have to get, like, around somewhere between 7 and 8k EXP from encounters in this dungeon, which is a lot faster than fighting Trumpeter. Trumpeter is a very slow fight.
Yeah, Trumpeter is like a 9 turn fight. And these encounters we can just defeat at the same time that it would take us to run away almost. So it's a lot better to just do this if it's an option.
Yeah. Also, I need to make sure I have Komodo on. And swap.
Yeah, there's some very nasty physical attackers in this dungeon, so Phase Resist is definitely helpful.
How much EXP was that? I wasn't paying attention.
That was 1k,
1K?
about.
Cool. Yeah, you just say no and you have a 60% chance to dodge him. Every fiend in the game, you have a 60% chance to dodge as long as you're not trying to dodge them at full.
Yeah, you can just say no. But it's not guaranteed to work, so...
Yeah, my current PB in this category loses, I think, 3 minutes on this split to failing to dodge Trumpeter. Just because the fight is that much slower, But you fight him anyway, because it's definitely a lot faster to fight him than it would be to reset and try again.
Yeah, the fiends can't legally ambush you if you just say no. It's not allowed.
Yeah, right. If only. Alright, well, I do actually need to get encounters in here, game. Yeah, Matador will always fight you no matter what. But Hellbiker and Trumpeter are both in your way, but dodgeable. Alright, there's another roughly 1,000. Oh, there's an amethyst. Thanks, game. I'm just past the point where getting that amethyst would have saved time.
Yeah.
So it's not an exact science. We need about 8,000 EXP here. But not, like, specifically. Like, if we get a little bit less, it's fine. So, like, that... What? Wow, really? That wasn't enough? So, like, that encounter that gave me, like, 870 or whatever, I was, like, confident saying, oh, yeah, that's about 1,000. So that's, like, 1,500. So we're at, like, 3,500, roughly?
Yeah, sounds about right.
I can't fight Titan.
Yeah, Titan melts for us, so not the ideal target.
Oh, ha, 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 ha. It's like 47. This chest has a bead of life in it, which we need for final boss fight. So we set up to
Bead
get
of life
this.
is a full party, full HP and MP recovery item, so quite full.
So yeah, ideally, like, 3 more fights and we'll be good. Yep, that's like 59, 58. Kaiwan is not ideal, but also fine, I suppose.
Yeah, he resists magic.
A case of resists magic, but we do so much damage that it sort of doesn't matter. That's like 65. Oh, whoops. For some reason, you just don't get encounters in that one, like, tiny room.
Yeah, it's really weird. Why is the one small area there protected from encounters? Never understood it.
Alright, like 73, and that should be close enough. It can be, but I know I'm gonna kill the enemy, so it doesn't matter. Hey! I got the 50-50.
4 out of 8.
Can't get the 7 out of 8 or the 6 out of 8, but I got the 50-50.
You also got the 60% from Trumpeter, so
Oh yeah, true.
the good tidings are about to turn. I can feel it.
I have, like, slowly been clawing time back. It's still maybe looking like we're gonna be a little over, but at least it's not as bad as it was.
Alright, so the diet building with the worst bosses in the entire game.
Yeah, emphasis on die. Bye, Persky, bye, Persky.
Yeah. So a lot of the bosses here are just kind of coin flippy and annoying. That they do a lot of damage. And they usually have annoying mechanics. The first one is Cert. We want to have Tetrakarn up at all times basically and reflect some damage back at him whenever possible. We can also do some decent amount of damage with force attacks in this fight, but yeah, he's just annoying. He uses fire magic as well. And also he's very Dekunda happy. And yeah, a common theme with fights here is that certain Mada get to act first, which is what makes them very annoying as well. Because when the enemy gets to wail on you for free, it's not fun. Luckily, Cert doesn't have that much HP, so if he behaves even a little bit, you should be able to finish it quite quickly.
Yeah, I just need to see some dubs. Dubs are forbidden.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if you just Tempest here, then, well, yeah, that's what you don't want to see.
Bye, monkey.
Also, Ragnarok is an incredibly powerful skill.
Bye, Kurama. Yeah, Ragnarok is another one of the
Yeah.
strongest magic abilities in the game. Unfortunately, I actually need to bring in Mikami and Rez, because Kurama does actually really need this EXP. Thankfully, Mikami is immune to fire, so at least half of his moveset Mikami is fine with. Unfortunately, I can't quite get back to Kurama's turn right now, but I can do some damage and then bring him in next turn. And just in case of shenanigans, let's top up a little bit. I really need you to, thank you. Alright, we've stabilized. Monkey's EXP doesn't matter at all.
He's getting very low HP as well, so couldn't take long anymore.
Yeah, there we go. Alright, well that was a bit of a fiesta, but we made it out alive.
Yeah, that's the cleanest cert fight.
Yeah!
That's just
world's most normal cert fight. Alright, and we needed Kurama to get that EXP so he could learn Fog Breath here. Yeah, he opened the fight with it, and then he never used it again.
Yeah, so defeated Cert, now the statue starts putting all kinds of illusions in our way. This place is pretty trippy. Mada puts up these, what is it, mod? I think it's mod. Puts up these weird illusions that there's like paintings that look like hallways, but they're actually walls, and like optical illusions. It's pretty fun gimmick, to be honest, but yeah.
Yeah, and if you walk into the optical illusions, you get teleported to like a random location.
Yeah. You need to kind of be careful when you walk around here. Like the hallway at the end there is not real, it's just wall painting, kinda. And some of the doorways are not real, but they're quite obvious to tell.
This is like one of the only dungeons in the game that I still have to use notes to get through because of how like twisty-turny it is and how similar all these hallways look. Bye, Persky. Bye, Persky. Alright. Thankfully, this dungeon's really nice about giving you shortcuts right back to the save terminal, so even though these fights are all random nightmares, they're all really close to a save point.
Yeah, I think the developers knew that these fights were a bit of a fiesta, so it's nice that they let you get back to save easily. The next fight is Mada. He's also one of those fights that gets to act first. He hits very hard with physical attacks. His HP total is only 2.5k though, so he's very quick to go down. If you don't die turn 1, that's kind of the big challenge.
Yeah.
He also spams panic-inducing ailments, which can be really annoying.
Yeah, so we're running Iomonte to block
a
those ailments, which means we are susceptible to fire damage and physical.
We don't have like Onkot and Orthrus doesn't have a good way to null mind at this point.
Kurama has anti-mind and MC has Yomante, which helps, but still kind of vulnerable.
Yeah, you
So
can opt to
hopefully
do
he
muscle
doesn't
drink
use,
strats here. I don't like doing that much save reloading, so I don't personally, but it is an option.
Yeah, it is an option, yeah. But yeah, ideally he just doesn't use Intoxicate and goes down in a couple of turns without a problem.
Yeah.
So.
Ideally, he just Augudines Orthrus and then calls it a day. That's also
That works too.
fine, I think.
Oh,
Okay, that's
annoying.
totally fine.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah.
And now we can have Tetrakarn up, so it means we're a lot safer for the remainder of the fight.
Yeah, I just need to hope that no more Intoxicate. Like, that's already 800 damage, so that's like already a third of his health bar gone right there.
Yeah, good double hit, and I think I just win here with this taunt. Okay, not quite, but he's very, very close.
He's like 200 HP or something.
Yeah.
Maybe even a bit less, so he's just dead. Yeah.
My money.
That was a clean clean meta fight at least.
Yeah. Nice bead chain.
Oh. I love when you get good stuff from demon drops like that.
Oh yeah, that's awesome.
That's randomly get a beat chain. It's funny because you can get like completely terrible items like float ball or something, or even worse stuff, and then alternatively you can just get like beat chain or
like an incense
Soma or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Right. Rude. Oh, that's a little scary. Alright, well, if that wasn't the end of their turn, that would be very scary.
Yeah, so this going through this way opens the shortcut back to the main hall, so you can take a safety save before fighting the mod.
Well, we also need to do some fusions.
Alright, this route also gets Mizuchi now, right?
Yeah! So comp Kushimitama, Uncut, and Archangel for Snack. And we need to pass Rikunda. Perfect.
Yeah, so at this point we don't need Tetrakarn anymore. Mizuchi ended up getting it anyway, but we don't use it.
Mizuchi's very cute. It's a very simple design, but I think he's cute. And then we're going to give him a Kushimitama. We're going to give him Rakukaja just in case we need to, like, have an emergency situation where we really need our buffs back. But the big thing is just giving him some more HP.
Yeah, some survivability is nice. Yeah, especially from Mizuchi, since his base level is only like 34. He's a bit on the lower level side.
Whatever I do. Cool. Alright. We need to fix our cycle one more time because there is a... Raiju. We need to fix our cycle one more time because there is one more Mystic chest that we want that has a magic incense in it that's right at the end of the diet building. And so we're going to set up our cycle here so that we can get it. It has a magic incense in it, which we will give to Kurama. I haven't been paying attention to Kurama's levels. Hopefully he's gotten at least 1 point of magic so far, and if not, hopefully he gets a point of magic soon. Because depending on what his level ups look like determines if we end up with like a 36 magic Kurama at the end of the run or a 40 magic Kurama.
Yeah. The way doping stats work in this game is that when you give a Mitama to a demon, they get a 20% boost into the stat. So,
Yeah.
for example, if you give a Nikki Mitama, that gives a bonus boost into magic. So if your magic stat is 15, you get 3 extra points. However, if your magic is 14, you only get 2 extra points. So it adds up when you dope a lot of Mitamas.
Yeah, and
So
the
ideally
amount...
we want a Kurama that has magic that can be divided by 4 evenly, so at least 20 or more.
Yeah. The other thing is that you can increase your stats up to double what your base stat is. And so we want 20 so that we can get up to 40. Alright. Let me swap to Hifumi. Easy as 1, 2, 3. And, time for Mott.
Mott is the infamous fight that can cast Beast Eye multiple times and basically technically give himself infinite amount of turns, even though that's very rare, and he prioritizes using the Kunda instead of using Beast Eye, so if you have debuffs on him at all times, you're basically fine. In most cases. He can still chain Beast Eyes, but that's a bit more rare to happen if you just buff up correctly.
Yeah, the big thing with Mott is he respects your debuff, he respects your buffs. So as long as you keep, as long as you get up to +4 Sukukaja and then you try to keep a debuff on him, he usually doesn't go ham.
Yeah, he also nulls Force, so we can't use Tornado for this fight, but he's weak to Elec. Yeah, he has only 3.5k HP, so you just want to whittle him down with magic. If you end up getting a shock on him, then you can also follow up with Stun Claw for guaranteed crit.
Yeah, he has like
he
90% physical
fizz,
resistance,
yeah.
but...
But if you shock him, that goes away, so...
the fizz resistance stays. It's that you'd have to freeze him for the resistance to go away.
Oh, okay. I thought shock would also get it away, but guess not.
Alright, I believe this is +4 Makrakaja. This would have... Oh, I was already limit reached. This is where it would have been really nice if I could have gotten a... if I could have gotten an Elect skill to pass on to Kurama, because he can contribute damage in this fight with his pretty decent magic stat. Was not able to do that. I do, however, have a stack of Mazio rocks, so I can hit him for...
that damage is pretty respectable.
Yeah, see, I only did like 32 with that.
Yeah. Oh, see, it was useful.
Oh my god! Oh, we don't get, yeah, Void Force in this route. Oh, whoops, that's not where I split there. Oh, that was funny. Okay. If someone wants to like clip that and then send it to me, I would be forever grateful to them. All right. One more fight in the diet building. This is Mithra. He likes using dark skills, so we're gonna have a party that's immune to dark entirely. Mizuchi.
Yeah, Mithra is by far the easiest of the diet building fights, even though he's the one you fight last.
Here we want to make sure we say the bottom option there, because otherwise you get put into a really long question chain. Alright, so unfortunately I don't quite have enough agility, agility at the moment, so my turn order is a little bit weird, but it's fine. I can fix it after this fight. By the time it matters, I will have enough agility. So that's what you ideally don't want to see him do.
Yeah, we don't really buff our defense for this fight because the fight goes by so quickly, but if he Megiddos, it does hurt a little bit.
Yeah, scariest thing that
He
this
can
boss
also
can do
bomb.
is he can do Megidola or he can do basic attack.
Yeah. Mamudon is what you kind of want to see. That's basically a free turn with the setup that we have. But yeah, back to the usual tornadoing. He doesn't have a lot of HP, so he might be dead next turn already, most likely.
Yeah, I think it is 5,000?
Sounds about right. I think double tornado should be enough to kill, even if you don't get it up.
Oh, I'm raged, whatever. That actually did some respectable damage. I was not expecting it to do that much.
Yeah, it did.
I just did it because I didn't have anything else better to do on his turn. Alright, and here we can learn Anti-Death. We don't need Taunt anymore on MC, since Orthrus has it, so we can learn Anti-Death for some safety in the final dungeon.
Yeah, so now that all the diet building... Well, I say all the diet building bosses, but there's technically one more boss if you... Depending on the dialogue choices that you pick, you can still fight Samael here. We're not going to do that because Samael is one of the more difficult bosses in the game with the ailment spam that he does, and he's just annoying.
I think
with
he's
his buff
genuinely the
removal and-
hardest boss in the game that isn't a super boss.
Yeah, he might be. Never really worth fighting in a speedrun context when you can just skip it.
Oh good, we got some clips, thank you. Alright, so here we have Yuko tries to confront Hikawa to stop him, only for him to reveal that Aradia is completely powerless, and also Yuko completely misunderstood the way that reasons are supposed to work, that the reasons are supposed to come from the humans to summon the gods and not the other way around. And also that Aradia can't even be representative of a reason because she's not a real god. And so Yuko just kind of gives up and lets herself be sacrificed to summon the god of Shijima, Ahriman. And then we have a little vision of Yuko where she gives us the Pyramidion. That way, we can summon the Tower of Kagetsuchi, because all of the Reason representatives have gathered together, so now the final thing that's left is for all the representatives of the Reasons to kind of battle it out, to see which one is worthy to actually have their reason imposed on the world.
Yeah, and of course, after witnessing something horrific, we just slowly walk back out of the room.
Yeah, we're like, alright, well that was interesting. See ya. See ya on the flip side, Ahriman. Alright, need to move.
Yeah, so we'll grab the magic incense on the way out.
There we go. Alright. Alright, what we looking at? Oh, nice! Heck yeah, we get a 40 magic Kurama this run. Alright, so the place to set the Pyramidion is back at the Amala Temple, so we get to run back there and watch the longest cutscene in the game. Which means it's my, final break to, stand up for a bit. We have, probably 45-ish minutes left in the run at this point, give or take.
Yeah, that sounds about right. It's gonna be right about on the estimate, I think. Pretty close to it anyway.
Yeah, managed to actually kind of claw back a bunch of time in this the second half of the run. But yeah, I will be right back.
Yeah, so now we just summon the final dungeon. It will appear above the obelisk, basically, so we have to go through obelisk. Not the entire dungeon, but a small section of the obelisk dungeon to get to the final dungeon now.
Oh, the curse absolutely worked. The early part of this run was absolutely abysmal. The curse very much worked.
Yeah, yeah, I need to give some feedback to Sion about that. That wasn't very nice.
But we managed to claw it back because thankfully I'm actually kind of okay at these games, just a little bit.
Alright, so now time to head to the final dungeon. This is where your alignment gets locked. So if you didn't do the true ending requirements before entering the Tower of Kakutsuchi, then you missed out.
Yeah, we do have to do some other stuff first. We have to Matama dope.
Oh, right. Yeah, you do it now. Right. Okay, so the way it works is you just buy... Well, we first go to Rags to get the Nigimitama that we want, and after that you give it to a demon and go and buy it back from the compendium and keep giving it over and over and over again to the demon you want the bonus stats on. And Nigimitama gives bonus magic.
Ooh,
Saki and Kusi give HP.
One second, I'm
Kusi
actually
also
gonna
gives
take advantage of
agility. Agility along with HP, and Saki gives luck along with HP.
I got an
but I don't
amethyst drop literally right as I got into Yarakucho Tunnel, so I actually can get a second Nigimitama from Rags, so that's some money saved.
Right, that's actually useful. Saves a bit of money. You get an extra one.
I should get the... Oh wait, no, that's the cathedral, not the brain.
So using the Kusimitamas, we can control our party order, basically, because we can pick who gets extra agility.
And let's just get the items that I can get. Another one of these.
The Great Chakra is good for the final boss, and the other stuff, you can just get whatever you want at this point.
Nothing I really care about. Would have been nice if I could get another repulse spell for this little bit, but no such luck. So now we need to go sell that Blessed Fan that we picked up earlier, so we're just gonna quickly run to Shibuya and finish up these fusions. Thankfully, Matama fusions in this game cannot accident, because they're just souping up a demon you already have. I have quite a bit of money.
Yeah, we need a... What is the damage on Infinite Light on normal? I don't remember the threshold.
It's like 220 or something. It's not threatening at all, because it's 450 on hard mode, so it's like, yeah, 225 on normal.
Yeah, so no need to... Yeah, I could have just countered that by myself. Wouldn't be a problem.
Give this Kushimitama to Orthrus just to tank him up a little bit. My bottle that I had by me for my hydration just like popped, and it like startled me. Alright, so one more Mitama for Kurama. This gives him 40 magic. And then I'm actually going to give a Nii Mitama to Mizuchi, because the little bit of extra magic actually guarantees it has enough MP for everything it needs. Because sometimes it can be a little sketchy on how much MP it has. And then I just barely don't have enough for another Kushi, but that's fine. Because now for sure we'll have enough MP to cast Makara Run 3 times. Snack. Alright, so we have our final party built. And yeah, HP totals are fine. We have like 100 more than we need.
Yeah, I don't think there's ever a situation where you don't have enough max HP
Yeah, the only
in
thing...
this category.
Yeah. The only thing that would be, like, kind of nice as far as more max HP is it does prevent you from just getting messed up by TOK encounters a little bit, but that's... Nothing's gonna prevent you from MC getting targeted and dying, so... It's not that big of a deal.
Yeah.
Even the water bottles conspire against me. Hi, Succubus. Unfortunately, we fused away our Astoma demon, so we just kind of have to deal with the random trash mobs in these areas.
Once you enter the building, everything is too high enough level to be a stomach anyway, so it doesn't matter like that much. But
yeah, I think it's as soon as you get out here, you can't get rid of anything. Yeah, either way. The theme in that area is amazing, by the way. I would recommend looking it up. It's Large Map Last Area. Fantastic song. Criminally underplayed. Would definitely recommend giving it a listen, though, because it's a really good song.
Yeah, in the speedruns you hear it for a total of 10 seconds each run.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, but...
So now we can go up here to where we fought the sisters. Fun fact, in Nocturne HD, there's a pretty severe amount of glitches that you can do that let you skip large portions of the game. And even if you summon the Tower of Kagatsuchi, you still have to fight the sisters in order for them to go away. Like, you can skip so much of the game and even bring the tower down so that you enter Obelisk via that upper entrance. And even then, the sisters are still there and you have to beat them in order to access TOK. It's rather amusing.
Yeah, the HD glitched routes they're a treat to watch.
Yeah. I would recommend, highly
really
recommend looking up the Shin Megami Tensei RTA Marathon from 2024. Brodadile did a run of Merciful Glitched, and it is an absolutely delightful run to watch that just, like, shows how completely broken Nocturne HD can be. Because most Nocturne runs are relatively glitchless, actually almost completely glitchless, so it's fun to see a run of the game that just, like, completely destroys the game. It gets the True Demon ending, I think, in around 3 hours or something along those lines. That would have been really funny if I got the 3/8 incense there. Doesn't matter, I think that one's like an agility incense, but...
Yeah, something like that.
Which I do have the agility to outspeed Mizuchi. I'm gonna get like 2 or 3 more agility points just to make sure Mizuchi doesn't like level and outspeed me. Because I think we are speed tied currently. Actually, I need to equip Jed and make sure that that's actually true. Because I don't remember if Jed gives agility or not.
I don't remember.
It gives 2. Okay, so we're actually faster than Mizuchi then.
Yeah, might still want to do one more just in case, but...
Yeah, I usually like going to base 8 or 9. And the nice thing about, like, putting a few extra points into agility is it does technically raise your odds of going first. I don't think it raises it enough for it to really matter, but it's like a copium strat because you don't need the HP as much because you basically have enough.
I mean, yeah, you can do that if you feel like it.
Yeah, you just need to make sure MC doesn't outspeed Orthrus, which will basically never happen. I think Orthrus, with the Kushi Mitama I gave it, has base 16, so yeah. I do really like Tower of Kagetsuchi, though. I think it's a really cool final dungeon. I'm not a huge fan of the very final part of it, but overall I really like this dungeon.
Yeah, the beginning part has some, like, this part is pretty fun puzzle. You need to raise these cubes to open the path underneath it, and then loop around and go through it. It's not overly complicated, but it's a pretty fun small puzzle in the beginning.
Yeah, nice little cute movement puzzle to break up the encounters. That Cerberus is not something I want to be seeing.
Yeah, Cerberus has Iron Claw, and that hitting MC with a crit
Would just kill me.
hurts even on normal.
I think on hard mode it does almost 600 damage with a crit, so yeah, that would maybe not one-shot me, but it would still be very scary.
I think it's something like mid 500s. So yeah, Venom Claw doing 170 with a crit is already a nice appetizer for what Iron Claw would do. Ow.
Good talk. I have a disc poison, right? Okay, I'm like, hello. Yeah, Iron Claw would get me low enough HP that the follow-up would probably kill me.
Yeah. We're approaching the first boss of the final dungeon now.
No, we've pumped our vid a little bit. We've pumped our vid up to base 9. Technically, it's base 10 because I got an extra vitality incense. Actually, I think it's like base 12 because I put like 2 extra levels into it.
Yeah, it's just a bit rare to see MC with this small of a max HP total pool, because if you've seen the hard TDE runs, he almost has the double HP at this point. Not quite, but he has like mid 650s or something like that.
Yeah, you'll... And depending on the route you're running, he'll have like double the HP of all of your demons, which is really funny for a pretty big chunk of the run. Okay, we are off of full. Hey, we still have more HP than most of our demons, though. Alright, Karamor
Yeah,
Mizuchi.
So we'll fight Ariman next. His first phase has a gimmick where he forbids you one action, and if you happen to do that action, he will instantly kill the character that broke it. So, for example, he can say magical attacks are forbidden, and if you use a spell, then he will instantly kill the character who used it. If you happen to break a rule with MC, it's instantly game over unless you have Endure.
I think it even goes through Endure.
Ideally... no, it doesn't.
Oh,
it will just break the Endure. I know because I have done that before.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, thankfully he always starts with physical attacks are forbidden, so we will just buff up and be able to just push him out of the phase completely in one turn.
Yeah, it's always the same. His damage in the first phase is not great, so the first phase is just kind of easy if you just follow along the rules. So we'll just buff up and debuff. Once he gets to the second phase, he gets access to buff removal skills like the Kunda, but he can't do that in the first phase. He just uses like, yeah, Maragidine and stuff. which, you know, does a little bit of damage, but nothing too major. We're pretty well covered in terms of our elemental weaknesses.
Yeah, Ahriman has access to all of the Modines, and this is why we have a party that covers every element, so that we can just eat his turn no matter what he does.
Yeah, in the second phase, he gets stuff to more nasty things like Apocalypse and Tentacle. Apocalypse being almighty, very severe damage, and Apocalypse being physical, decently damaging ability that can also crit, and that can also hurt, but that's more of a second phase thing than he can't do it in the first phase.
Yes, please keep attacking the people that are immune to your magic. Alright, we're almost done setting up, and then we're just gonna blow him up and get him out of phase 1 immediately.
Yeah, welcome to the rest of the run. We're gonna be doing a lot of Windcutter gaming from here on out with our Forte Magic Kurama.
At one point when I first, like, these notes I made using Pink Pajamas notes as a basis, and the notes at one point for Kagutsuji just straight up said, same as Ahriman.
I mean, yeah, fair enough. Can't argue with that.
Yeah, it's like, oh, alright. I still, like, actually copied the Ahriman strat in because, like, brain power is overrated, but,
Yeah, so we just went through the first phase like that. Usually he would have more rules, but we skipped over them all.
Yeah.
So this is the second phase. Now he has some more stronger abilities, but ideally we can just finish him in a couple of turns without him having much of a chance to use them. Once you phase push him... Yeah, once you phase push him, you get your turn again. So we kind of skip over his turn there in the phase push, which is quite helpful. Okay, no Apocalypse, that's the... well... Ow.
Wow, he's bullying the hell out of my
dodge.
snake.
Unfortunate.
He's just jealous of how cute he is. He wishes he was as cute as Mizuchi. Well, he's slumping.
Yeah, so he's slumping.
I'm going to beat
I think you're
Mizuchi.
quite... Yeah, that's a fair call. He's dead next turn.
Yeah.
Alright. Yeah, that was a fine fight. No Apocalypse, no nonsense.
Yeah, hopefully I double hit this tornado because I'm out of MP. Oh, well, it doesn't matter. He's dead anyway. Alright, that's Ahriman down. And this is why we go Masubi, because the Ahriman fight's really easy, whereas the fight we would be doing if we went Shijima, we would skip this fight, and then we would fight Noah instead. And Noah is a very, very slow barrier shift boss, which is pretty antithetical to... You kind of need a variety of magic to deal with him, and the magic we have is definitely not what you would call a variety.
Yeah, we can only do like a lot of damage on the 4 turns, and then we would have to stall for like 3 turns basically.
Yeah, good news is our damage output is
damage.
so high that we can kill him in 2 cycles. The problem is that Force is pretty late into each of those cycles, so it would still take a while, and he could potentially Dakunda during that time and cause problems.
Yeah, you'd just rather not deal with that if you have the option not to.
Yeah.
You could still like beat the fight with this setup, but...
Yeah.
Alright, that's one more guard rejected. So now we have a bit of a walk through the TOK2 section, since we are not going to be fighting the boss, so this part is kinda empty, since we skip a fight, but...
Yeah, Noah's at the end of TOK2, and we still have to visit Noah in order to get his, the gem from him, but we will be skipping the fight.
Yeah. In this ending, he instead fights
He fights Chiaki and
off
loses.
screen. Yeah, and loses somehow, even though Chiaki doesn't have anything to get through his phases.
I believe Shiner said that the Hallels have all of the Modines or something, or have all the Dines. technically.
Yeah, but that's not enough. I don't believe that. Doesn't seem right.
No, I don't either, but that's what he's like, well, technically they do have, and it's like, alright, I mean, like, sure, but...
And time for the Nocturne power scalers to make their entrance.
Alright.
Figure it out.
Hi, Nix. Bye, Nix. Okay, we had just barely enough steps to get over that. That, damaged tile floor takes a while to walk over if you don't have a flow ball.
Yeah, this part of TOK2 will introduce these invisible tiles that appear as you walk on them. That's kind of the gimmicky part of the second dungeon here.
I mean, Noah technically has endless mana draining through HP and mana draining with Domination, which is the strongest drain skill in the game, so... I think you could outlast the Hallels, but I don't know. If you go Shijima, rather than losing to someone, Hikawa just decides he doesn't want to bother. He's like, oh, well, you're on my side, you go deal with it. I want to enjoy the silence, and just chills there. It's like, oh, all right, whatever, dude.
And if you're on Yosuke ending, once you get the ball, she's like, well, we're both strong, but we must know who is the stronger one because that's our philosophy, and also let's fight. Like, oh, okay.
Yeah, it's like, let's see which of us is more
them.
worthy to present the reason of the strong to Kagetsuchi or whatever. Get off full, get off full, get off full, get off full, get off full. Okay, cool. Sheep! I sure do love two-step encounters. I sure do love two-step encounters. I sure do love two-step encounters. Golly gee willikers.
It started to look like you might get underestimated, so the game had to try something.
Yeah, it's like, quick, emergency. Activate Secret Reborama. Alright, so yeah, so here Noah got beaten up, so he's like, dang, Chiaki has hands, but she kind of forgot to collect my gem from me, so here, avenge me. Which seems like a pretty big oversight on her part. Avenge me, boys! So now we're free to move on to TOK3. TOK3 has two bosses in it. There's a friend of ours who we met a while ago that kind of dropped out of the plot for a bit that wants to remind us that he exists. And then after that, we have our fight with Chiaki. I don't expect that I will die to Thor, but let's just save anyway, because the encounters in TOK3 are really scary.
Yeah, there's this small hub in the OK tree with a Cathedral of Shadows and a shop and a healing spot and whatnot, so this is a good place to take a quick little break.
I saw my IGT and it made me really sad.
Don't look at it. It's fine. So we'll fight Thor next. Thor is quite weak, honestly. He will just get blown up. If you push him into phase 2, he gets access to some more damaging abilities and whatnot, but he's just gonna die on the 4th turn basically without really being able to do anything about it.
Yeah, he has 8,000 HP. Each Wind Cutter is doing like 3,500, and then Tornado is doing like 1,500 each, so so he's gonna have a pretty bad day. Mizuchi's skill list is too long.
It's like he uses Zeodyne, but it's kind of funny because he was using Zeodyne in the 3rd phase of his first fight as well already back in like Ikebukuro like 5 hours ago.
Yeah, so much for his journey to get stronger. Like he
hasn't really changed much from that fight. At least phase 1. His later phases ones get like they're a bit different, but like we're not gonna even see them. We're just gonna damage skip.
I haven't even taken any
fight.
damage to use Medea. Oh, excuse me, 2,500.
Yeah,
I mean, he's still very bad. Yeah, we didn't even take any damage.
Yeah. Reason of the Strong or something. Not being able to even do a scratch. Even the game is like, I guess he's worth 2,000 DXP when everything else is giving you 10k at this point.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, you know, it's fine. All right. Let's go. Final section, and of course, wouldn't be an SMT game without them throwing another teleport maze at us. This is another one that, like, I kind of have memorized, but also don't sometimes.
Yeah, this part of the dungeon has pretty annoying teleporters. They're not marked in any way, so if you don't know where they are, you're kinda gonna have to run through them a few times. Actually, do they even get marked on the map? I don't think they do, right?
They do.
Or do they? They might.
Yeah, they do.
Okay, yeah. At least they get marked on the map. Yeah. You don't need to do the old Megaten strat of bringing out the sketchbook and pen.
Oh!
Uh-oh. Burp.
Mizuchi, you are my favorite demon in this entire game. I forgive you for murdering me horribly several hours ago. You are my bestest friend in the entire world, and I love you. Alright, well, now that my natural lifespan has been shortened by a couple of years, let's go finish up the game. Yeah, I got a Glacial Blast dubbed against Big Mizuchi, and had to redo all of Kabukicho Prison again.
Yeah, it has been an eventful run, that's for sure.
Very much so. I don't know. They might have to have a worm off to see which is the wormiest of all the worms between Mizuchi and Yearlinger. I mean, evidently, so is Mizuchi. Heck, Mizuchi's better than the demon that it evolves into in a number of ways. I was so close to getting to that save terminal. No.
Considering this is already behind PB, no.
Considering my PB finished half an hour ago, probably not.
Yeah, I'd wager that not. Probably.
Oh, good thing I kept Baphomet in my party. Okay, now I can kick Baphomet out. Thank you, Baphomet, for your contributions to my party. Yeah, things actually started going okay once I got to Obelisk. Alright, made it to Ball Avatar. Thankfully, she has a save literally right in front of her boss room.
Yeah, so Ball is kind of an annoying fight. She has the unique ability to turn you into a fly, which is the reason why we need to have a Makara Karn or Magic Mirror up every turn, basically, to protect them from that. If you get turned into a fly, your damage drops into oblivion, basically, and you become weak to like the magic that she uses. You don't want to let that happen. Bal has 13,000 HP. The face push threshold is around 6,370. So ideally what happens is that we will lay up the damage close to the face push threshold, and then we will finish her off. Because once she gets to phase 2, she will summon Ose Halel and Floros Halel, and they can heal her back to full with Dia Rahan. So we definitely do not want to see that.
Yeah, your run rate when you're not at full is close enough to 100% that we don't need a Treffer user, whereas when it's at full, it's very much lowered. So yeah, we have 3 casts of Makarakarn here from our snaky friend. And then we have a couple and then we have a magic mirror for the turn after that, because we need 4 turns of setup. Turn 3. This is the layup turn where we hit her a bunch before we're doing full damage.
Yeah, so on the next turn we should be able to finish the fight and without ending up on phase 2.
Yep, there she goes.
Yeah, so one more boss left.
All right, now that we have collected the 4 sacred gems to access Kagetsuchi, now we just need to present our reason to Kagetsuchi. So funny enough, sorry, 3 gems, 2 bosses, 3 gems. Funny enough, long is actually worse for would be worse for this run than I don't know what I was talking about when I said 4. Long would actually... Wow, that was an immediate counter. Long would be worse for this team composition than Mizuchi is. Funny enough. Because Long loses the electric immunity. And so we would just have an open susceptibility to electricity. And considering Kagetsuchi really likes using electricity, it'd be a bit of an issue. Why be a scary dragon when you can be a cute little water snake? I'm sure there's some sort of analogy for life in there or something. I don't know. Alright, so here we're going to use the Great Chakra we picked up earlier to make sure everyone's MP is full. And then we have a Beat of Life, because we're going to need to fill up our MP again during the Kagetsuchi fight. And ideally, that fill-up will happen right after he uses Infinite Light the first time, so it will also be a nice HP heal at the same time.
Yeah, he's a bit of a HP sponge. The first phase has 20,000 HP and the second one has 40,000 HP, so 60,000 in total. It takes a while to blow through his health bar.
Yeah, another fun quirk is that Kagetsuchi Phase 1 is one of the few enemies in the game that has some sort of defensive or damage reduction to it. Where the way this fight is going to work is because Kagetsuchi is the moon, or like the sun cycle thing that's been rotating through the game. The cycles will change every turn in the fight. And the closer we are to full, the more damage reduction Kagetsuchi has, whereas the closer we are to new, the less damage reduction he has. Where I believe half is where your damage would normally be. And so if you hit him at new, you do, like, greatly increased damage, and if you hit him at full, it's a little bit less. It's not, like, that big of a deal, but it's kind of funny. And then once we get into a second phase, it's going to be permanently full, but his damage reduction is going to go back to normal anyway. But we are ready to do battle. It is time for us to attack and dethrone the giant disco ball in the sky. Also, do I still have it? I do. I do have a prop for this fight. Because, you know, we are getting really, really close to the giant disco ball in the sky. Things are getting pretty bright up in here. So I came prepared.
Yeah, bringing back the limit break fashion.
Oh, yeah. Also, yeah, if you have any jam emotes, any dance emotes, mayhaps even Frito52 Jam, feel free to throw those out. We're having a dance party. And now we go ham.
Yeah, this is what the peak Nocturne performance looks like.
Hey, he didn't do the thing. There's a chance that he will use Dakunda after using Vast Light, and it's really obnoxious if he does that, because I have to reset up the debuffs, but he didn't there. Alright, time for phase 2. Now the party really begins. Oh, by the way, time is last hit on Kagetsuchi, so I might want to get ready on that at some point soon. I'm gonna be greedy here and save the, get one more attack in while waiting for the Beat of Life, because he's gonna do the thing this turn. I am the truth. There's the dubs. Oh, he's shaking. He's almost dead. And time.
GG.
Oh, we did it.
And underestimate as well, without a problem at all.
Oh, really? What was my, because I thought it was like 7:45 was my estimate, but...
750.
Oh,
You
well.
were like 1 minute under.
Hey, let's go! Yeah, my time...
Despite Sion's best efforts.
Yeah. Yeah, my time I had without any timer issue was 7:49:31, so yeah, just barely under. So yeah, that's Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne, the normal any percent category. If you saw that run and you, for some reason, decided that that's something that looks amusing to you, no, I'm kidding. The run is generally pretty fun. Then you should check out the SMT, the Mega 10 RTA speedrunning server. A lot of really cool people, lots of fun speedruns, and this game. But awesome community. Quite a bit of showing in this marathon. From some runs yesterday, this run today. John here is going to have an absolutely fantastic run of SMT4 tomorrow, which is one of my personal favorite runs in the series. So if you're not sick of me from the grand total of 16 hours that you've heard me yap at you over the last 2 days, I will be around for a pretty big chunk of that run as well, and so be sure to check it out. Should be a lot of fun. And then there's also some classic Mega 10 that's been intermixed with the marathon. So lots of fun runs. There's really something for everyone as far as the runs go. So I would definitely recommend checking us out if you think these runs look interesting, if you think they look like a lot of fun. Would definitely recommend checking them out. I would like to thank John for keeping me company during this endeavor. I was doing this run running on like 6 hours of sleep after having been busy like literally the whole day up to it, so I am quite tired, so thanks to John for helping carry the commentary with this and keeping me company through the shenanigans of Nocturne.
Yeah, you get to repay the favor in just about 12 hours. Well, a bit more than 12 hours, but
yeah.
Anyway, later today.
Yeah.
And speaking of classic Mega 10, it's gonna be a backup run next with Xano Highwind on SMT1, so you can't get much more classic Mega 10 than that.
Ooh, fun. But yeah, that's everything from me. Thank you again to RPG Speedrunner Union for having me, and I'll be back again, not only for commentary for John's run, but running East 2 Chronicles, so not SMT, on Friday. That should be a really fun run. If you've never heard of the East series, or if you're familiar with the East series but haven't seen any of the runs, I would definitely recommend checking it out. It's a really fun, really fast-paced run, and I think y'all will enjoy that a lot. So thanks all for watching, thanks for hanging out. Stick around, have amazing runs coming up next, and I'll catch y'all later. See ya.